Daddy, where are we going? This does not look like the way home. Hearing this, my heart suddenly tightened. I did not know how to explain to Nuonuo that I was already divorced, and that we were moving out to live on our own. After a moment of silence, Nuonuo, Daddy is taking you to live in a new place. Hearing this, the little girl tilted her head, her big eyes blinking brightly. Are there fun things and yummy food at the new place? I forced a slight smile. There should be. Nuonuo blinked her eyes, as if she suddenly thought of something. Daddy, are we never going back to that home again? 1. I know you and Mommy got divorced. I was completely stunned. I did not expect my daughter, as young as she was, to already understand the meaning of divorce. Baby, how did you know? Nuonuo proudly raised her little chin. I heard Mommy and Grandma talking about it on the phone. Nuonuo, listen, from now on it will just be the two of us. Things might be a little tough, but Daddy will always be with you. After hearing this, the little girl happily hopped up and down twice, reaching out her chubby little arms to rub against me. It is okay, Daddy. Anyway, in the house with Mommy, I was always unhappy too. This little girl's reaction was quite beyond my expectations. But thinking carefully, it made perfect sense. Children are always closest to whoever takes care of them. My ex-wife always had a bad temper anyway. Whenever she was home, the atmosphere was always tense. Plus, she never really cared for the kid. You could say I basically did everything myself. No wonder she was not liked by her own child. Daddy, let us go to our new home. Seeing me space out, Nuonuo tugged at the corner of my shirt, her face full of anticipation. 15 minutes later, I was holding a fast asleep Nuonuo as we arrived in front of an old residential building. Compared to our previous high-end apartment complex, this place was indeed dilapidated, but fortunately, it was very close to the kindergarten, and the rent was quite cheap. For us right now, it was the most suitable place to settle down. Having left the marriage with nothing, and only asking for custody of my daughter, I had a mere 30,000 bucks in my pocket. I was truly too poor. With so little money, how could I raise a child all by myself? Ding! Detected that the host is currently single and unemployed. The random food stall system is officially activated. Since this is the host's first time activating the system, you are rewarded with a newbie gift pack, God-tier braised pig trotter recipe. Current stall task, sell 500 portions of braised pig trotters within a week. Stall location, Xingming Park. The system will provide ingredients and a mobile food cart. The host can check them at any time. Complete the task to receive a mysterious reward. I used to love reading web novels during my free time while looking after the kid, so I was naturally no stranger to the existence of a system. I just never expected that one day an ordinary guy like me would also get a cheat code. But then again, selling 500 trotters in a week, that means selling at least 70 a day. Bro system, are you sure these will sell? The next instant, my mind was suddenly flooded with countless knowledge points about making braised trotters. It is not that I would never made braised trotters for Nuonuo before. Just blanch it to remove the raw smell, add the seasoning packet, and simmer until fork tender. It seemed like anyone with hands could do it, but under the guidance of the God-tier braised pig trotter skill, I realized my previous cooking was simply a waste of ingredients. Every single step was incredibly meticulous. Thank goodness my little foodie at home was always so appreciative, eating whatever I cooked with great relish. If I actually mastered making these braised pig trotters, the greedy little girl would probably gain a few pounds. I happen to be hungry right now anyway, so I might as well test my skills. I went to the kitchen and summoned 3 pig trotters from the system, along with seasonings and cookware. The seasonings provided by the system were absolutely top-tier goods. Row upon row, there were dozens of kinds, getting more fragrant as they boiled, naturally producing a premium braising broth. As for the pig trotters, they had quite a background too. The system introduced them as mountain-bred native pigs that grew up drinking mountain spring water and eating wild fruits and vegetables. The meat naturally carried a fresh scent of nature, and the flavor was even more rich and mellow. Honestly, the system did not even need to explain. When I saw these washed pig trotters, full in shape with slightly protruding tendons, looking like a piece of white mutton fat jade, I knew they were absolutely top-notch. I put the cold trotters into a pot of cold water to blanch them. Scallion segments and ginger slices were already prepared, but I was still missing cooking wine and water. According to the system's instructions, I could not use ordinary tap water for this. It had to be produced by the system, genuine mountain spring water. After all, brewing tea with different brands of mineral water yields different tastes. But the cooking wine could not be the ordinary $8 a bottle stuff from the market either. It was best to use an 82 vintage Matai. Talk about being particular and extravagant. With a mere thought, I summoned these 2 items from the system's inventory. Instantly, there appeared on the kitchen counter a small basin of ice-cold mountain spring water. This was for cooling the pig trotters. Through sudden cold shrinkage, the meat would become firm and chewier. After bringing the pot to a rolling boil, I skimmed off the floating scum, scooped out the trotters to cool down, and drained the water. Taking advantage of this gap, I started melting sugar for color in the wok. The rock sugar was genuinely produced in Mile Bamboo Garden. It was naturally pale yellow and incredibly translucent, giving off a faint sugarcane fragrance. Gradually, a slight sizzling sound came from the wok. Tiny bubbles slowly rose from the bottom of the sugar, and its color changed from light yellow to caramel. Then I added the spices and stir-fried them until fragrant. Just the smell of it was enough to make anyone drool uncontrollably. I swallowed hard, quickly tossed the trotters into the wok, and stir-fried them a few times. I added water, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce, and began stewing. However, I did not stay idle. In Nuonuo's little backpack, there were still clothes she had dirtied during lunch. Although we had a washing machine, when it came to my daughter's clothes, I always insisted on hand washing them myself. I pulled up a small stool, and as I scrubbed, the corners of my mouth unknowingly curled up into a smile. Not every daddy can be the richest man, but every daddy has to wash clothes for his baby. During this time, the pot of trotters on the stove was emitting billowing steam. Under the high heat, the fat in the trotters was slowly being boiled out, blending into the broth and releasing a rich aroma. An hour later, Nuonuo was quietly awakened by an enticing fragrance. Still half asleep, she slightly opened her eyes, a trace of confusion in her gaze. However, the aroma was simply too captivating, pulling her bit by bit out of her drowsiness, until she gradually became wide awake. The next moment, Nuonuo jolted up and hopped out of bed. Her little bare feet hit the floor, as she dashed excitedly toward the source of the smell. In the kitchen, holding a spatula, I was just about to flip the trotters. The moment the pot lid was lifted, the scent of spices, wrapped in steam, rushed straight to my head. Smells so good. Standing beside me, Nuonuo twitched her cute little nose. Her eyes closed, looking completely mesmerized. "Daddy, what are you making? I want to eat," the little one shouted excitedly. A second later, with quick reflexes, I hurriedly closed the lid. "These are braised pig trotters, but they are not ready yet. If you want to eat, you have to wait a bit." For braised food like this, naturally, the longer it stews, the better it tastes. Even though I had just gently poked it with a chopstick, and the meat was already tender, it was still far from ready to be eaten. Hearing that it was not cooked yet, Nuonuo's expectant eyes instantly dimmed a little. Her little mouth pouted high, her face full of disappointment. But she was a child after all. Not even a minute later, the little one could not hold back anymore. "Daddy, please, I really want to eat. Just own tiny bite, pretty please." "Oh, my daughter, let us just talk normally. Is there a need to shake your head and act all cute like this? Your old man really can't resist it at all." All right, 10 more minutes and we can dig in." Hearing this, Nuonuo blinked her big watery eyes and nodded. Honestly, I could not blame the kid. The smell was so amazing I did not even dare open my mouth, afraid my drool would overflow if I did. During those long 10 minutes, Nuonuo's eager questions came like rapid fire, all identical. "Daddy, is 10 minutes up yet?" she asked no less than 20 times, nearly giving me a headache. I scooped some pieces of pig trotters from the pot and placed them on a plate. The braised trotters had an amber hue, looking as tempting as if they were coated in a layer of thick honey. A glossy sheen slowly flowed over the amber base color. Nuonuo stared fixedly at the shiny trotter pieces on the plate, her drool quietly slipping out uncontrollably, dropping onto the floor with a pat. Seeing me turn to look at her, the little one was stunned for a second, then quickly lowered her head and slurped, trying to suck her drool back in. "You greedy little girl." I casually pulled out a tissue and leaned down to wipe Nuonuo's mouth. "Nuonuo, what do we have to do before eating?" Before my voice could even fade completely, Nuonuo dashed off like a little tornado. The words "wash hands" were left hanging in the air. Immediately after, another flurry of pitter-patter footsteps sounded. Nuonuo ran back in a hurry, climbed onto her chair and sat properly. "Daddy, can I eat now?" "Be careful, do not touch, it is very hot." Seeing my daughter looking like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, I found it both annoying and funny. Pig trotters have to be held in your hands and gnawed to feel right. I put gloves on Nuonuo, and I also picked up a small piece of trotter, blew on it to cool it down, and placed it into Nuonuo's little bowl. "It is about ready, hurry and taste it." At those words, Nuonuo could not hold back any longer. She aimed at the trotter and started munching right away. Nuonuo's eyes lit up, and she mumbled unclearly, "Daddy," while her eyes remained glued to the remaining trotters on the plate. How could I not understand what my little girl meant? Setting everything else aside, this little girl sure loved to eat. Before the divorce, when the old lady next door was brewing Chinese herbal medicine, Nuonuo would press her face against their door crack, sucking her fingers, wanting to dip a taste. "Eat slowly, do not choke. Daddy will put some on the side to cool down for you." Seeing Nuonuo having such a great appetite made me even hungrier. I picked up a big piece and popped it straight into my mouth. Oh my god, with just one bite, biting through the thick and bouncy outer layer. It was perfectly chewy, soft, and full of collagen. Right after, the meat juice overflowed, and the flavor exploded. Delicious, too delicious. I was completely immersed in this delicacy. Such a tasty pig trotter. It would be a true pity to just swallow it down hastily. Right now, I only wanted to let the deliciousness linger on my tongue for as long as possible. I chewed carefully. The tendons yielded under the pressure of my teeth, sometimes tense, sometimes relaxing. I swear, this was absolutely the best pig trotter I had ever eaten in my life. And to think, this bite of braised pig trotter was a rushed product stewed for less than 2 hours. It was not even the trotter's ultimate state. If it simmered for another few hours, would not it be so good I would want to swallow my own tongue? Before long, the trotters on the plate visibly dwindled. But just as I reached for the very last piece, a crisp crying sound suddenly shattered the beautiful moment. "What? Daddy, you keep saying you love me, but you are stealing my pig trotters." Nuonuo's pitiful voice instantly gripped my heart. My arm froze mid-air. I looked at my little baby in front of me, her mouth entirely covered in grease, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed, with 2 crystal-clear teardrops hanging on her cheeks. "Do not cry, there is still more in the pot." I took off my gloves, wiped the little girl's tears, and hurriedly went back to scoop more trotters from the pot. This time, I emptied the whole pot. I did not believe it still would not be enough for this girl. The moment it was served on the table, Nuonuo smiled. Her happiness had returned. It was not until her little belly was perfectly round and bulging that Nuonuo finally let go. She chewed desperately, stuffing her little mouth full. A few minutes later, "Burp Daddy, is it all gone?" Looking at the completely empty plate, Nuonuo widened her big eyes and spread her hands. "Yeah, it is gone." I spread my hands too. I had originally planned for me to eat 2 trotters and for Nuonuo to have own. I never expected this little tyke to eat about own and a half by herself. And now she still was not satisfied. The very next second, I saw the little girl's big round eyes suddenly light up, her gaze instantly locking onto a leftover trotter bone. She quickly picked up the bone, popped it into her mouth, and began sucking on it vigorously. Cough, cough, my brows furrowed tightly together, and a fit of coughing almost left me breathless. "Come on, kid, do we have to look this desperate?" Someone who did not know better would think your dad could not even afford a few pig trotters for you. I pretended to be angry and said, "Little glutton, stop eating. Daddy will make it for you again next time." Hearing this, Nuonuo smacked her lips, and then with great reluctance took that half-sucked bone and spat it out. Actually, she could not eat any more either. She just wanted to suck on the flavor a bit more. Fully fed and content, Nuonuo looked at me with a face full of smiles. "Daddy, tomorrow is the weekend, no kindergarten. Where are we going to play?" "Baby, we are not going out to play tomorrow. Daddy is taking you to set up a food stall. We have to work hard to make money, so we can buy Nuonuo more delicious food and fun toys." I originally thought the little Own would be disappointed, but unexpectedly, Nuonuo excitedly clapped her little hands. "Hey Daddy, let us go out quickly, I promise I will be good." I thought it would just be an ordinary day setting up a stall, but an unexpected scene occurred. "Nuonuo, just play here by yourself for a bit, do not run off. Daddy needs to set up the stall and get busy, I will play with you later." Nuonuo nodded obediently, her big eyes blinking brightly. "Do not worry, Daddy, you can do it." I pulled out a brand new small whiteboard from the bottom of the food cart, picked up a marker, and wrote down a few large words: "Braised pig trotters, 68/Gene." The price was set by the system, so there was nothing I could do about it. The uncle selling Genbing next door saw me setting up to sell pig trotters this early in the morning, and a subtle smirk inevitably crept up the corners of his mouth. Young man's first time doing business, huh? Still a bit too green. Even though there were more and more young people setting up street stalls nowadays, you still had to do a little market research before selling anything. Early in the morning, the park was full of old folks coming for their morning exercises. Selling pig trotters something so greasy and heavy. How could there possibly be any business? What was even more outrageous was that he was selling them for 68 yuan a jean. Whoever bought that would be an absolute sucker. As the uncle muttered to himself in his head, he withdrew his disdainful gaze from my stall. By this time, I had already laid out the packaging boxes, plastic bags, and disposable gloves. The food cart was equipped with a stew pot. Those meticulously crafted braised pig trotters from last night, after absorbing the broth all night long, were now being kept warm. The moment I lifted the lid, the rich aroma of braised meat billowed up like a mushroom cloud, instantly rising into the air. Anyone who had ever eaten it would instantly have their cravings triggered. Nuonuo dropped the toy in her hand and immediately pounced over. Daddy, I want to eat. A child is a child after all. At this moment, the gluttonous bug in her tummy was tumbling and roaring. She could not wait a single second. I smiled and scooped out a trotter chopped in half from the pot, placing it on a dining plate. Little glutton, you can only eat this much for now. Inside the park, a group of elders dressed in loose white Tai Chi uniforms, all looking spirited, were practicing Tai Chi with swords in hand. Their flowing garments made them look like descending immortals. After practicing for a while, Zhou Shuzhen felt a bit thirsty, so she slowly stepped out of the formation. Looking slightly tired, she sat on the grass, reached out to open her bag nearby, took out a thermos, tilted her head back, and took big gulps of water. The fried dough sticks and soy milk she had for breakfast seemed to have fully digested by now, and a faint pang of hunger echoed from her stomach. Right at that moment, a rich, intense fragrance seemed to waft over faintly. Zhou Shuzhen's drinking motion paused, her heart full of doubt. Where would the smell of pig trotters be coming from so early in the morning? She was fine before she smelled it, but upon doing so, her stomach actually rumbled a few times. That aroma was far more terrifying than she could have imagined. Without a word, it grabbed Zhou Shuzhen by the nose and dragged her straight toward the source of the scent. By the time she snapped out of it, she was already standing in front of my stall. Zhou Shuzhen gripped her thermos tightly, thinking to herself, an illusion, this must be an illusion. Otherwise, how did I walk over here without even realizing it? Watching me lift the lid and stir the pot, Zhou Shuzhen subconsciously swallowed her drool and began to observe. The food cart in front of her was brand new and looked quite impressive. The pots and pans were also gleaming brightly. The young man, however, was an unfamiliar face. For a lad of his age, his cooking skills, well, that was truly hard to say and remained to be seen. But the young man was quite handsome, and he had a little kid with him, who was just as cute as her own granddaughter. For the child's sake, it would not hurt to support his business a little. Zhou Shuzhen took a step forward, her eyes locked tightly onto the price on the whiteboard. Oh my, 68 yuan a jean, she cried out in surprise, rubbing her presbyopic eyes, thinking for a moment that she had misread it. What kind of family could afford to eat something this expensive? You have to know, with pig trotters, the bones make up a heavy portion, making it a very bad deal. However, just as she was calculating this in her mind, the aroma drifting from the pot drilled even more forcefully into her nasal cavity, stimulating her sense of smell. This smell was truly incredible. It would be a pity not to taste it, but then again, for something to smell this good, did it involve any artificial additives or chemical tricks? Thinking of this, Zhou Shuzhen forcibly pivoted her feet to turn away. But just as she turned sideways, her gaze happened to land on the little toddler sitting on the stool. The little girl had a greedy look on her face, gnawing fiercely at the pig trotter like a hungry wolf. The sound of her munching and her expression of utter satisfaction acted as a magical summon, causing Zhou Shuzhen's resolve to waver. Sigh, the stall owner's own kid is eating it. Surely he would not poison his own child, right? Even if it does have some additives, it probably is not too bad. I am already at this age. Who cares whether it is healthy or expensive anymore? I have penny pinched my whole life. And did not I just end up a poor old lady anyway? So she spoke up, handsome young man, selling it this expensive? Are you out of your mind? Can you make it a bit cheaper? Hearing this, I flashed a helpless smile and shook my head. I can't do that, madam. This is already the lowest price. The quality of my pig trotters is top tier, and the costs are high. Zhou Shuzhen ultimately could not resist the aroma. She gritted her teeth and said, fine. Then give me a whole own to try. My heart leaped with joy. I had been waiting for this exact moment. I hurriedly put on my gloves, scooped out 2 amber-colored halves of braised trotters from the pot, and placed them on the scale to weigh them. Alright, that is $70. Zhou Shuzhen clicked her tongue inwardly. So expensive. Just this little bit of pig trotter cost $70. She could buy 2 free-range chickens with that. But whatever, never mind, he already put it in the box. What if it was actually worth the price? Young man, add some extra braising broth. And put it in a separate plastic bag for me. I want both chopped scallions and cilantro. Oh, right, and give me a few extra pairs of gloves. Since it was so expensive, she had to get more free condiments to not feel ripped off. Taking the pig trotters, Zhou Shuzhen flipped open the packaging box as she walked. Hiss, it was quite hot, considering it was fresh out of the pot. But as the fragrance hit her face, how could she care about the heat? She put on the gloves, grabbed the bright, reddish trotter, and impatiently took a bite. Zhou Shuzhen was burned so badly she opened her mouth to blow air wildly, and only after several huffs did she dare to actually chew it. With just one bite, a gleam of light actually burst from her cloudy, presbyopic eyes. The delicate, soft meat spread in her mouth. It was not so overly mushy that it lost its texture, nor was it tough to chew. The savory umami of the broth was also perfectly balanced. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Zhou Shuzhen held the pig trotter, walking and eating with immense relish. But as she walked, she suddenly felt something was a bit off. It seemed like the gazes of everyone around her were collectively converging on her. Zhou Shuzhen straightened her spine and casually continued gnawing as if nothing had happened. At this moment, she had forgotten about the hefty price, completely immersed in the sheer enjoyment brought by this delicious pig trotter. $70, worth it, totally worth it. The task of selling 500 portions a week was now 1 per 500th complete. I was actually quite gratified. No matter what, I had taken the first step. Just then, Nuonuo walked over holding her empty plate. Daddy, I am done eating. I still want more. The little one looked at me eagerly, a trace of braising broth still hanging on the corner of her mouth. I furrowed my brow slightly and gently refused. No can do. We agreed you would only eat that half. Nuonuo rolled her eyes playfully and spoke up again with a quirky attitude. Then can I eat some crackers and dip them in a little bit of the sauce? I chuckled and pointed at her tummy. You can't eat any more right now. Look, it is still bulging right here. Nuonuo followed my hand, looking down at her round, plump little belly, and somewhat reluctantly pouted her small lips. But knowing that Daddy was doing this for her own good, she obediently stopped pestering me. Father and daughter sat quietly on the small stools, immersed in the world of cartoons. Nuonuo snuggled in my arms, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the screen, an innocent smile radiating from her face. Right then, a figure blocked my view. It turned out to be the old lady from just now. Young man, give me another large portion of pig trotters. Hearing this, I was slightly stunned. Hey, a repeat customer so quickly. I hurriedly picked out the 2 largest trotters from the pot and swiftly placed them on the scale. $100. Without a single word, Zhou Shuzhen paid and picked up the trotters. Her speed was like night and day compared to her previous dawdling. Her eyes were dead set on my movements as I packed the trotters. I got the hint perfectly. Without her needing to say a word, I packed her an extra bag of broth just like before, and added plenty of cilantro and scallions. Looking at the bag fully stuffed with trotters and garnishes, Zhou Shuzhen nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, the other nearby stall owners had been shouting themselves hoarse to make sales. When they heard the crisp notification sound from my side broadcasting, Alipay received 100 yuan, they all unanimously turned their heads and secretly gasped in shock. To be honest, setting up a stall at the park entrance, there really were not many customers on a regular day. So when they first saw a new face like me show up, they did not pay much attention. But they never expected I would make $100 in a single sale. Goodness, that is just out of line. You have to realize, the income from this single order was equal to 10 jianbing or more than 30 grilled sausages. This new young brother sure was ruthless. A few minutes later, a male cyclist appeared at the end of the road. He raised his hand, took off his helmet, and used a towel to wipe his sweat-soaked hair. After downing a bottle of electrolyte water and half a banana, a gentle breeze swept past just then, bringing a hint of coolness. Immediately following it, an intensely rich smell of braised meat domineeringly forced its way into his nasal cavity. Soon, the man arrived right in front of my stall. The man's Adam's apple bobbed up and down violently. Then his gaze shifted, landing on the small board that read, Pig Trotters, 68/Gene. He was instantly shocked. My God, so expensive. Is not that a bit too exaggerated? They say curiosity killed the cat, but it is actually the same for humans. A surge of rebellious defiance instantly rose in the man's heart. Then I really have to taste this and see what gives you the right to sell it so expensive. Boss, give me own to try. Sure, wait a moment. Seeing the man in front of me, I hurriedly stood up and expertly picked out a trotter. The man took the trotter, quickly walked over to a small stool on the side and sat down. Putting on the gloves, he eagerly took a massive bite. Crunch, squish. With a forceful pull, the soft, sticky tendon stretched out, quivering slightly in his mouth along with a mouthful of collagen. Following that was the mellow, rich aroma of meat spreading wildly. In a flash, his entire body froze in place. The man's eyes widened drastically. My God, does food this delicious actually exist in real life? Even though he knew the taste would not be bad, when he first smelled the aroma, actually getting it in his mouth still inevitably blew his mind. He had tasted plenty of delicacies along his cycling routes, but the pig trotter in his hand made every single delicacy he had ever eaten pale in comparison. Something this incredibly delicious had to be shared with his bros. Thinking of this, the man quickly took off own glove and unlocked his phone. Guess what I found at Xingming Park today? Very soon, fellow cyclists popped up. Hey, that area is pretty out of the way. What could you possibly run into? Do not tell me you ran into a giant panda, huh? I am at the park entrance, and I found a super delicious pig trotter stall. The taste is absolutely unreal. It would be a massive pity not to try it. Oh come on bro, is that it? It is just a pig trotter. Is there a need to overreact? Was the spicy bullfrog we had at our last get-together not top tier enough? Alright, show's over, everybody go home to your mamas. We wasted our excitement here for nothing. We are busy cycling, and we still took the time to reply to you. Use your brain next time. The man was furious. Smack, he slammed down the trotter bone he had sucked nearly polished, and yelled at the top of his lungs toward me. Boss, give me 2 more portions to go. After shouting, he lowered his head, his fingers flying across the screen to type. Give me an hour or 2 of riding and I will regroup with the main squad. You guys just wait and be ready to properly apologize to me. 2 more portions coming up. In a short time, another few $100 hit my account. This made the neighboring stall owners incredibly jealous. Not only were their eyes green with envy, but their mouths were watering too. The middle-aged man selling grilled sausages nearby swallowed dryly. This braised aroma had been torturing him for hours. His endurance had practically reached its limit. Finally, he gritted his teeth, abandoned his grilled sausage stand, and pushed through the pain of spending money to walk over to my stall. After buying a pig trotter, he took a bite, and the rich, flavorful juices instantly burst in his mouth. So savory, his eyes lit up as he ate, and the tip of his tongue trembled with pure pleasure. So this is what ultimate satisfaction feels like. No wonder the guy is raking in cash. If he could pair this with a little booze, would not he ascend straight to heaven? Finally, he did the math. Oh crap, he was actually down $50 today, and had not sold a single ounce of his starch sausages. He could only hope his wife would go easy on him when he got home tonight. Daddy, you are amazing, you sold so many pig trotters in just one morning. Nuonuo's eyes were sparkling, filled with pure adoration for her daddy. After the praise, the little girl rubbed her own small tummy, and revealed her true motive. Daddy, I am hungry. Can I eat a pig trotter now? Looking at those eager, expectant little eyes, my heart completely melted, and naturally, I nodded gently. Nuonuo was overjoyed. She instantly flew over into my arms, and planted a big, loud kiss right on my cheek. After eating and drinking my fill, I found a megaphone in the food cart. It was time to do some hawking. I pressed a button, ready to start recording, but Nuonuo skipped over, her little face full of excitement. Daddy, I want to record with you too. Ah, sure, then listen closely, repeat after me, line by line. Delicious pig trotters, step right up, do not miss out. Wow, yummy, fragrant pig trotters. Step right up, please do not miss out. Nuonuo repeated in her milky, childish voice, even making a slight modification to my pitch. Her voice was tender and adorable, as pleasing to the ear as a silver bell, while my voice was steady and magnetic, carrying a unique texture. The father and daughter voices intertwined, carrying an innate brainwashing and magical charm. Just hearing it made people want to stop and get closer. Meanwhile, as the male cyclist neared the end of Route 77, a few of his cycling buddies were already waiting there to regroup. Jiangzi, you are here. A shout came from ahead. Hearing the voice, the man looked over and saw someone waving excitedly at him. His eyes lit up, he pushed down hard on the pedals. The wheels spun rapidly, and he sped over like a blur. In the blink of an eye, he came to a steady stop. You guys are pretty fast. At that exact moment, whether they were drinking water or looking down at their phones, the cyclists all raised their heads in perfect unison. Their noses twitched slightly as they sniffed the air. Bro, you smell amazing. Qiangzi rolled his eyes at him and laughed. Get away from me, did you take the wrong meds today or what? It really does smell amazing. As soon as another cyclist spoke, everyone quickly parked their bikes and surrounded Qiangzi. Stop dawdling, hand it over quickly. Did not you say you were going to blow our minds? Qiangzi's expression froze, groaning inwardly. If he had known he would be hungry by the time he rode here, he would not have bragged earlier. Is it too late to take it back now? Bros, it is not that I do not want to give it to you. It is just that I am hungry now too. Thinking of the delicious pig trotters, Qiangzi frowned, looking utterly helpless as he reached for his small bag on his bike. Before Qiangzi could finish his sentence, his bag was ruthlessly snatched away by one of the cyclists. The moment the bag was opened, the cyclist screamed, scared off a flock of sparrows. Smells so good. When they popped the lid, it was even crazier. The few of them hurriedly tore off the plastic seal, and the aroma of the pig trotters burst through, spreading rapidly. Wow, holy crap, it smells even better now. Qiangzi rolled his eyes in annoyance and started scolding them. Look at you all acting so desperate, drooling all over the place. Alright, there are only 2 portions of pig trotters here. Consider that portion my treat to you guys. By the way, let me tell you, that portion is not cheap, 98 bucks. After saying that, he raised an eyebrow, intentionally emphasizing his tone. At this, all the brothers jumped up. 98 bucks a portion. These guys were all broke. Usually, when they got thirsty while riding outside, they could only bear to buy a $1 soda. My god, Qiangzi, you actually spent that much on us. You used all your wooing tactics on your bros. Nonsense, he is clearly Daddy Chong now. This father-son bond is so moving it belongs in a textbook. So generous, we kids are eating well today. Godfather Chong above, please accept a bow from your sons. Spending 98 bucks might not win the heart of a goddess, but it will definitely make a group of bros call you daddy. Everyone's gaze fell back onto the box of pig trotters. There were only 2 trotter halves lying in the box. Too many wolves, not enough meat. How could this be enough to split among the team? So, acting like a bunch of crabs, after a frenzy of tearing and grabbing, each person held a piece of pig trotter no bigger than a lighter. With just a small taste, their pupils dilated instantly. Tears of sheer excitement nearly welled up in their eyes. Qiangzi recalled seeing the stall owner's daughter earlier, gnawing on it so hard she almost swallowed her own fingers. At first, he thought she was a planted actor. Thank goodness he was smart enough to buy a piece to try, otherwise he really would have missed out. At this moment, a female cyclist standing on the side approached Qiangzi, softly begging for a piece of the pig trotter. The trotter was glossy and shiny, and its rich braised flavor mesmerized her. Just as she was about to take a bite, suddenly, a chaotic clamor erupted, followed closely by intense, ferocious barking. They saw dozens of dogs, big and small, charging out like a tornado. They were all skinny with messy fur, but their eyes gleamed with hunger and greed. They all bolted toward the source of the aroma. Before Qiangzi could react, the plastic box in his hand was knocked to the ground. The stray dogs were overjoyed, pouncing like starving tigers to snatch the last bit of pig trotter inside. If it were not for the sake of being a gentleman, he would not have shared a piece with his female teammate just now. But now, his heart was truly bleeding. By the time the other cyclists rushed over, the pack of stray dogs had long fled. The cyclists, craving more, all stared intently at Qiangzi. Bro Chong, let us head out to that pig trotter stall right now. If we are late, it might all be sold out. After saying that, the group immediately hit the road. Meanwhile, I naturally had no idea that the braised pig trotters I made had actually stirred up a chaotic storm in the wasteland at the end of Route 77. Oh my, young man, hurry and pack me 2 portions of pig trotters. Zhou Shuzhen's voice echoed from afar as she made a beeline for my stall. Suddenly, someone called out to her from behind. It was a few older ladies about her age. They were wearing uniform outfits. As they arrived at my stall, Zhou Shuzhen was muttering, "My daughter-in-law ate the pig trotter this young man sells, and absolutely loved it. She could not eat anything else, specifically asking for this pig trotter." The older ladies all opened their mouths in surprise. I mean, it smells good, but how good can street food really be? Yeah, and the price is so expensive. Zhou Shuzhen, holding her 2 boxes of trotters, looked fully convinced. Of course it is delicious. The money is absolutely worth it. If you think it is expensive, just buy less of those useless things. And you will save enough money for this. As soon as she said this, the old sisters immediately looked at each other in dismay. They were all veterans of life, knowing exactly how to say things that strike the heart. Old Joe, do not exaggerate so much, but buying a piece to try is not entirely out of the question. I want to see for myself if it is really that good. Look, that stall owner must be rolling in dough. He actually hired the park's top senior idol group to advertise for him. Could it be a new stall organized by the park management? Meanwhile, I had no idea that I was inadvertently showing off. I was just happily packing up the delicious pig trotters for everyone. After the crowd left carrying their fragrant trotters, Nuonuo skipped over to me. She held out her chubby little hand, using her tender pink fingers to hold up a 3. Daddy, I am hungry. I want to eat 3 pig trotters. This little girl sure talked a big game. With a stomach that small, could she even fit that much? The smug could not help but lean down and pinched her soft, chubby cheeks. No can do. You have to subtract 2. Hearing this, the little girl immediately pouted her lips, looking like a wronged little steamed bun. Hey, subtract 2. That makes 5. Nuonuo put her hands on her hips and righteously spread her fingers. I was once again amused to the point of laughing out loud. Wrong, calculate it carefully again. Hearing this, Nuonuo was not happy. She stubbornly tilted her head up. Daddy, it is 5. I knew my daughter was doing it on purpose. I shook my head and teased. All right, my little math genius. When you grow up, you can go rewrite the math textbooks. But here with Daddy, you only get own. As a pig trotter was placed on the table, the little girl's eyes gleamed brightly. Holding it with both hands, she started gnawing with great relish. Daddy, it is really so yummy. Not long after, the sharp and urgent sound of mountain bike brakes suddenly rang out. Looking up, I saw a cycling team arriving like a whirlwind. We are here, this is the place. Xiangzi panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Riding all the way here had thoroughly exhausted them. For the sake of this delicious bite, the group had exceeded their usual speed, sprinting wildly the whole way. Right now, their legs were trembling slightly, their muscles incredibly sore, yet their eyes were full of longing. Boss, are there any pig trotters left? Weigh own for each of us. Xiangzi spoke up impatiently, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. The others also nodded in agreement. Sure, please wait a moment, have a seat first, I said with a smile. Up to this point, although I had sold quite a few portions here and there, I was still a bit short of my calculated goal of 70 portions a day. But looking at this turnout, it should not be a problem anymore. I lifted the lid, and the aroma of braised pig trotters swept out once again. Even though the cycling team members were physically exhausted, their eyes were locked dead onto my movements of scooping the trotters. Unwilling to look away for even a second, the braised steam rose and slowly dispersed. Compared to the cool trotters from earlier, these freshly scooped ones were soaked in a glossy, radiant sheen. The cyclists' gulping sounds were surprisingly synchronized. Their gazes were so full of thirst and greed. The cyclists who received their food first immediately buried their heads and started devouring it with nom-nom sounds. The hot trotters were even softer and stickier. With a gentle bite, the collagen practically melted right in the mouth. Boss, we are out of napkins, could we get some more? Boss, bring us some more gloves too. As their eating became more and more savage, people kept shouting out to me from time to time. No problem, just a moment. I was still weighing trotters for the customers behind them. My hands were moving so fast they were practically a blur. I wished I had 3 heads and 6 arms. Daddy, let me take it to them. Nuonuo, beside me, lifted her little face from her intense eating session. Seeing her busy daddy, she wanted to help shoulder a bit of the pressure. Plus, this little task was well within her abilities. Amidst my busyness, I glanced at Nuonuo and did not refuse. Just looking at the braising sauce smeared all over her mouth, I smiled helplessly. You silly girl, your own little face is dirty. Wipe it quickly. Nuonuo obediently wiped her face, then skipped over to grab the napkins and walked toward the crowd. Miss, here are the napkins you asked for. Nuonuo's tiny figure stood there, holding the napkins with both hands and politely handing them over. Having been entirely focused on the pig trotters just now, the girl only now noticed this doll-like little girl standing in front of her. What an adorable little girl. Hearing the praise, Nuonuo's eyes curved into little crescent moons. Miss, you are very pretty too. The girl was so amused by Nuonuo's mutual compliment that she burst into laughter. She could not help but reach out and gently pat Nuonuo's little head. You have got such a sweet mouth. You really are a little angel. Actually, truth be told, she was not someone who liked children. Most kids were mischievous, unreasonable, crying and screaming at the drop of a hat, wreaking havoc everywhere. But Nuonuo gave her a completely different feeling. Not only was she well-behaved and sensible, but she already knew how to care for others at such a young age. She really became more and more lovable the longer you looked at her. Is not the government encouraging people to have kids? This must be the dream child everyone has in mind. Seeing the big sister smiling at her, Nuonuo tilted her head and smiled even more brightly. Then she turned around and skipped off to grab the next item. Mister, here are the gloves you wanted. A tall, skinny, dark-skinned male cyclist instantly widened his eyes. He looked at his female teammate, then at himself. Hey, little girl, how come you called her miss? But you call me mister, am I really that old? Nuonuo blinked her eyes, looking completely innocent, and said nothing more. The man felt somewhat unwilling to accept it. He struck what he thought was a very cool pose, trying to find a graceful way out. Little girl, tell me, am I the most handsome one here? Just nodding your head is fine. The female teammate beside him saw him acting like this, and could not help laughing, teasing him. Give it a rest, you are so shameless. Did not you see how handsome her daddy is? It would be a miracle if she praised you. As soon as this was said, pairs of eyes simultaneously locked onto me. The boss is handsome, has a beautifully sculpted doll of a daughter, and makes out of this world pig trotters. He is basically a winner in life. To be honest, they could not quite understand it either. With the boss's skills, he should not just be running a street stall. He should at least be a master chef at a 5-star hotel. Could it be some celebrity here to experience the commoner's life? As night quietly descended, the clock pointed to 9 of the clock. I began to pack up the stall, getting ready to close for the day. Business was surprisingly good today. All 70 pig trotters were sold out, especially the cycling team that came later after eating. They packed up huge amounts to go. Boss, what time do you open tomorrow? Boss, the meat is sold out, but why do not you put a price on this braising sauce? Seeing me packing up, a few customers who had just finished their night run hurriedly asked. Tomorrow's opening time depends on the situation. I really can't sell the braising sauce. Everyone head on home for now. I waved my hand helplessly. Based on the current trend, I would definitely have to braise a lot more pig trotters tonight. I calculated it. Today I made a total of $6,585. This money could go straight into my own pocket. I did not have to hand it over to the system. Excluding labor costs, it was practically a zero-cost business, pure profit. After all, the economy was not great right now. Working a regular job, exhausting yourself like a beast of burden, you might only earn $5,000 or $6,000 a month. But setting up a stall for own day had already equaled a month's salary. Congratulations to the host for completing the first day of setting up the stall. Random reward, God tier braised pig trotter seasonings. Spicy flavor, sweet and spicy flavor, rattan pepper flavor. There was actually a random reward. 3 different flavors of braising seasonings. This was truly an unexpected delight. I had just been wondering if people would get tired of this traditional braised flavor after a while. I never expected the system's reward to come at such a perfect time. On the way home, the little girl was incredibly excited, showing no signs of sleepiness whatsoever. She kept praising me non-stop about how amazing her daddy was today, selling so many pig trotters. The emotional value was maxed out, truly a daddy's sweet little angel. After getting home, I looked at her and asked softly, Nuonuo, how did you like setting up the stall today? Nuonuo rested her little head on the pillow, blinking her big eyes. I am so happy. Setting up a stall with daddy is super fun. And daddy is so amazing. You sold so many pig trotters today. If my classmates knew, they would definitely be jealous that I have such an awesome daddy. As she spoke, a look of immense pride appeared on her little face. The system rewarded me with new flavors. I could not wait to head to the kitchen and summon 100 pig trotters, which was quite a bit more than yesterday's 70. I added the seasonings and started simmering them over a low fire. If I did not let them stew overnight, the heat would not be enough by morning. Sorry, everyone, you guys might not get a good night's sleep tonight either. My God, it smells too good. Which idiot is cooking late at night? Which household is that coming from? Pulling this kind of stunt in the middle of the night. Have they no public decency? Before long, more and more people were jolted awake from their dreams. Little kids were crying their eyes out from the craving, while parents coaxed them while slurping back their own drool. Even Auntie Wang's dog next door barked the entire night. only a hair away from breaking off its leash to hunt down the source of the aroma. However, Nuonuo and I slept incredibly soundly, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. By a little past 9:00 a.m., the sun was already high in the sky. Nuonuo, who had already changed her own clothes, hugged my arm and shook it back and forth. "Daddy, you big lazy bug, wake up." Seeing me roll over and bury my head under the pillow to keep sleeping, the little rascal was not having it. She reached out her chubby little hand, and, mimicking what I usually did, pinched my cheek. "You little troublemaker." I felt a pinch of pain, opened my eyes, and muttered helplessly. The next second, I affectionately rubbed Nuonuo's forehead. "What a good girl. You actually woke up earlier than Daddy today." After washing up, I lifted the pot lids full of anticipation. Instantly, a mist of steam and aroma rushed at my face. I brought out 4 small pots, placing 25 pig trotters into each. They corresponded respectively to the 4 flavors: original, spicy, sweet and spicy, and rattan pepper. The original flavor did not need much attention. I just poured the meat and broth straight into the pot to continue simmering. The seasoning packets for the spicy and rattan pepper flavors were already prepared by the system. "Daddy, are we not going to set up the stall today?" Nuonuo picked up a small toy, looking a bit disappointed. "We are going, but a little later. I figured we would head over after the little one took her afternoon nap. Anyway, there were not many people around during the day. The sun was too harsh, so hardly anyone wanted to come out. Besides, no matter how busy I was, I had to make time for my kid. As a stay-at-home dad, I still really cherished our parent-child time. By the time we arrived at Xingming Park again, it was already 2:00 p.m. At the park entrance, the security grandpa was sitting bored out of his mind in his booth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, catching sight of the brand new food cart approaching from afar. The grandpa acted as if he would been injected with chicken blood. He whipped out his walkie-talkie with lightning speed. He is here. The pig trotters are here. Are you in the North Zone? Hurry up and notify little Lou. That kid has asked me 800 times today." After saying this, the grandpa swiftly slammed down the walkie-talkie, quickly pulled out his phone, and his fingers flew across the keypad to dial a number. The moment the call connected, before the grandpa could even speak, the person on the other end, as if fully prepared, frantically responded within seconds. Oh, that level of intensity looked like a special agent receiving a top-secret mission. Having accomplished all this, the grandpa stared intently at the approaching food cart, and took a leisurely sip of tea. Truly worthy of his reputation, he had instantly completed a glorious mission. Over here, the stall spots were almost completely full. I buzzed around like a headless fly for ages, before finally managing to park my cart in an inconspicuous corner. To my surprise, there were actually quite a few people waiting for me at the spot where I set up yesterday. As soon as my cart came to a steady stop, a few customers immediately swarmed over. "Boss, you are finally here. You had us worried sick. We thought you were not coming. I already bought the beer. I'm just waiting for your pig trotters to go with it. Boss, give me 2 portions. I want my wife to try them. My dog ate your pig bones yesterday, and now if I give it any other food, it does not even look at it. It is actually getting picky." I really did not expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. I wiped the fine sweat from my forehead and spoke up. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Take it easy. Do not rush. Let me bring out the tables and stools first." A few strong, burly young men instantly crowded around. "Boss, let us help you set up. Just sell us the pig trotters a bit earlier later." The stew pot inside was divided into 4 compartments by me, just like a 4-grid hot pot. Each compartment corresponded to a different flavor. As I lifted the pot lid, a mellow, rich aroma drifted out, its domineering presence drilling into everyone's nostrils. The few customers gathered in front of the stall instantly showed a trace of astonishment in their eyes. Someone with a sharp nose immediately picked up on the secret and shouted excitedly, "Boss, you have got new flavors now, have not you?" "That is right. We have original, spicy, sweet and spicy, and rattan pepper. The original flavor is the one you had yesterday. The price is the same, $68 a jean." After saying that, I called Nuonuo to bring over the small whiteboard. The original price tag was clearly visible, and I had written down all the different flavors. On top of that, there were a few more drawings, meticulously painted on by Nuonuo using watercolors. Original, spicy, sweet and spicy, and rattan pepper corresponded respectively to a pig trotter, a ball of blazing fire, a heart and a bunch of small green berries. The whole price board was full of childish charm, making people smile at the sight of it. "Boss, I want a sweet and spicy one. I can wait." Then I will take own original and own spicy. While answering the customer's questions, my hands did not stop moving for a second. I wished I could grow a few extra pairs of hands to handle this booming business. 10 minutes later, I could finally take a breather. Daddy, I want to eat too. The obedient Nuonuo had waited until I was done being busy before she trotted over to say she wanted to eat too. Alright, Daddy will squeeze you a glass of juice too. Perfect timing for afternoon tea. The little Own had eaten very little for lunch, so she should be hungry by now. But Nuonuo was still young and could not eat too much spice, as it could easily upset her stomach. Unexpectedly, the moment I turned around, a hearty shout pierced everyone's eardrums. Young man, you are finally here. Give me 2 portions of pig trotters, I want the biggest ones. From far away, Zhou Shuzhen was practically flying over. Some stall owners nearby who had not made any sales yet heard the commotion, and cast envious glances, their teeth aching with jealousy. Whoa, customers were literally rushing to throw money at him. Zhou Shuzhen had shown up precisely at 7 o'clock this morning. At the park entrance, it was not to practice Tai Chi sword. She was entirely there waiting for me to set up my stall. Yesterday afternoon, after her daughter-in-law ate a portion of the trotters, she could not stop praising them. Seeing a regular customer arrive at the stall, I immediately started introducing. Today, aside from the original, we also have spicy, sweet and spicy, and rattan pepper flavors. Which 2 do you want? Zhou Shuzhen was stunned. There are new flavors. Then give me original and rattan pepper. Both she and her daughter-in-law loved the rattan pepper flavor, since yesterday's braised flavor was already so delicious. The rattan pepper owned surely would not be bad either. Zhou Shuzhen paid the money and asked what time I was coming tomorrow. Getting a depends on fate answer, she had no choice but to grab her bags and head back. After all, when someone sells pig trotters this good, being a little eccentric was totally normal. Right now, Nuonuo was holding a sweet and spicy trotter with both hands, eating with immense relish. She ate so fast that a sticky circle of sweet and spicy sauce smeared all around her little mouth, making her look exactly like an adorable little painted cat. Since I had a free moment, I quickly grabbed a wet wipe and wiped her mouth. Hey, Nuonuo, eat slower. But this little rascal had not even finished chewing the food in her mouth, when her eyes were already locked onto the trotter in her hand again. She brought it to her mouth, ready to take another bite. I shook my head helplessly, hurriedly picking up a glass of juice and handing it to Nuonuo. No rush, nobody is fighting you for it. Nuonuo took a sip, her little face brimming with pure satisfaction. Daddy, this sweet and spicy trotter is so yummy. It is 10,000 times better than McDonald's fried chicken. I was quite confident in this flavor. The spiciness in it was perfectly neutralized by the sweetness, creating a deliciously sweet and sour taste on the palate. Even for a young child, it was very suitable to eat. Even if you love it, you still have to eat slowly. Saying this, I lovingly stroked Nuonuo's forehead, my face full of adoration. Just then I heard 2 urgent shouts. Daddy, go to your work. Nuonuo flashed me a sweet smile. I put the 2 pig trotters on the scale. Own was 75, the other 90. The 2 old grandpas were instantly shocked, unable to stop themselves from gasping. Wait, what is this trotter made of? Is the skin made of gold? Or are the bones made of gold? Why is it so expensive? Old Wang could not help but fan himself with his folding fan. To ease the awkwardness, Old Li glanced at him and instantly curled his lip, knowing his old buddy was feeling stingy. What is the point of having such a high pension? Look at how petty you are being. Learn from me, your big bro. Immediately after, he tremblingly picked up his phone and opened Alipay. After Old Li paid, he did not say a word, but simply looked quietly at his old pal. Old Wang, of course, understood exactly what he meant, and instantly blew his beard and glared at him. If you are not petty, why did not you pay for the 90 buck own? But smelling the aroma of the pig trotters, he could not hold back anymore either. Without hesitating much longer, he pulled out his phone and paid. Soon, the 2 old men walked over to the stools. As soon as he sat down, Old Li impatiently took a bite. Instantly, the rich flavors burst in his mouth. The meat was soft, tender, and smooth, fatty but not greasy. He felt a jolt go through his whole body, and his cloudy eyes even grew slightly moist. An indescribable surge of emotion instantly swelled in his heart. In his life, he had eaten donkey meat, he had tasted snake meat, but he had never eaten a trotter this fragrant. How did the saying go again? This trotter should only exist in heaven. How rare it is to find it in the mortal realm. Turns out what he had been eating before was just literal pig slop. To think he had lived all these years, only to realize he would been living a dog's life. Old Wang turned slightly and spoke with a hint of disgust. Old Li, have you never eaten pork before? Why are you acting like such a monkey? Like a starving ghost reincarnated? No one's fighting you for it. This is exactly what happens when you have not seen the world. After saying that, he smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow. But the scene he imagined of old Li getting furious with him never actually happened. This old buddy was now surprisingly quiet, not making a single sound. He was just minding his own business, eating until his face was covered in grease. Finding it boring, old Wang did not bother anymore, opened his mouth, and took a bite of the trotter himself. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Well played, old Li, no wonder you ignored me while eating this. This was simply way too delicious. The portion old Li bought was slightly smaller, and since he started eating first, he quickly gnawed the whole trotter clean. He even sucked the bones dry. Then, he cast a mischievous look toward old Wang. Old Wang, you should not eat that much, it is bad for your health. Let me, your big bro, share some of that burden for you. As soon as he said this, old Wang quickly turned his back to guard his food. Get away from me, I do not even have enough for myself. Before long, old Wang also finished his pig trotter. I am still not full. Let us just go buy more. The two men exchanged a look. If they did not buy at least 8 or 10 today, it absolutely would not be enough. As for the pension money, what was the point of not spending it? Were they saving it to hatch baby money? The two old men instantly reached a consensus, and quickly returned to my stall. Young man, the trotters taste great. Give me one of every flavor. Young man, I want the same, but my teeth are not so good. So make a few extra cuts on my trotters. The two old men scrambled over each other to speak. As long as it suits your taste. Looking at these two elderly men, they looked as satisfied as little kids, completely oblivious to the sauce smeared all over their faces. I quickly handed over a few napkins. Wipe your faces, I will pack them up for you. At that moment, a customer who had just bought and finished eating came back. Boss, I am not that hungry, so just to humor myself, pack me 2 original ones. I will eat one now, eat 2 tonight, and one for late night snack. I do not have much of an appetite in the morning, so I will just eat one then. Boss, pack me 2 spicy trotters and 3 rotten pepper ones. People in the line had already started calculating their orders. At this moment, Zhou Shuzhen, under the shade of the trees, was chewing on the last piece of her original pig trotter, reluctant to swallow it. Hearing the people in line asking for several trotters at a time, her old face instantly scowled. What is wrong with these people? So young, yet eating so much. It is not like they are seniors, who actually need to supplement their collagen. Seeing more and more people continually walking toward my pig trotter stall, Zhou Shuzhen was incredibly anxious. Gripping her parasol tightly, she continuously pushed aside the people in front of her. Excuse me, please excuse me. Zhou Shuzhen maneuvered with the ferocity of a tiger, and finally managed to cut in line right in front of a few young girls. She smiled smugly. The speed she had built up from years of lining up for free eggs at the supermarket was definitely not just for show. Zhou Shuzhen grew increasingly eager for her turn to come quickly. 20 minutes later, while weighing orders, I glanced up at the line and called out loudly, "No need to line up at the back anymore, there are only 5 pig trotters left." Hearing the voice urging them to leave, aside from those who had just arrived, the rest of the people in line simply refused to give up. They had not even gotten to taste the trotters yet. How could they bear to leave? What if the people in front only wanted one each? Then would not there still be hope when it was their turn? For a moment, the line barely moved at all. Everyone held onto a sliver of false hope in their hearts. However, completely unexpectedly, the bald, burly man at the very front did not say a word and bought all 5 of them. As the tragic news spread, the customers in the back were completely shell-shocked. An animal? That guy is an absolute animal. Some people's faces turned pale, while others let out cries of agony. The crowd's gazes unanimously drilled into the burly man, their hearts full of resentment. Boss, are you sure there are none left? Boss, scoop around in the pot a bit more. See if there are any trotters that slipped through the net. Scoop around in every compartment. Listening to these words, I did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why do not you guys just come up here and scoop it yourselves? They are gone, truly all gone. We are closing the stall for today. Everyone, please come back tomorrow. After saying that, I swiftly turned off the heat on the stove. The crowd had no choice but to leave in helpless disappointment. Today, in just over 2 hours, I directly sold all 100 portions of pig trotters, making a total of $9,542. Daddy, you are really getting more and more amazing. You sold them even faster today than yesterday. Nuonuo wants to eat a lollipop. Looking at her acting all cute and spoiled. Smoked. Sure you can, but you can only have own. If you eat too many, you will get cavities. Life these days is truly looking brighter and brighter. Nuonuo, time to wake up, we need to go to kindergarten, or we will be late. Hearing my voice, Nuonuo rubbed her sleepy eyes. Daddy, I do not want to go to kindergarten. I want to go set up the stall with you. The little On's mouth quivered, looking like she was about to cry. Be a good girl, Nuonuo, get up quickly. Daddy promises to come pick you up early. Kids always have a bit of separation anxiety. Honestly, how could I bear to part with her either? I had no choice but to coax the little girl over and over again. After dropping Nuonuo off at kindergarten, I did not go to set up the stall immediately. I waited until after lunch to leave the house. At 1:00 p.m. at Xingming Park, I drove the food cart over. And from afar, I saw a crowd of people already camping out there. Before the cart even came to a complete stop, the crowd swarmed it like a hive of bees. Everyone, please do not get too close. Watch out, safety first, I shouted at the top of my lungs. I was genuinely a little scared of these crazy customers, especially since there were quite a few elderly folks among them. If someone tripped or got hurt, it would be a disaster. Hey, make way for the young boss. Do not push, whoever pushes is a dog. Oh my god, my old arms and legs. Do not crush me, I am still waiting to eat my pig trotters. Getting off the cart, I quickly set up the tables and stools. But this time, not a single person came to help me. Everyone stuck tightly to the line, terrified that if they stepped away for even a second, someone would cut in front of them. Boss, are all the flavors available today? Seeing me place a batch of food boxes on the counter, the young man at the front of the line could not help but ask. They are all here, original, spicy, sweet and spicy, and rattan pepper. Not a single one is missing. And for the sweet and spicy ones, I already cooked them at home and kept them warm. They are ready to go, no waiting required. Oh, that is awesome. I absolutely could not get the sweet and spicy one yesterday. Today I am definitely going to eat my fill. There were quite a few people like this young man at the scene. I used to think sweet and spicy would definitely taste weird. I did not expect the flavor to actually be so incredible. Sweet but not cloying, and the spiciness is just right. That feeling. Tell me about it, I am telling you. I bought 5 yesterday, and the 3 little monsters at home fought over them, all saying how delicious they were. I have to buy more today no matter what. Boss, you better set a purchase limit quickly. Otherwise, the people in front will buy them all, and we won't get to eat any. A heavyweight cutie waiting further back, worried they would sell out before her turn, spoke up. Hearing this, the people behind her all nodded in agreement. Exactly, boss, set a limit. The young folks in front can eat so much. At least leave some opportunities for us. Alright, then the limit is 2 per person. I only had 100 pig trotters in total. If I limited it to 4, they would be gone in 25 people. I had no choice but to cut it in half again, so more people could get a taste. Hearing me say this, the crowd's expressions varied. Some were disappointed, some understanding, some helpless. After implementing the purchase limit, my business was actually even more booming than yesterday. The customers seemed to have their purchasing enthusiasm ignited even further. Some customers, in order to buy 2 extra trotters, even asked the nearby sanitation workers to help them line up. In just one short hour, all 100 pig trotters were completely sold out. It was still early, and kindergarten was not out yet. I did not plan on going home, but drove straight to the most famous toy mall in the South City. After a dazzling tour around, I finally ended up in a premium boutique at the end of the first floor, and spent $4,888 on a Princess Elsa doll. Although it was a bit pricey, it was expensive for a reason. Besides the basic blinking and outfit changes, this doll could engage in bilingual smart conversations, sing songs, and tell stories. It could basically satisfy all a little girl's needs. Imagining Nuonuo chatting happily with the doll and playing role play, the corners of my mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. At 4:30 p.m., the kindergarten entrance was a sea of people. The surroundings were packed with electric scooters and cars, led by their teachers. The kids lined up at the gate, their little faces cheering and jumping for joy, like adorable little beasts released from their cages. Parents had to present their pickup cards to be able to take their precious babies home. Daddy, Nuonuo waved her little hands and rushed over, throwing herself right into my arms. I immediately picked her up and rubbed her little head. Were you a good girl at kindergarten today? Nuonuo proudly puffed out her little chest. pointed to the red sticker on her forehead, and shouted loudly, "I was super good today." Lu even rewarded me with a little red heart. Nuonuo is so amazing. My heart full of joy, I planted a big kiss on her soft, squishy cheek. Nuonuo turned her head back. "Goodbye, yes." Her chubby little hand waved at a young teacher. I also gave the person a faint smile as a greeting. The next day, I set up my stall as usual. Some regular customers who had eaten my pig trotters before, but did not have time to line up, called errand boys to come over. Rumor had it the tips were quite generous. Own errand boy, having finished lining up and holding 2 portions of pig trotters, could not help but take a deep breath. Smells so good, no wonder they hired an errand boy to buy this. He usually braved the wind and rain, rushing through every corner of the city, tired as a dog. At this moment, looking at the incredibly fragrant pig trotters in his hands, an inexplicable urge surged in his heart. Being this tired, treating himself a little was not too much to ask, right? Once the thought sprouted, it grew wildly in his heart like weeds. Yeah, just this once. Never again. Soon, the errand boy swallowed his saliva, picked up his phone, and canceled the order directly. "Hello, I will compensate you double for this order. I'm keeping these pig trotters," with a pioneer setting the example. A second delivery guy, bewitched by the aroma, also resolutely picked up his phone to cancel his order. More and more people with the same idea started following suit. "Sir, I am so sorry, munch munch. Your pig trotters were accidentally snatched by a dog. I am really sorry, I have canceled this order for you. I will compensate your loss on my end." "Hello, your pig trotters gained self-awareness and ran away. I could not catch them, I have canceled the order for you here." So delicious. Inside the Nuonuo police station of the Jiangzhou branch. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Operator Little Zhao quickly picked it up. "Hello, Jiangzhou branch Nuonuo police station. How can I help you?" An anxious voice came from the other end. "Comrade officer, I want to report something. There is a snack stall selling pig trotters that are very abnormal. After eating them, I crave them every single day. It is like I am possessed, I can't eat anything else. Seeing the food safety propaganda today, I suspect there is dirty stuff in there." Little Zhao was startled. While calming the caller, he carefully asked for details and quickly took notes. "Where is this snack stall located? Besides craving it, do you have any other uncomfortable symptoms?" After hanging up, Little Zhao was burning with anxiety. He did not even bother knocking, and barged straight into the captain's office. At that moment, the captain was leisurely lifting his cup, ready to take a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Suddenly, the office door was slammed open with a bang. The captain was startled by the noise. His hand trembled, and scalding hot tea spilled onto his hand. He frowned tightly, his face full of displeasure as he scolded. "You reckless kid, why did not you knock?" Little Zhao had no time to explain and answered urgently. "Captain, a citizen reported that a snack stall's pig trotters have a problem. They suspect there is dirty stuff in it." The captain was stunned at first, then his eyes widened, and the cup in his hand almost dropped to the floor. What dirty stuff? Hurry up and notify the Food and Drug Investigation Brigade and the testing agency." Meanwhile, back at the pig trotter stall in the park, it was still a sea of people. "I have been lining up for so long, can't you make more? I was just a few minutes late. It is all because too many errand boys came today. They are completely disrupting the market, no ethics at all." Just then, the screech of sharp brakes broke the clamor, instantly attracting everyone's attention. A police car sped over, looking particularly conspicuous. 2 police officers stepped out of the car together. They looked stern and imposing, their epaulets reflecting the sunlight. The people in line were instantly stunned. Some started whispering, "What is going on? Why are the cops here? Oh no, is there a problem with these pig trotters? I hope nothing goes wrong. I have not even tasted these pig trotters yet. Look at the situation, and you are still thinking about eating. With a scene like this, are not you afraid of getting sick?" The customers suddenly fell into a commotion. The lead police officer walked toward the food cart with steady steps. "Are you the owner of this stall? We received a report from the public that the food you are selling is suspected of containing unknown additives. We need to conduct an inspection." Hearing this, the originally orderly line scattered in an uproar. Everyone was whispering and discussing. The customers who had already eaten my trotters looked worried. I was also full of shock and astonishment. Good heavens, who did I offend? Could it be that I was targeted by competitors? I swept a cold gaze around. Several nearby vendors, upon making eye contact with me, instantly restrained a bit of their schadenfreude. People are just like that. seeing someone else's business doing so well that there are lines, while their own stalls have no customers. They get so anxious they jump and fume with anger. Now seeing a rival get into trouble, they felt a secret thrill in their hearts. I retracted my gaze, silently stepped aside to make room. Officers, let me state up front, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Please go ahead. The officers nodded, and immediately began a comprehensive search of the stall. Fortunately, the system was considerate, and the source of the pig trotters was perfectly clear. After checking that, they put on gloves, and began carefully inspecting and sampling the trotters. Honestly, having lived for so many years, this was the first time they had seen pig trotters that were so soft and fell off the bone with barely any effort. Unscientific, completely unscientific, and the color was so bright. Normally, homemade braised pig trotters would never have such vibrant colors. Based on their sharp judgment and strong investigative experience, these trotters probably contained harmful additives, what those shady braised food shops often refer to as chemical wizardry and artificial additives. So black-hearted, how could such a handsome young man do something like this? The lead officer could not help but shoot me a sideways glare. Too bad I did not take the bait. I just sat calmly on the side playing on my phone. Because the stuff was provided by the system, there was absolutely no problem. After taking samples, they hurriedly lifted the lid to check the broth. The spicy aroma of 4 different flavors, wrapped in steam, rushed straight to their heads. Delicious, so delicious it would not be an exaggeration to call it miraculously fragrant. You really could not blame that enthusiastic citizen who reported it. Even the police officers, with willpower as firm as a rock, could not withstand the provocation of this aroma. What else was there to say? Years of testing experience had made his nose as sensitive as a police dog's. There was definitely flavor-enhancing paste in this. As for whether anything else was added, it was hard to say. As police officers, they really could not recklessly assume things about every citizen. Everything had to be objective, fair, and based on facts. As time passed, more and more onlookers gathered around my stall. Everyone had different attitudes. Some expressed their trust in me, some suggested severe punishment, and a small portion took a wait-and-see attitude. As time slipped by, the atmosphere underwent some subtle changes. A burly man with a large green dragon tattooed on his arm slapped his 2 boxes of pig trotters onto the table with a smack. He stood up, glaring angrily, and shouted, "The cops are here, how can anyone eat this stuff? Refund, give me a refund right now." A skinny guy next to him shuddered in fear, quickly swallowed the unchewed trotter in his mouth, and stuttered, "BB big bro, you want to refund it, then can I buy it off you? Kid, are you crazy? You're that desperate for a bite. What if they added meth to it, what will you do?" The tattooed man glared at the skinny beanpole, his face full of disappointment over his failure to meet expectations. Hearing this, the skinny guy's extended hand froze mid-air. But then, his eyes became resolute again. "Big bro, I just do not believe these trotters have any problems. For this taste, even if there is a risk, I will take it." Saying this, he resolutely paid the money, and snatched the 2 boxes of trotters for himself. The skinny guy glanced at the police officers in front of my stall. "Anyway, I paid for it. Eating a couple of bites won't get me locked up, right? Everyone quiet down before the test results come out. Wild guesses will only ruin the merchant's reputation, and even cause unnecessary panic. Please wait patiently." They took the cap off the rapid test kit, inserted the test strip into the sampled braising broth, and needed to let it sit for 15 minutes to see the result. Soon the result came out clean. A roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes reignited with a craving for the pig trotters. The action of eating trotters instantly switched from pause to play. Everyone opened their mouths wide and took massive bites, as if wanting to double down on the enjoyment that was interrupted just now. Meanwhile, the very few vendors who were hoping I would be taken away instantly had their expressions darken, the light in their eyes fading completely. However, the lead officer raised his hands and made a gesture for quiet. "Everyone, do not rush. The stall owner cannot sell today." Saying this, he turned his head to me and said, "Hello, the rapid test is only a preliminary screening, and its accuracy is relatively limited. We still need to routinely send the samples to the lab. We estimate the results will be out tomorrow morning." I nodded. Stuff produced by the system naturally had no problems, though it was quite troublesome to deal with all this. I believe the police comrades would definitely clear my name. Soon, the few officers exchanged glances, lifted the entire pot, and hauled it onto the police car. I was momentarily speechless. "Wait, did not you say you were just sampling for testing? You are actually taking the whole pot to the lab. You took my equipment away. How am I supposed to set up my stall tomorrow? Captain Wang, there are absolutely no problems with the test results. All indicators are far below the standard limits. You could say it is exceptionally excellent. Captain Wang took the test report and glanced at it. This aroma is too ridiculous. It is definitely not normal. If there really are not any artificial chemical additives in here, then punish me by making me eat all 10 of these pig trotters. The other colleagues froze when they heard this. Damn it, they were too slow. As expected of the veteran captain, he was always the fastest to strike. After dropping Nuonuo off at kindergarten, I came back and fell right back to sleep, because I had no idea if I could even set up my stall today. At that moment, a police car pulled into the neighborhood. Soon, a few police officers stepped out of the car. A few nosy neighbors who loved watching drama instantly felt their gossip radar pinging. Oh my, look at that. Are the cops heading to that new young man's house? Did he commit a crime or something? It is so scary. Is it murder, arson, or fraud? I did not expect our neighborhood to be so mixed and unsafe. Let me tell you, I was craving it so badly yesterday that I specifically went to Xingming Park to buy the young man's pig trotters. And guess what? As soon as I got off the bus, I saw a police car towing away several of his thermal pots. They said it contained some hard drugs. Although the auntie's voice was not loud, it was incredibly piercing. The whole crowd was instantly in an uproar. Oh gosh, that is terrifying. Thank goodness I did not eat his pig trotters. That darn young man looks so honest. Who knew he had such a black heart? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door grew more urgent. Who is it? I rubbed my forehead and opened the door in my slippers. Standing in front of me were the police officers from yesterday. Each of them was sporting huge, dark bags under their eyes. It was obvious they had not slept well. I yawned and spoke first. What is wrong, comrade officers? Are the test results not clear enough? Do you need to test it again? The 3 officers stiffened up. No, you have misunderstood. There is absolutely no problem with the food you sell. We are here specifically to apologize to you. As soon as this was said, the many neighbors eavesdropping in the corners instantly deflated. So they were not here to arrest him after all. They had wanted to see what the rose gold bracelets looked like, and wasted their anticipation for nothing. Hearing that the officers were going to apologize to me, I remained quite calm. I scratched my head and replied very casually, "Alright, I got it." Saying that, I made a move to close the door. Just then, a rich, intense meat aroma wafted over. The 3 of them subconsciously stretched their necks, greedily sniffing the aroma in the air. Grumble. I could not tell whose stomach made the noise first. Immediately after, own officer swallowed hard. "Boss Sue, it smells so good." "Are you cooking pig trotters again?" I twitched my lips. "I was just waiting for you comrades to clear my name so I could go set up my stall. Otherwise, I would not still be sleeping at this hour." The officers nodded but did not leave, like a few greedy cats staring at the kitchen, wanting to leave but reluctant to go. How could I not understand what they wanted? However, I directly ignored their body language and added, "Officer comrades, if you have work, you should go get busy. I have to get busy in the kitchen too." After I spoke, the 3 officers stood frozen in place, visibly somewhat at a loss for what to do. Just as the door was about to close, Captain Wang, the leader, swiftly and decisively reached out to hold the door frame. "Boss Sue, please wait a moment. Given yesterday's situation, we also came here to ask when you will be setting up your stall. We plan to go to the scene and give the public a further explanation and clarification to publicly prove your innocence." Hearing this, I was stunned for a second, then smiled. That was great. It saved me the trouble of debunking rumors myself, so I gave them a time and closed the door again. The lead officer immediately glared fiercely at the other 2. "I repeatedly emphasized to you yesterday to watch your image. What were you doing just now? You looked like you wanted to shove your mouth straight into his pot. How unseemly." The other 2 officers also looked speechless. "Captain Wang, you really do have a short memory. We wonder who it was that ate 3 pig trotters all by himself yesterday." In the apartment building, the gossip still had not stopped. "By the way, that young man's pig trotters smell so good without any illicit additives. It is pretty uncanny. Should we go ask him for the recipe?" I returned to my room and set my eyes on the large thermal pot in front of me. This was the pot the officers had conveniently brought back when they came. Popping the latch open, I saw the inside was gleaming as if it had been washed clean. Inside the pot, there was also an envelope sealed in a plastic bag. What is this? The test report. Full of curiosity, I picked up the bag and slowly opened it. It was actually $800. These 3 officers were quite thoughtful. They did not mention it earlier, but quietly paid full price for all 10 of those pig trotters. I checked the system, and sure enough, the system had counted these orders toward my task quota. This was good. At least the food did not go to waste. 370 out of 500. I was now 130 portions short. With 3 days left, selling casually would be more than enough. I put the money away and carried the pot to the kitchen. Even though the inside of the pot was so shiny it could almost reflect a person's shadow, I still subconsciously rolled up my sleeves and washed it thoroughly. At 2:30 p.m. in Xingming Park, under the shade of the trees, people gathered in small groups, discussing animatedly. Why is not the young boss come yet? I can't wait anymore. I wonder how the police investigation went. Will he still be allowed to sell? If you ask me, the young boss is definitely fine. Could I not know if there was something wrong with what I ate? Someone must have maliciously reported him. Normally at this time, they would already be happily gnawing on pig trotters. But now, they could only stretch their necks and gaze into the distance. Just as some were extremely disappointed and ready to head home. Suddenly, the sound of an engine approached. Seeing the familiar food cart, everyone's spirits instantly lifted. He's here. He is bringing the pig trotters over. It had not been a waste to wait here for so long. I sat in the driver's seat and glanced out the window. I did not expect that after yesterday's drama, there would still be so many familiar faces camping out here. Of course, quite a few were also there just to watch the spectacle. As soon as I parked the cart, the crowd swiftly surged forward. Boss, you are finally here. Hurry up and open the awning. Boss, are the test results out? How did it go? I do not care. Just pack me 2 rotten pepper ones to satisfy my craving. No need to ask, he is definitely fine. Otherwise, how would he dare to come set up his stall so openly? The crowd was chattering away, and the scene was quite chaotic. Standing in front of the stall, I felt my head buzzing with the noise. Just as I was about to speak, I heard the roar of a car engine approaching rapidly. A police car screeched to a halt. The 3 police officers from yesterday stepped out of the car. Captain Wang, the leader, scanned the chaotic crowd with a stern expression, then took quick strides forward and spoke. Citizens and friends, please quiet down. After our professional and meticulous testing, all indicators of the food sold by this vendor meet the standard requirements. Everyone can purchase with peace of mind. After speaking, Captain Wang held up the test report in his hand to show everyone. Following that, right in front of all the customers, the 3 officers turned to me and solemnly bowed their heads slightly. Vendor friend, we offer you our sincere apologies. As soon as this was said, those who were still a bit worried instantly felt completely reassured. The line whoosh instantly grew much longer. Many people started making calls to summon their friends to come by. I glanced at the long line and could not help but offer a friendly reminder. Dear customers, I only made 60 portions of pig trotters today. Please line up at your own discretion. This very simple sentence, just a few words, made countless foodies feel like they had plunged into an ice cellar on a hot day. Why did you make so few today? By the time my friends get here, will there be any left? Why else? It is all that idiot who reported him. If I find out which jerk did it, I will send him to the hospital for free. Someone craned their neck and started cursing outright. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Captain Wang ordered the 2 junior officers to wrap it up and head back. Yesterday, his willpower was crushed by these pig trotters. His lunch today did not even taste good. Right now, he absolutely had to hold the line. Hearing this, the 2 junior officers extremely reluctantly shifted their feet in the other direction. But their eyes were like magnets, locked onto my stall, unwilling to look away. Captain Wang saw this and felt it looked really bad for their image. He quickly nudged the 2 of them with his elbow. But the 2 men, already intoxicated by the smell, were rooted to the spot like statues, refusing to budge. Captain Wang, both angry and anxious, lowered his voice and scolded. What are you 2 standing there for? Let us go. Scolded like this, the 2 became as quiet as winter cicadas. And for a moment, it was quite awkward. They had only quickly shoveled down a few bites of their boxed lunch and were not full at all. Smelling something this delicious now, how could they not be hungry? An old man waiting in the line clearly heard the sound of their stomachs growling. He looked to his left and saw the 2 junior officers following Captain Wang, walking away with faces full of disappointment. The old man thought for a moment and spoke up. Officer comrades, no matter how busy you are, you must eat well. Look at those 2 poor kids. Their stomachs are growling so loud it sounds like they are playing music. Have something to eat before you go. You work so hard for all of us. You should not neglect your own bodies. The old man's voice was a bit hoarse, and his weather-beaten face was full of sympathy for them. Captain Wang was stunned at first, And upon hearing the end, his old face blushed red. But he quickly adjusted his emotions and regained his usual composure. That is true, the two young lads did not eat well at noon. We will listen to you, sir. With that, he turned his head, shot a glance at the two junior officers, and ordered, then you two go line up. I will go to the car to continue handling official business. Receiving the order, the two nodded frantically and sprinted to the back of the line at top speed. This grandpa is so nice, he is like my own grandpa. Honestly, it is all thanks to your stomach putting in the work and growling so loud. Otherwise, we definitely would not have gotten to eat these pig trotters. Wait, was not that your stomach? The two men widened their eyes, turned their heads, and simultaneously stared at the police car not far away. This Captain Wang. He was starving that badly himself, yet he still insisted on dragging us away. Not hungry. Fine, later, he only gets own and we will split the rest. Lining up is torturous work after all. 10 minutes later, the two junior officers got their hands on 4 portions of pig trotters. By this time, there were no empty seats at the tables left, so they just found a random spot to stand and started eating. These pig trotters. They make this life worth living. The 60 pig trotters sold out very quickly. I packed things up and drove right off. After picking Nuonuo up and bringing her home, the little Own skipped happily straight toward the Princess Elsa doll on the sofa. She hugged the doll with both hands, leaning her little mouth gently against the doll's ear, muttering something. I did not know what kind of secrets she was whispering to the doll. Her big, dark eyes squinted into 2 curved crescents. After playing for a while, Nuonuo seemed to think of something, and her expression instantly turned serious. She ran over to me on her short little legs and tugged at my clothes. Daddy, is this Princess Elsa doll super expensive? Today at kindergarten, she heard a female classmate showing off, saying her mom bought her a doll that could talk and tell stories, and said it cost $1,000. So her own doll must not be cheap either. Nuonuo did not know how much money I was making a day now. She only knew that back then, Mommy despised Daddy for earning too little. Daddy, let us go return Princess Elsa. Even though I played with her for a few days, I did not get her dirty or break her. She is still just like new. She did not want Daddy spending too much money on her. Daddy, you do not need to buy me such expensive toys anymore. Actually, having those other dolls I have is enough. Nuonuo's little mouth kept babbling on and on. I listened quietly, my heart feeling sour and aching. For a child her age, they usually want to buy every single toy they see and refuse to walk away. How come this child was so considerate of me? It made this old father of hers suddenly feel the urge to shed a tear. I looked at my daughter tenderly. Nuonuo, do not worry. This was not expensive, Daddy can afford it. From now on, Daddy can afford to buy you whatever you want. Hearing that I did not sound like I was joking, Nuonuo instantly regained her childish innocence and planted a big mwah right on my cheek. Yay, I love Daddy the most. After I dropped Nuonuo off at kindergarten, I went home and slept until noon as usual. Only then did I pack up the 70 freshly braised pig trotters and head out towards Xingming Park. Today was my 6th day setting up the stall. Once I sold these 70 trotters, the system's required quota would be met. I wondered what kind of reward I would get for finishing the task a day early. By the time I arrived, the customers were already eagerly waiting at the usual spot. The moment I lifted the pot lid, several people braved the billowing steam and rushed right at me. Boss, you are finally here. How many pig trotters did you bring today? Is it enough for everyone? Boss, pick the 2 biggest ones for me. I want the original flavor. The customers came at me with an intensity even more ferocious than the past few days. It scared me so much I quickly shooed them back. I only have 70 portions today. Once they are gone, they are gone. Everyone line up and step back a bit. Do not get burned. You only brought 10 more than yesterday. But the number of people here had increased significantly. Some even brought their whole families along, carrying their little babies just to claim an extra headcount. They were only a step away from walking their cats and dogs here to take up a quota spot. In a flash, the sound of urgent footsteps erupted, followed by a chorus of roaring complaints. Stop pushing, who stepped on my toes? People began pushing and shoving each other, momentarily exposing their barbaric, primal genes. Everyone wanted to buy the pig trotters early to secure their prize. The young park security guard who had come to line up suddenly had a flash of inspiration. An idea formed in his mind, and he immediately took it upon himself to maintain order at the scene. Everyone, please do not push. Every time one of you gets hurt, it breaks my heart. As he shouted, he waved the little baton in his hand. With his posturing, he actually looked the part. After maintaining order for a bit, the young guard swaggered straight to the very front of the line, standing with his hands on his hips. Once the previous customer finished paying, the very next second, his previously stern face switched to a flattering, fawning smile directed at me. Boss, give me own rotten pepper and own spicy. Good heavens, so all that posturing was just to secure perks for yourself. Naturally, the young guard did not get away with it. Under the collective fury of the crowd, he got a few hard knocks on the head. At this point, I was so busy my hands were practically a blur. I simply switched my electronic scale to voice broadcast mode. Once a pig trotter was weighed, the scale would automatically announce the price. It really saved me a lot of energy. However, the surrounding vendors suffered. Their own businesses had not even made a single sale yet. But the electronic voice from the pig trotter stall just kept going off non-stop. Was not it loud enough? Having to hear it twice every single time were they trying to drive people crazy? Alipay received 160 yuan. Over half an hour later, as the final notification chimed, I looked at the completely empty thermal pot. Today's pig trotters are all sold out. Everyone, you can head home now. At the exact same time, a familiar electronic prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task own day early. Reward obtained, 500,000 RMB. 500,000 RMB, my God. My heart gave a fierce leap. Joy instantly surged into my heart. This was no small sum. Nuonuo and I's living conditions could be vastly improved. Immediately after, the system's notification chimed again. The host may choose to continue setting up the stall at the current location for own more day. If you sell an additional 100 portions of pig trotters, you will receive a mysterious reward. Hearing this, I was quite surprised. I originally thought that since I finished the task today, I could take tomorrow off. But setting up the stall for own more day to get a mysterious reward was a total win. Plus, I had a hunch that this reward would be even more generous than the 500,000. Thinking this, I immediately clicked confirm. Meanwhile, in a certain neighborhood, an expectant mother took a bite of the pig trotter and was instantly blown away. How could something so delicious exist in this world? She, who had not been able to keep any food down during her pregnancy, suddenly had eyes gleaming with sheer delight. And this piece of news instantly swept through her social media circle. Other pregnant women who saw the news all started pressuring their husbands. You must go get me a portion tomorrow. Completely oblivious to this news. The next afternoon, I set up my stall as usual. I diligently drove my cart with 100 pig trotters to Xingmeng Park. The boss is here, someone in the crowd shouted. It instantly stirred up a massive wave. Everyone immediately grew incredibly excited, looking as if they wanted to bang gongs and beat drums to welcome me. After parking the cart, without waiting for the crowd to ask, I announced directly. I have 100 portions of pig trotters today, 25 of each flavor. Do not rush, line up slowly, there is enough for everyone. These words were like heavenly music. The crowd was so thrilled they almost jumped for joy. I came too late yesterday and missed out. Today I dragged my husband here, and we are getting all 4 flavors. What a glorious day today is, to think we would have such good fortune. Did the boss decide to scale up his business? If there are 100 portions, it is not too late to call people over, we will definitely get some. 10 minutes later, the sudden screech of brakes rang out. Then, the roar of car engines approached from afar. 10 different private cars swarmed imposingly toward the park entrance. The little security guard in the booth had his feet kicked up on the desk, dozing happily. He had just eaten a pig trotter and was still savoring the aftertaste. The sudden commotion at the gate made him jump in fright. What is the situation? What is going on? The guard looked completely bewildered, his brain working in overdrive. He had not received any notice about VIPs coming for an inspection. Was there some kind of emergency? Or was some big celebrity shooting a scene here? The guard's brain rapidly processed the possibilities, and he came to a conclusion. First, safely accommodate the arrivals. He immediately stood outside the door, his face plastered with a bright smile. At that moment, the driver's side window of a Hongqi sedan rolled down halfway. A young man wearing toed sunglasses looked out with a face full of question marks. This park is pretty good, even though it is remote, and does not even have a proper parking lot. The security guard they hired is quite unique. Not only does he carry himself well, but his polite etiquette makes you feel like a spring breeze. Excuse me sir, I am just parking for a bit and then I will leave. The security guard was instantly stunned. His eyes widened completely, and he started shouting at the top of his lungs. No parking allowed here, all of you, scram immediately. That own sentence left all 10 driving husbands completely helpless. The nearby parking spots were all completely full too. The nearest parking lot was over a kilometer away. Left with no choice, a group of heavily pregnant women had to slowly and carefully get out of the cars. Every single one of them looked incredibly grumpy. The resentment they directed at the security guard could have fed an entire army of evil sword immortals. Just then, a familiar braised aroma drifted over. This scent was like a soul-stealing ghost, instantly shifting all their attention straight to the food cart. Their husbands had all gone off to park the cars, and who knows when they would be back. Unable to hold back their impatience, they could only hold their big bellies and slowly waddle toward the back of the line. At this point, the shaded area under the trees was already packed with people. These expectant mothers had no choice but to stand in the sun, seeing that every single one of them looked so plump and blessed, with bellies full of pregnant glow. A few aunties could not bear it, and actively lent them their own stools and umbrellas. Of course, letting them cut the line was impossible. Not in this lifetime. After lining up for over 10 minutes, it was finally the pregnant women's turn. The short-haired expectant mother at the very front stepped up to the stall, pointed at her round, bulging belly and said to me, "Boss, I am pregnant with twins, so counting me and my 2 babies, I need 6 portions of pig trotters altogether." Before her words even faded, the pregnant woman behind her refused to be outdone. "Boss, I have got triplets in my belly, I need 8 portions of pig trotters." Then came an even more outrageous own. "1. I have quintuplets. Boss, you have to save 12 portions of pig trotters for me. It is not that I want to eat them. I am just afraid my babies will go hungry." Alright, so this is how we are playing. If we go by your logic, even another 100 portions would not be enough to satisfy you all. I did not even need to speak up. The other customers naturally were not going to let them get away with it. Own by own, they formed a united front and loudly protested. The group of expectant mothers finally had no choice but to settle down. As more and more pregnant women got their pig trotters, gasps of sheer praise erupted in front of my stall. "Wow, it is so delicious. No wonder I had morning sickness before. Turns out I just had not tasted the good stuff yet. What an amazing surprise. I feel like my life is complete. It is so good it makes me tear up. Oh baby, the 2 of us finally get to eat meat." They screamed excitedly like fangirls, and then each held up their pig trotter, entirely focused on gnawing away. Soon all 100 pig trotters were completely wiped out. Looking at the utterly satisfied expressions on everyone's faces, only one thought rose in my mind: it was time to close up the stall. I swiftly placed the lids back on the pots, and packed the tables and stools into the cart. I was personally quite satisfied with this grand finale. However, where there is cheering, there is also crying. Many late arriving regular customers were completely dumbfounded when they saw I was already packing up. Coming at this exact time yesterday, they could still buy pig trotters. Why did so many pregnant women suddenly show up today, eating something so greasy? Did not they get morning sickness? The regular customers who missed out felt like their whole world was crumbling. They blocked my food cart, refusing to give up as they pleaded. "Boss, is it really all gone? How about you work a little overtime and braise another pot? I will even come back in the middle of the night to buy it." I was shocked. It is such a hot day. How could your 37-degree mouth say such ice-cold words? I have already worked a whole day of overtime, and you want me to work more? I looked apologetic and spread my hands helplessly. "I am so sorry, I really can't do it. I just can't." I had originally considered telling the customers that I would not be coming back anymore, but seeing the current situation, if I told them that, would not these customers go completely insane? Whether I would even be able to make it home in one piece would be up for debate. They might just stage a scene straight out of Ragnarok. Thinking of this, I sighed heavily in my heart. Forget it, it is better to just slip away quietly. After coaxing the customers away, I sat in the driver's seat. Just as I was about to step on the gas and make my grand escape, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations to the host for completing the own week stall task. Reward, a villa in the Yuan estate." Yuan. I was slightly stunned. If I remembered correctly, this estate was the absolute premier luxury villa community in South City. The landscaping, environment, and scenic facilities were all top tier. The security was also incredibly strict. A single house there would cost several $1,000,000 at minimum, and the larger layouts cost close to 20 million. And I was just given this kind of luxury mansion directly. As expected, the mysterious reward truly lived up to the hype. According to the system's explanation, the gifted villa was fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. I was instantly overjoyed and immediately hit the brakes to park the cart. Why would I still live in that old apartment? Since it was still early, I would pick up the kid and move right away. I would put the important stuff in the food cart, and just call a moving van for the rest. As for the old apartment, there were still over 2 months left on the lease, which was easy to handle. I could just sublet it when the time came. I picked up my kid, went back home, and started packing up the house. Nuonuo, we are moving to a new home. Nuonuo's eyes instantly lit up, and she asked with sheer anticipation, Daddy, a new home. Where is our new house? I smiled and patted her little head. Baby, our new house is in a very beautiful place. You will definitely love it. Nuonuo danced with joy, and hurriedly started packing her little toys. Once the stuff in the house was mostly sorted, I found a few large boxes and packed them all up neatly. An hour later, the big Own and the little Own arrived at their new home. In front of us stood a 3-story villa. The exterior was grand and elegant, and it even came with a courtyard. The second floor was the bedroom area, overlooking our own garden and the estate's lake view. I specifically checked out the children's room. The entire room was themed in soft pink. On the children's bed in the center sat an entire row of plush toys. Next to it was a matching little study and a lounge area. Nuonuo's big eyes lit up brilliantly. Wow, is this my room? I love it so much. The little Own was so excited she pounced straight toward it on her little feet, almost rolling around on the carpet. Seeing her so happy, my mood soared as well. Right at that moment, the system's voice chimed in instantly. New task for this week, sell 100 portions of Rigiamo daily. Stall location, the entrance of Fuse Temple. Rigiamo price, 50 yuan. Bro system, are you out of your mind? Selling pig trotters in a park was a well-behaved, normal operation. But selling meat Rigiamo right at the entrance of a Buddhist temple, is not that going a bit too far? The system required me to go to a temple to sell Rigiamo. Was I going there to crash their party? Or to test the monk's willpower? I was genuinely baffled. But having no other choice, I still showed my respect. Ding! The complete guide to making Rigiamo has been issued. I roughly skimmed through the knowledge points flooding into my mind. There was cumin stir-fried meat flavor, beef flavor, duck flavor, crawfish flavor. My heart skipped a beat, secretly thinking this was bad news. When it came to the culinary skills and ingredients provided by the system, I was actually quite confident. But what if this Rigiamo turned out too fragrant? If monks wept upon seeing it and nuns were heartbroken upon smelling it, what was I supposed to do? If I made the masters in the temple crave meat, would not that be a sin? Wait, no. If the Rigiamo made the masters crave it, that just meant their willpower was not strong enough. My thoughts instantly cleared up. I was clearly helping the masters with their cultivation. The masters should be thanking me. However, if I wanted to sell 100 Rigiamos by 8:00 a.m., sleeping for a few more hours and then waking up to make them definitely would not leave enough time. So I threw off the covers and got out of bed. I quietly peeked into Nuonuo's room along the way. The little Own was hugging her doll, sleeping soundly. The kitchen was on the first floor, so it should not disturb her rest. As for what flavor to make on the first day of setting up the stall, I decided to go with the authentic Rigiamo, which is what people call Laji Rigiamo, braised meat in a baked bun. The system did not provide ready-made bun dough, which meant I had to personally knead the dough, divide it, and roll out the buns. Arriving in the kitchen, I summoned the flour, yeast, baking powder, and lard from the system, placing them on the counter. This time, the system provided premium flour from the Hatao region in Inner Mongolia. Anyone who frequently makes pastries definitely knows that if you want flour to have a natural fragrance, you have to go to the countryside and buy it from the villagers. Now, I was going to start making the laji meat. I summoned fresh pork bones and chicken from the system, and threw them into the pot to simmer for the stock. I also poured in some of the aged master broth from making the braised pig trotters earlier. This master broth had completely absorbed the essence of 600 pig trotters. To achieve its current state, its value goes without saying. After finishing that, I took some pork shoulder out of the system. Pork shoulder has a perfect mix of fat and lean meat. When braised, the lean meat would not be dry or tough. The texture would be smooth and tender without being greasy. As for the size of the meat chunks, there were no specific requirements. I could literally cut them with my eyes closed. I yawned and walked toward the living room. There was actually a massage chair sitting in the corner of the living room. After working for so long, if I did not get a massage and play some games, I would honestly feel like I was doing myself a disservice. An hour later, I got up from the massage chair. It was not that I was not sleepy, but I was woken up by the chirping of little birds flying by. Several birds were not sleeping, completely mesmerized by the aroma. They were chirping non-stop all around the villa. Thankfully, I was not in that old apartment complex anymore. Otherwise, I felt like I definitely would have had slippers thrown at me by the neighbors. After finishing everything, I dropped Nuonuo off at school, and then loaded the semi-finished Rujiamo ingredients onto the cart, and headed to Fuse Temple to set up my stall. Fuse Temple is a long-renowned, tranquil sanctuary in South City. Because the temple was known to be highly effective in answering prayers, the stream of people coming to pray daily was endless. This was my first time coming here. I parked the cart and prepared to start business. The space here was not large, so I did not bring out the folding tables and stools. I took out the small whiteboard and wrote, Laji Rujiamo, 50 yuan each, and hung it outside. Normal Rujiamos usually cost around 15 bucks each, but with the top-tier ingredients provided by the system paired with my craftsmanship, plus the fact that the portion size was double that of regular street stalls, it was absolutely worth more than the price. I turned on the multifunctional oven on the food cart, and placed 4 baiji buns inside to bake. Nobody was ordering right now, but I was feeling a bit hungry myself. When the rich aroma of wheat wafted out, I pulled the tray out and flipped them over. Once baked, the buns puffed up beautifully, and the color of the crust was absolutely gorgeous. When poured onto the cutting board, they made a series of thud sounds. Needless to say, just hearing the sound let you know they were crispy but not hard. Buns like this did not even need a knife to be sliced open. Each side had a natural crack. Meanwhile, old man Chin, dressed in a Taoist robe, carrying a knapsack and leaning on a fortune-telling sign, slowly strolled across the street. The great auspice he divined this morning, he had no idea what it referred to. He looked around, searching for the potential great joy that was about to appear. He smelled an intense, rich aroma of meat. Who changed their recipe? I have been here for 2 years, and I have never smelled this before. Instantly, his stomach began to rumble loudly. Rujiamo, then I must give it a try. Master Chin strode forward, and walked toward my food cart. I was holding a Rujiamo with both hands, completely oblivious to old man Chen's approach. I took a fierce bite. The outer crust was fragrant and crispy, while the inside of the bun was soft and delicious. The fatty meat melted in the mouth without being greasy, and the lean meat had no tough fibers, brimming with flavorful oil. Not bad, not bad. This bun has to be eaten hot. If I can't sell the remaining 3.5 an hour, I will just eat them all myself. At that moment, Master Chin arrived right in front of the food cart. Seeing my look of utter enjoyment, he cleared his throat. Young man, your Rujiamo smells incredibly fragrant. Give me own too, won't you? Who was that with the loud, gruff voice? Thank goodness it did not scare me into dropping my Rujiamo. I snapped back to reality. Although I was reluctant to part with it, I still set my Rujiamo aside and replied, all right, please wait a moment. Master Chin surveyed the clean food cart and cooking utensils, and nodded. Young people's stalls really are cleaner. Last time, he divined a great omen of misfortune, which scared him so much he did not dare leave the house. Finally, after starving for a whole day, he could not hold out anymore and went out. As a result, a bowl of malatang sent straight down to his stomach turned him into a warrior. He practically died on the toilet. Who knows if that stall owner picked up rotten vegetable leaves from the market. That night, sitting on the toilet, he secretly swore he would never eat outside food again. Your Rujiamo is ready. 50 bucks, thank you. I pointed at the price listed on the small whiteboard. Master Chen was instantly shocked. So expensive. Little brother, this price of yours is ridiculously high. Do not tell me that I, half-immortal Chen, can only buy 4 of these after making own sale. You are truly outdoing the master here. Thank goodness you kids did not enter my line of work. But then again, the stall owner had the price clearly marked. He could only blame himself for not looking closely. He could not blame others, so he had no choice but to pay and take the Rujiamo. Feeling the scalding heat of the Rujiamo, he was not in a hurry to eat it. When outside, On must somewhat maintain the image of a master. Have you ever seen an immortal-like master walking and eating on the street? Master Chin carried the Rujiamo, staggering slowly toward his usual stall spot. After some thought, he set up his stall, smoothed out his Taoist robe, and sat down on his folding chair. When working outside, On's outfit and demeanor cannot be sloppy. He was a professional after all. On the other side, Wang Shui, having had a huge fight with her boyfriend, was wandering around outside feeling depressed. She originally just wanted to walk around casually to clear her mind. Without realizing it, she had wandered onto a bustling street. She normally believed quite a bit in tarot cards and horoscopes. Right now, looking at the master's stall, an urge to get a reading surged in her heart. Wang Shui scanned the area and chose the On that looked most appealing to her. That master not only had an immortal-like appearance, but his stall also displayed a few ancient books, a compass, and some props she could not name. Figuring he must be very professional, she walked straight toward him. At that moment, Master Chen had finished setting up and brought out his Rigiamo. The Rigiamo was at the perfect temperature now. He calmly took a bite. Crunch. First came the wheat fragrance and crispiness of the baiji bun, followed by the savory, rich flavor of the laji meat. The fatty meat did not taste greasy, and the lean meat was simmered so tenderly it had absolutely no tough, stringy texture. With just one bite, the braising juices flowed down the corner of his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The next second, Master Chen saw someone standing in front of his stall. He instantly twitched his mouth, suddenly understanding how I felt earlier. He finally got to eat something good, and having to be interrupted was simply too agonizing. Master Chen helplessly swallowed the Rigiamo in his mouth, and smoothly spoke, character reading or fortune-telling. Master Chen's mouth was gleaming with oil. Sensing something, he looked down at his stall and realized he did not bring any tissues, so he simply waved his large hand, and hastily wiped his mouth with the broad sleeve of his Taoist robe. The cuff of the Taoist robe immediately got stained with spots of oil. That previously ethereal, immortal-like vibe instantly vanished without a trace. Wang Shui, standing opposite him, watched in dumbfounded shock. She felt like a flock of crows was cawing as they flew right over her head. What is going on? Is this old man really a master? Wang Shui turned around, ready to leave. Just as she took a step, Master Chen put down the Rigiamo in his hand, reached out and called out, "Miss, please stay." Master Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Wang Shui. Seeing her swollen eyes from crying, and those alarming eye bags, an idea secretly formed in his mind. "Miss, your yin-tang space between the eyebrows is slightly dark. You must be entangled in matters of heartbreak. If my guess is correct, you are here because of relationship troubles." Hearing this, Wang Shui's footsteps subconsciously halted. A look of sheer astonishment appeared on her face. Was not she exactly fighting with her boyfriend? She did not expect this seemingly unreliable old man to speak with such pinpoint accuracy. Just as she was thinking this, Master Chen continued to speak, "And looking at your facial features, one can tell that you and your beloved must have had some conflicts recently. If not resolved in time, I fear it will cause many troubles in your life." Wang Shui grew more and more shocked as she listened. She had not even said anything yet. This old man. No, this master, could he actually be the real deal? Even though he looked a bit monkey-like when eating, he still had some real skills. Seeing her gradually changing expression, Master Chen chuckled to himself, not in a rush. As for how he guessed it, naturally, it was because he saw the hickey on Wang Shui's neck. Young folks are always so eager and impulsive. Crying like this now, what else could it be but a fight? As a master, not only must Owen have strong observational skills, but Owen must also know a thing or two about logical deduction and psychology. Sure enough, under Master Chen's calm gaze, Wang Shui immediately panicked. She wrung her hands together and asked urgently, "Master, please tell me how to resolve this." As her words fell, Master Chen slightly turned his body and looked toward the sign on his stall, fortune-telling and problem-solving, 200 per session. Wang Shui understood the hint immediately. $200 was indeed a lot for a student like her, but so what? Let alone 200, even if it were 2,000. She would still grit her teeth and pay it. As Alipay received 200 yuan rang out, Master Chen narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. "Little girl, the path of love is rugged and bumpy. Since your heart is so sincere, I, the master, shall naturally offer you some guidance. Look to the east. That is where the purple aura comes from the east. There, perhaps, lies the turning point of your love life." Wang Shui was completely confused listening to this. What on earth did any of this mean? "Master, what kind of resolution method could be in the east?" Master Chen gave a mysterious smile, held up own finger, wagged it, and answered leisurely, "Heaven's secrets must not be leaked. Go and explore the east, and you shall naturally reap a harvest. But remember, sincerity brings results. Do not give up halfway." Wang Shui stood frozen in place, looking completely bewildered. This was way too esoteric, was not it? Could she have been scammed? But she heard there were rules regarding fortune-telling fees. If you asked for a refund, it would cause a backlash on yourself. After hesitating for a moment, she helplessly said, "All right, master, I will go take a look in the east. I hope I really get some sort of harvest like you said." After downing a luxurious Rigiamo, I still did not feel entirely satisfied. This thing was insanely delicious. I really could not understand how anyone could resist such a delicacy and not buy own. There were still 2 Rigiamos left. I hardened my heart and decided not to wait for customers anymore. I would just devour another own myself as a sign of respect. I lifted the lid, picked out a piece of meat, chopped it up, and stuffed it into the bun. Right at that moment, "Smells so good, boss. Give me a rujiamo." Wang Shui, attracted by the rich meat aroma, leaned right over. The next second, her eyes swept over the numbers on the sign, and she was instantly stunned. "How much?" "This bun costs $50 each." Just now, that fortune teller, relying solely on the word East, charged her $200. And now, she had run into a bun that cost $50 each. She had reasonable grounds to suspect she had walked into a den of thieves. I seemed to be mentally prepared for this reaction long ago. I took a bite of my rujiamo and nodded. Wang Shui's eyes widened completely. So he was not even going to pretend anymore. This stall owner was quite audacious. "Boss, selling it this expensive? Did you stuff a whole pig in there? The ingredients I use are all top tier, and the portions are huge. It is quite normal for the price to be a bit higher. Look at the one in my hand. You can't even hold it with one hand." I explained with a few words and then focused on eating the rujiamo in my hand. "Then give me one." For no other reason than the fact that she had not eaten all night. Wang Shui was genuinely starving. Plus, among all the snack stalls here, mine definitely smelled the most delicious. She took a bite. Wang Shui's eyes snapped wide open. This bun's crust was not tough or hard at all. It was incredibly crispy. It also had a certain chewiness to it, so it did not shatter into crumbs with own bite. It was so delicious her soul was about to float away and flutter its little wings in the air. No wonder that fortune-telling old man earlier was craving it like a starving ghost. She herself had not tasted such a delicacy before either. "Boss, pack 2 more for me. A bun this big." "Own should be enough for a how to eat, right?" Wang Shui ate her bun with own hand while hurriedly paying with the other. She had spent $350 all at once today. Later, she would have to ask her royal father for a little pocket money support. When I lifted the lid of the pot, the aroma of the rujiamo instantly wafted in all directions. Some tourists, catching a whiff of this fragrance, immediately started searching for its source. "Whoa, it is coming from that little rujiamo stall over there." The tourists immediately crowded around. "Boss, give me 2 portions of rujiamo." "Boss, look at how many of us there are. Can you give us a group discount price?" Without a moment's hesitation, I spoke up. "Sorry, no bargaining. The rujiamo is absolutely worth more than the price." A few strong-willed middle-aged folks, seeing there was no discount, turned and left. However, driven by a powerful primal instinct to eat, quite a few people simply paid up directly. They had been craving this smell for so long just now. There was no reason to back down at the last minute. Besides, if it smelled this incredible, would not eating it send them straight to heaven? Even if it was a bit pricey, they were more than willing to walk right into the trap. Watching me scoop out a pile of laji meat from the pot, chunks of perfectly marbled pork belly lay on the cutting board with a radiant, reddish hue. The fibers of the lean meat were distinct, and the texture was clearly visible. Own look and you knew the quality was top tier. It made people crave it so much they simply could not tear their eyes away. As the saying goes, I fear not being crushed to pieces, as long as the delicious flavor lingers on my lips. Zhou Yun had come over very early, and having jogged part of the way, she directly snagged the very first rujiamo. The weight of it was heavy, a massive bun. Even before eating it, it gave off an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The hot bun clamping the warm, incredibly fragrant laji meat was practically overflowing with aroma. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding crowd, Zhou Yun took a huge bite. The baiji bun was baked to perfection, the crispiness of the crust complementing the soft fluffiness of the inside flawlessly. The tourists who had not bought own yet, seeing her eat with such relish, all got red-eyed with intense jealousy. "Boss, you have not made mine yet, right?" "The 3 more. The scene was extraordinarily lively. Meanwhile, a little novice monk at the temple entrance was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. As he got closer to the entrance, a waft of meat aroma drifted over, making him instantly dizzy with craving. The little novice monk, losing all self-control, leaned on his broom and sniffed for a few seconds before snapping back to reality. He pressed his hands together and chanted, "Sinful, sinful. Which benefactor is selling braised meat out here? Are they trying to kill someone with this smell? Do they not know this is a pure and tranquil Buddhist sanctuary?" The little novice monk secretly held his breath, gripped his broom, and slowly continued gathering the fallen leaves. How did that song go again? "The little monk goes down the mountain for alms. The old monk instructs him. The braised meat at the foot of the mountain is a tiger. If you encounter it, you must absolutely stay away. Yes, exactly, as long as he does not look, does not listen, does not smell, and does not think about it, he will be fine. But he never expected the aroma to act as if it had legs, drilling precisely straight into his nose. Forget it, I will go hide. The little novice monk truly could not take it anymore. Just as he was about to drop the broom and find a place to take cover, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his senior duty monk not far away. His body instantly froze, recalling the experience of being punished to copy the Diamond Sutra the last time he slacked off. He could not help but shiver. It seemed he could not escape this ordeal. Wang Shui held the rujiamo in both hands, eating while pondering the words of the fortune-teller, Master Qin. She looked back and forth. Which way exactly was east? Was it up as north, down as south, left as west, right as east? Wang Shui pondered in her mind for a while, and finally gave up trying to find the direction herself. She wiped the grease stains off her hands, opened the map app on her phone, spun around, and finally discovered that east happened to be the direction back to her school. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. If she gained nothing from this trip, at least heading straight back would not waste too much time. After swallowing the last bite of the bun, Wang Shui licked her lips, still craving more. Truly worthy of a bun that sells for $50 each. Mind-blowingly delicious, absolutely unreal. Next, she looked at the packaged rujiamo she was carrying. Should I just... No, at this hour, Ahao is probably not even awake yet. He definitely has not had breakfast. I will save this bun for him to eat later. Walking back to school would take over half an hour. Carrying the rujiamo, she began walking, following the navigation's audio prompts. Honestly, where exactly was this opportunity the master spoke of? She was getting so tired. After walking for over 10 minutes, Wang Shui finished off a bottle of mineral water. After looking around, her gaze shifted to the rujiamo she was carrying. Forget it. Even if I carry this rujiamo back to school, whether Ahao will even see me is still an unknown. Besides, the bun won't taste good once it is cold. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Shui opened the bag of the rujiamo and took a bite. Just as she reached a corner, a kid riding a scooter suddenly sped past her. Wang Shui was startled, and instinctively dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, her foot slipped, and she instantly lost her balance, tumbling sideways. Just as she thought she was going to fall embarrassingly to the ground, she unexpectedly fell into a warm embrace. I am sorry, Wang Shui said instinctively. However, the moment she looked up, she met an incredibly familiar face. Ahao, it is actually you. What a surprise, this was way too surprising. To actually run into her boyfriend here. Could this be the coincidental opportunity the master spoke of? The master truly lives up to his title, he really knows his stuff. Compared to Wang Shui's irrepressible joy, Luo Hao, seeing it was her, instantly turned cold. As long as you are fine. I am leaving. After saying that, he walked forward without looking back. Wang Shui knew she had genuinely angered Luo Hao this time. She hurriedly trotted after him like a little tail. Ahao, I was wrong, please do not be mad anymore. She softened her voice, her eyes full of pleading. Seeing Luo Hao not stopping, keeping a cold face and staying silent, Wang Shui had no choice but to run around to his front, and spread her arms to block him. It was my fault. I should not have thrown a tantrum for no reason. Just forgive me this once, please. Wang Shui was so anxious she was almost crying. Luo Hao's nose twitched slightly. The young couple, who were originally in a Cold War, were now standing in close proximity. Wang Shui had just eaten the rujiamo, and the aroma of the meat filling still lingered in her mouth. As she slightly opened her mouth, her breath, which was usually described as orchid-like, now instantly filled the space between them with a rich meat aroma. They say scent of a woman tells all. And right now, Luo Hao was experiencing this profoundly, just like how after eating skewers, On's whole body smells like hot pot spices. At this moment he felt Wang Shui's breath was not only intensely rich and mellow, but also incredibly multi-layered. Star anise, cinnamon, cloves. Countless spices came rushing at him. With every breath, he could perceive the distinct top, middle, and base notes. It was absolutely intoxicating. In an instant, Luo Hao was so tempted by this aroma that his drool almost dripped down. Smells so good. Wang Shui heard it crystal clear, and her heart instantly pounded like a drum. Smells good, hee, I knew you would forgive me. Watching his head leaning closer and closer, Wang Shui instinctively closed her eyes. Luo Hao was instantly dumbfounded. That is not what I meant at all. This smells good is not that kind of smells good. Rather than saying you smell good, it is more like the bun smells good. Do not overthink it, I am purely here for the bun. Baby, let us make up then. We will never fight again. Wang Shui froze, her eyes instantly reddening. Luo Hao nodded in deep agreement. No fighting, nothing else mattered right now. He just wanted to quickly eat this Rujiamo. It was seriously way too fragrant. Baby, what did you just eat? Luo Hao's voice was gentle, carrying a hint of curiosity. Even though he could tell it was a bun. This was the first time he would ever encountered Own smelling this incredible. Hearing this, Wang Shui finally realized that she had just finished eating the Rujiamo. Wang Shui's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, as she embarrassedly tugged gently at the corner of Luo Hao's shirt. Rujiamo. Then great, let us hurry and go buy some more. Luo Hao's eyes lit up instantly. He impatiently grabbed Wang Shui's hand and started running toward the nearby snack street. Wait, I did not buy it here. That place is really far from here. I still have half of Own left in my hand. If you do not mind, you can find a clean spot on it to eat. Before Wang Shui could even finish speaking, she saw Luo Hao let go of her hand entirely, grab the Rujiamo, and start gnawing on it fiercely. His cheeks were bulging, and his face was a picture of pure enjoyment. Wang Shui simply could not believe her eyes. They had been together for so long, and Hao had never eaten her leftovers before. Why was he just directly biting into it now? Meanwhile, quite a few people had gathered around my Rujiamo stall. The tourists quite consciously started forming a line. This place was not as spacious as the park entrance, and they could not line up all the way onto the road. This made things miserable for the auntie selling steamed buns next to me. Her tricycle was completely blocked off. Hey you people, do not block my steamed bun stall. My meat buns are very fragrant too. Buy some and give it a try. After the auntie spoke, afraid everyone would not believe her, she acted like she was presenting a treasure, pulling out a meat bun from her steaming bamboo steamer and showing it to everyone. Hearing this, quite a few people turned their heads to look. Who knows if it was the cheapest frozen bun bought wholesale. This meat bun had thick dough, barely any filling, and the meat inside was just a rock-hard lump. The crowd was completely speechless. They had seen people boast about their own products before, but they had never seen someone actively invite humiliation like this. Just look at it yourself. What kind of good meat could that possibly be made of? Who would dare to buy it? Then look at the meat inside the Rujiamo. That color, that aroma, can you even compare? The tourists shared a tacit understanding and tacitly remained silent. Many passers-by were drawn over, thinking the temple was giving out free porridge. When they ran up to the stall and saw what it was, they could not help but ask, "Bro, is there some sort of promotion for this Rujiamo? Why are you guys lining up so long?" "No promotion. $50 each." My review is, this Rujiamo is incredible. At this price point, the fact that I am buying a second own is already the best proof. The person asking was also sharp. He knew that the most delicious food often receives the most unpretentious reviews. Just from that own piece of profanity, he could already guess how delicious it was. "Thanks, bro, then I'm going to line up too." By 11:00 a.m., I had sold out all own 100 Rujiamos, and returned to Yuhu Jinyuan. Being able to sell out $50 Rujiamos in just 3 short hours also exceeded my expectations. Most of these people were repeat customers. They bought own, tasted it, and immediately bought more. Things produced by the system are truly premium. At 2:30 p.m. at Xingming Park, many regular customers were looking anxiously toward the street. What is going on? Look at the time, why has not the boss arrived yet? Do not worry, he should be here soon. With the traffic these days, the boss might just be stuck at some random intersection, stressing out. Could the boss have partied too hard last night and overslept today? As time quietly ticked by, the customers at the park entrance, like iron shavings drawn to a magnet, gathered in larger and larger numbers. What is happening? Why has not the boss shown up yet? Could it be that the boss had something come up last minute and is not coming today? Oh wait, I specifically hired several proxies to line up for me today. If he does not come, won't I take a huge loss? Does anyone have the boss's contact info? Meanwhile, I was standing at the kindergarten entrance, waiting to pick up Nuonuo after school. My tall, upright posture drew quite a few looks. "Daddy," a crisp voice called out. A tiny figure ran out joyfully, seeing Nuonuo holding a little red flower high in one hand, and an exquisite fan in the other. I smiled, crouched down, and pulled her into a big hug. "Daddy, look at my fan, I even won an award." Nuonuo excitedly waved the fan in her hand. her little face glowing with immense pride. My daughter really does have some artistic talent. Smiling, I picked Nuonuo up and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. Baby is so amazing. Daddy knew you were the best. In a little bit, Daddy will reward you with a super delicious Rugiamo. Nuonuo tilted her little head. Rugiamo, are there no pig trotters today? Having eaten kindergarten food all day, she was currently craving pig trotters. I stroked Nuonuo's hair. Do not worry. Tonight we will eat Rugiamo. Tomorrow we will have a pig trotter hot pot, okay? Nuonuo nodded happily. As long as Daddy makes it, Nuonuo loves it. Benefactor, please give this poor monk 2 Rugiamos. Just the buns. How much for own? Hearing this, I was slightly stunned. Only then did I see the person's attire clearly, so it was a master. I had never sold them like this before either. If someone came to buy a wife cake and only wanted the wife but not the cake, what was I supposed to do? Thinking this, I had no choice but to refuse. Master, my buns and cumin beef are perfectly portioned here. If I sell the buns, I won't be able to sell the meat. 2 young men in the line behind heard this and quickly stepped forward. Boss, just sell the Rugiamos to the master. Pack the meat and buns separately, I will buy the meat. The 2 of them were just thinking the meat portion was not enough. To think this kind of pie-in-the-sky luck would actually fall right into their laps. On second thought, that actually made perfect sense, so I immediately replied, alright. The flaky buns are brushed with lard, so the monk can't eat them. Soon from the side, I took out 2 ready-made baiji buns, packed them up, and handed them to Hui Kong. Thank you, benefactor. Hui Kong took the buns, bowed again, pressed his hands together, and offered a solemn salute. Seeing this, I hurriedly bowed in return. Then I packed the 2 portions of cumin beef separately and handed them to the young man. The young man and monk Hui Kong discussed for a moment, and together they paid $100. The little novice monk, following his example, also bought 2 buns. Having lined up for a long time, it was now exactly mealtime. Monk Hui Kong and the little novice monk walked with hurried steps, rushing together toward the dining hall. Halfway there, they suddenly saw the abbot walking toward them. The abbot's gaze was instantly drawn to the brown packaging bags in their hands. Printed conspicuously on them in bright red letters were the words, Rugiamo. The abbot's face instantly changed color. In broad daylight, you do not even bother trying to hide it anymore. It seems I need to strictly enforce the temple's disciplines. Abbot, please listen to my sophistry. Listen to my explanation. Monk Hui Kong immediately reacted, urgently speaking up to explain. We only bought white buns. He clumsily pulled out the baiji buns to show the abbot. The little novice monk beside him also nodded repeatedly. Yes, abbot, we have always strictly obeyed the temple rules, and would not dare violate them in the slightest. Hearing this, the abbot gently stroked his chest with his hand, suppressing the shock he had just received. You all must cultivate yourselves well and not break the precepts. The abbot was about to turn and leave, but a faint aroma drifted over in the wind. Leaning in closer, the baiji bun molecules were wildly engaging in Brownian motion, diffusing straight into the abbot's nasal cavity. The abbot could not help but slowly close his eyes, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze and the swaying of wheat stalks. In that instant, a sense of peace, of living in harmonious coexistence with all things, surged in his heart. The smell of these buns is incredibly rustic and pure. I wonder where you purchased them. The abbot stood in place, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke up. To answer the abbot, it is right at the temple entrance. We lined up for ages. Hearing this, the abbot nodded slightly, a trace of anticipation revealing itself in his eyes. He figured this rustic flavor of the mortal realm must definitely be different from the vegetarian meals in the temple. This old monk would not mind having a taste. You 2 blockheads did not even think to buy own for this old monk. Hui Kong, Jingwu, can the 2 of you really eat that much? Abbot, please do not worry. This disciple and junior brother Jingwu will definitely finish them, absolutely no waste. Though these buns are large, they are no match for the hunger in your disciples' bellies. Besides, your disciples will naturally cherish the food and live up to the abbot's teachings. Seeing these 2 monks remaining completely oblivious, the abbot's face gradually darkened. Never mind, never mind. Go on. Try to be a bit sharper in the future. Hurry up and put those bags away, and go have your meal properly in the dining hall. The monks in the dining hall all stopped eating and swallowed their saliva. Senior brother Hui Kong, how do these baiji buns taste? Hui Kong swallowed a bite of the bun, pressed his hands together, and said slowly, this bun is crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and overflowing with wheat fragrance. Upon entering the mouth, The flavor is like the light of Buddha shining everywhere, warming the heart and soul. It is truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. The little novice monk also nodded vigorously in agreement. Senior brother speaks the utmost truth. This baiji bun is chewy when bitten and smooth when swallowed. Every bite brings joy to the heart. Junior brother, let me have a bite. Just own bite, I am begging you. Seeing this, several close senior brothers hurried over, all wanting to have a taste. Hui Kong's mouth twitched, and he immediately refused. These are the buns we lined up for ages to buy. If you want to eat them, go buy them yourselves. The two of us do not even have enough for ourselves. Why would we give them to you? In a flash, many monks dashed straight out of the dining hall and headed to the temple entrance. Taking own look, the food cart was gone, and the Rujiamo buns were gone too. Their hearts, full of anticipation, fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. They could only wait to buy them tomorrow. Meanwhile, I returned home, collapsed leisurely onto the sofa, and happily scrolled through short videos. I did not have much to do for the whole afternoon. It was the perfect time to relax properly, so I played a couple of rounds of games. I stood up and stretched my arms and legs. My gaze inadvertently swept across the floor to ceiling windows, only to realize the glass was actually covered in a thin layer of dust. I then cast my gaze around the entire house, and frowned slightly. It is actually a bit messy. These past few days, I had to drag myself out of bed at the crack of dawn to knead dough, and prepare the ingredients for setting up the stall. I also had to pick up and drop off my daughter at school. After all that rushing around, if I had to clean the house on top of that, would not I exhaust myself like a dog? No, I still need to hire some professionals. Thinking this, I picked up my phone, and called the property management butler. A few minutes later, the property butler showed up at my door with several cleaning aunties. Such high efficiency surprised me for a moment, but I quickly calmed down. This was not like the old apartment complex I used to live in. With a property management fee of 100,000 a year, how could the service not be thorough? Bro, give us the bottom line. Where exactly are you going today? 3 roommates, like 3 guardian door gods, firmly blocked the doorway, refusing to let Luo leave. Yeah, if you do not explain clearly today, there is absolutely no way we are letting you go. You actually have Goddess Huang's class this morning, and you are skipping it. This is way too suspicious. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Luo stood there, looking utterly helpless. Ever since he ate that Rujiamo with his girlfriend Wang Shui over the weekend, he had been constantly obsessing over it. He did not get to eat it yesterday, holding it in for a whole day, and went straight into Rujiamo withdrawal symptoms. Luo thought for a moment and finally spoke. There is a Rujiamo stall over by Fuse Temple that is insanely delicious. I just wanted to go buy some today to satisfy my craving. Hearing this, the group was stunned for a second, and then shoved him. Cut the crap, you actually have the nerve to try and fool us with that. What kind of delicacy requires you to rush off so desperately to buy it? What, are you abandoning our campus cuisine to throw yourself into the embrace of off-campus street food? The big 3 of the cafeteria, mapo tofu with strawberries, scrambled eggs with oranges, and stir-fried watermelon rind with mooncakes. They feel very hurt right now. Luo shook his head. These days, nobody believes you when you tell the truth. It was truly absurd. I am not joking, I am really going to buy Rujiamo. I am telling you guys, that flavor is absolutely god tier. Seeing him speak with such genuine sincerity, the group finally somewhat believed him. They made Luo promise to help them, to bring back own Rujiamo for each of them before they would let him go. Meanwhile, after loading the braised beef onto the cart, I was ready to head out. With the master broth, braising these things took no effort at all. I just needed to keep an eye on the heat. Good morning, Mr. Su, have a safe trip. The security guard at the villa gate straightened his back, looking at the departing food cart, and spoke respectfully. These past few days, word had spread through the entire security team that a newly moved-in boss Su drove a food cart out every day, allegedly to set up a street stall. It was truly unbelievable. After all, in a luxury villa community filled with high-end sports cars, a food cart was incredibly out of place. If I had known the food business made this much money, I would not be a security guard. Who would have thought a mobile street vendor could afford a $10 million villa? I left Yuhu Jinyuan and dropped Nuonuo off at kindergarten. Daddy, come pick me up early, remember to bring a Rujiamo. Nuonuo, wearing her little backpack and cute twin tails, looked at me with reluctance to part. "'Kay, Daddy will bring you on. Hurry up and go inside like a good girl." Watching my precious daughter enter her classroom, I finally set off toward Fuse Temple. Young boss, what an incredibly fragrant braised smell. Is the Laji meat making a comeback today? Master Chin snapped back to reality, impatiently craning his neck to peer into the pot. No, today I am making braised beef and beef tripe. I smiled and shook my head, taking out the whiteboard and writing, beef and beef tripe Rujiamo, 50 yuan each. The aroma overflowed in all directions. The faces of the foodies were completely written with fanaticism and craving. Boss, pack 5 of each flavor for me to take home. 2 customers in a row made the exact same request. Hearing this, I could not help but look up, secretly astonished. I had barely set up, and I instantly sold 20 of them. These people's buying habits were getting crazier and crazier. Hearing this, many regular customers immediately jumped out. You guys in front are buying 10 at a time, how is this fair? They will probably be sold out before more than a few people get their turn. Yeah, we have been waiting for ages. If we can't buy any, that is not fair at all. Boss, set a purchase limit quickly. Otherwise they will be gone in a second, and we would have come for nothing today. Seeing everyone throwing a pity party, I nodded, picked up the marker, and continued writing at the bottom of the whiteboard. Limit 2 per person. With a limit, at least there was a guaranteed minimum, so people would not come for nothing. Luo Hao, who was lined up in the middle of the queue, was playing on his phone out of boredom. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from the front. After catching the key information, he felt like he had been hit with 10,000 points of critical damage. Oh crap, they are targeting me, a limit of 2. His adopted sons alone needed 3, how was this enough? Whatever, saving himself was the most important priority. At the temple entrance, 2 little monks saw my food cart get into position, exchanged a glance, and immediately took action. One of them, looking delighted, ran to the back of the line first to start waiting. The other ran back into the temple to summon reinforcements. Soon, at the Vermilion Temple gates, a group of monks surged out in an orderly yet urgent manner, and swiftly got in line. Oh no, why are the monks all lining up? Good heavens, did they jump the wall to get out? So many monks showing up all at once. The crowd in line instantly exploded in an uproar. Who understands my pain, fam? Hearing this commotion, I simply did not know whether to laugh or cry. With the monks coming out in such a massive procession, would not they be punished by the abbot? Just as I was thinking this, sure enough, a monk with a white beard wearing a kasaya walked out with a stern face. You lot, what kind of behavior is this? Acting so foolishly and causing the world to speak ill of us. The monks in line, both embarrassed and craving the food, looked at him, then at each other, and then dejectedly ran back into the temple. We played too big, we alarmed the abbot, run. Before long, it was Luo Hao's turn. Boss, own of each flavor. Just mildly spicy is fine. I nodded, took out a large piece of braised beef and sliced it. The quality of the beef was top tier. With every cut, you could feel the firmness and elasticity of the meat. Then I mixed in a small spoonful of chili, garnished it over the richly colored braised beef, and stuffed it into the baiji bun. In an instant, the braised aroma and the meat fragrance unapologetically swirled all around Luo Hao. Luo Hao was so intoxicated by the smell that his mouth practically took a dive, smashing right into the Rujiamo. Oh man, I swear I was not the one who initiated this. Since things had already come to this, it would be impolite not to eat it. When he finished the Rujiamo in his hand, he looked at the other one. He had previously promised to bring it for his roommates. If he went back empty-handed, he would probably be beaten to death alive. Tomorrow was the last day of selling Rujiamo outside the temple gates. So, I decided to make the final flavor, crawfish Rujiamo. A couple of days ago, I had accidentally glimpsed this flavor on the system menu. I originally wanted to make it to eat that very day, but thinking about how much of a hassle processing crawfish was, I temporarily shelved the idea. After picking Nuonuo up and bringing her home, I summoned the crawfish from the system. These crawfish were wild caught from the vast, natural waters of Hongze Lake. Not only was each crawfish large and long, but their bellies were pristine white, the tamale was sweet, and the meat was tender and delicious. Looking at this batch of premium goods, I simply could not resist the itch. I peeled the shells and removed the veins from over 10 caddies of crawfish own by own. This process alone took me a full 4 hours. I stretched my stiff joints and prepared to reward myself by making some garlic crawfish to taste. First, I flash-fried the crawfish in oil. For the garlic, instead of smashing it, I minced it with a knife to reduce the loss of garlic juice, preventing it from becoming bitter and astringent when heated. I heated oil in the wok, tossed in minced Thai chilies, ginger, and half of the minced garlic, and stir-fried. The minced garlic gradually sautéed into a brilliant, dazzling golden yellow in the wok. releasing an intensely rich garlic aroma. Next, the crawfish went into the wok for a quick stir-fry. The fresh umami of the crawfish and the aroma of the garlic fused into just own sniff, and my soul practically floated halfway to heaven. Nuonuo, who was watching TV in the living room, kept twitching her nose. Wow, it smells so good. Over these past few days, she had become battle-hardened, having developed a certain level of immunity to the smell of braised meat. But she simply could not withstand me changing flavors. She hurriedly went pitter-patter and ran to the kitchen. At the kitchen door, the aroma was even richer. A scent of beer paired with garlic crawfish hit her face. Smelling it was even more intoxicating. I put the lid on the wok, turned the heat to medium-low, and continued to simmer. Turning my head around, I finally noticed the tiny figure at the kitchen door. Daddy, the poor little crawfish babies. Nuonuo pointed at the pile of crawfish heads in the basin, her little face full of pity. I smiled and was just about to speak, when the little girl's gaze shifted to the bright red crawfish in the wok, and she could not help but swallow her drool. So pitiful but so yummy. The next morning at 7:30 am. In the teacher's office at South City University, Mr. Zheng, here is yesterday's attendance sheet. As she spoke, Counselor Zheng Wei took the form from Mr. Wang's hands. Her gaze rapidly swept over it. Luo Hao Chenning. Those 4 students skipped class again, and all 4 of them are from the exact same dorm room. After Professor Wang headed to the teaching building, Counselor Zheng Wei closely followed behind. She wanted to see for herself if these guys were skipping class again today. Meanwhile, in South Zone Dorm 508, Bro Hao, hurry up, the boss is going to sell out soon. The teacher did roll call again today, and the counselor is there too. No one dares to answer for us. The few of them discussed it and reached a highly unified consensus. Hurry out and line up. If they were late, it would all be gone. They swiftly scanned a shared bike and started pedaling out. Zheng Wei happened to walk by, caught sight of their retreating backs, and her curiosity instantly piqued. What are these little brats doing so early in the morning? I used to think they just could not wake up this early. But looking at this now, there is definitely a hidden motive. Without overthinking it, Zheng Wei decisively scanned a bike and followed them. Over 10 minutes later, Luo Hao and his 3 roommates arrived at the usual spot. After parking their bikes, they sprinted toward Fuse Temple. Zheng Wei trailed them the whole way. Being a South City local, she naturally knew about Fuse Temple. But what were Luo Hao and the others coming here for? Were they praying for romance, praying to get rich, praying to pass their exams? She could not figure it out. She simply could not figure it out, watching the 4 of them arrive at the temple entrance, then turn around and sprint toward the back of a line of people. Zheng Wei was instantly stunned. What is going on here? Just as she was puzzled, a food cart slowly drove up. The crowd instantly erupted in cheers. Zheng Wei finally realized what was happening. Wait, so they were in such a frantic, desperate rush, just for a bite to eat. But the street stalls outside are just made of scraps, and they are unsanitary. How good could they possibly be? Zheng Wei took a few steps forward, ready to drag Luo Hao and the others back to school. Unexpectedly, a monk wearing a monastic robe also got in line at the very back. Immediately after, a few more monks popped out of the temple gates to line up. No, I am not blind, am I? For a moment, Zheng Wei froze in place once again. Who knows what kind of massive shock Zheng Wei's worldview took in those few short seconds. As soon as I parked the cart, I updated the menu on the small whiteboard. The price was still $50 each. Seeing a new flavor, the foodies all looked pleasantly surprised. Wow, crawfish Reggiano. What kind of god-tier combination is this? Boss, hurry up and give me 2, I want to be the first to taste it. Crawfish can be eaten like this. This simply redefines the pinnacle of Reggiano. This idea is incredible. Crawfish Reggiano, let us go. I did not expect the crawfish flavor I made to receive such unanimous, enthusiastic pursuit from everyone. But thinking about it, it was not surprising. With the unique, fresh, and tender texture of crawfish, it tastes amazing no matter how it is cooked. The customer at the very front of the line, after getting his 2 crawfish Reggiamos, literally could not wait a single second longer. Holding the Reggiano, he stood right in front of the stall and started digging in. The pungent garlic aroma, carrying a faint scent of beer, instantly hooked everyone's appetite. Aiming at the crawfish, he took a huge bite. The aroma of the thick garlic sauce coated on the shell burst forth. As his teeth gently bit into the shrimp body, the plump, firm meat instantly popped out of its shell. The garlic aroma had long thoroughly seeped into every fiber of the shrimp meat. So satisfying, it is too delicious. Everyone listen to me, I am not wrong. This garlic crawfish is truly unreal. As soon as he said this, the foodies erupted into discussion. When the voices reached Zheng Wei's ears, she felt a bit perplexed. Garlic crawfish. Why would anyone be interested in something like this sold at a street stall? Let alone these unsanitary little stalls. Even at those high-end buffets and private kitchens. Are not a lot of them just frozen shrimp? When you eat them, the texture is totally mushy, soft and flabby. What is so good about that? Zheng Wei steadied her nerves, ready to grab those 4 truant students and leave. But before she took 2 steps, her eyes were firmly locked onto the crawfish rujiamo in a customer's hand. Her mouth subconsciously parted slightly, and she almost started drooling. I just had a red cabbage and fried egg sandwich this morning. My calories are definitely met for the day. And what time is it? I am definitely not hungry. But right now, Zheng Wei was just like that, staring intently at the rujiamo in someone else's hand. Her brain, however, was very cooperative at this moment. After sensing a brief system crash from its host, it simply controlled her limbs and walked her straight to the back of the line. Before long, Luo Hao and his 3 roommates, their faces brimming with joy, holding their fragrant rujiamos, came walking from the front, chatting and laughing. Zheng Wei's heart instantly leaped into her throat. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of guilt? As the figures of her students drew closer and closer, she grew increasingly nervous. In the split second they brushed past each other, Zheng Wei turned slightly and swiftly looked the other way. Phew, that was close. Thank goodness she was not recognized. As the saying goes, before the mission succeeds, the general falters first. Wanted to catch the students, but ended up joining their ranks. It was Zheng Wei's first time doing something like this, and it was truly way too embarrassing. By the time she neared the front of the line, Zheng Wei's eyes lit up. Not only was the stall owner handsome, but the hygiene conditions of the food cart were impeccable. With own glance, everything was completely spotless, without a single trace of grime. Alright, now I feel at ease. At least I do not have to worry about hygiene issues. As she got closer to the front, the aroma continuously tickled her nose, drilling straight into her heart. It is strange. This is a garlic smell, but it does not trigger any feeling of repulsion in me at all. This is no ordinary garlic. This is the garlic from a Wang Wei poem. Soon, it was finally her turn. She could not help but swallow her overflowing drool. Boss, give me 2 crawfish flavors. I nodded, swiftly packed them up and handed them over. Zheng Wei held the crawfish rujiamo, walked to the side and took a bite. Instantly, it was a mouthful of rich wheat fragrance. It was actually more fragrant than the German rye whole wheat bread she usually ate. It was obviously completely different from the taste of pre-made food. After chewing a few times, her mouth watered profusely. For a moment, she actually felt this garlic flavor was strangely fragrant. How is this a street stall? I am afraid even 5-star restaurants would find it hard to match this. The customer behind Zheng Wei in line, seeing it was finally his turn, hurriedly spoke up, Boss, I want 2 crawfish flavors too. I waved my hand and said regretfully, I am sorry, they are already sold out. I only have Laji Rujiamo left. My God, it is gone. The few young folks behind instantly exploded like firecrackers. Boss, you can't just leave us to die. We cannot live without crawfish rujiamo. Just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Just like the gaming zone cannot lose insert name here. It is over, I have not even tasted it yet. No, my crawfish, please do not leave me. They screamed and wailed, then clutched their hot laji rujiamos, and wept tears of enjoyment. 40 minutes later, many customers who did not get to buy the new flavor crowded around. Boss, I did not get the crawfish. Will you have it tomorrow? I smiled and started packing up the stall. No more, I won't be making it ever again. The few people were instantly dumbfounded, but completely failed to realize my actual meaning. No way, crawfish has become an out-of-print rujiamo. Great, just great, I was one step too late. Mother of God, are you playing a joke on me? I'll let it all be destroyed. I am begging you, boss, please make some more. I will even bring my own ingredients if I have to. They clung to the food cart, howling and crying like ghosts and wolves. So unlucky, I will never get to eat the crawfish flavor again. Several customers who did not get to buy it, seeing I was about to leave, simply got red-eyed with desperation. Their hands acted like octopus tentacles, clinging tightly to my food cart, refusing to let go. My mouth twitched, but I was not about to let them do whatever they wanted. I decisively stepped on the gas, and with a whoosh, drove the food cart away. After all, I had just said I would not be making it ever again. So, the customers acting this crazy seemed somewhat understandable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the own week stall task. Reward, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV. The vehicle has been parked in the host's villa parking garage. All relevant documents and insurance have been processed. Please check and receive them. I was lying on the sofa. Hearing the notification, my eyes instantly lit up. When kindergarten let out, the crowd surged. Driving the food cart over every time was indeed full of inconveniences. Once, a parent even smelled the drifting braised aroma and asked if I had any pig trotters left to sell. I had originally planned to go buy a car another day. Who knew bro system would be so considerate? I stood up from the sofa, pulled open the drawer, grabbed the car keys, and headed straight for the basement. The villa's basement came with 3 complimentary parking spaces. Next to the food cart I usually parked there, a massive black SUV stood quietly, looking steady and majestic. Very good, I like it a lot. Now, I just hope that when the new weekly task refreshed at midnight, it would not be something too outrageous. The system task has refreshed. The stall task for this week is from Monday to Sunday. Sell 200 portions of stir-fried pork intestines daily at 10:00 p.m. When I took a second look at the stall location, I almost spat out the water I had just drunk. The stall location for this task is the City Specialized Hospital. I had passed by this hospital before, so I still had some impression of it. The foot traffic there was passable. After all, these days, people are either sitting in offices for long periods, or simply unable to control their mouths, loving to eat all those spicy and irritating foods. With all that tossing and turning, of course illnesses would easily come knocking at the door. But setting up a stall at 10:00 p.m. at a hospital entrance to sell stir-fried pork intestines. Seriously. The system is getting more and more mischievous. However, what is worth celebrating is that the usually dog-like great system actually gave me 2 days off this time, finally acting like a decent human. On Saturday morning, I took Nuonuo to the zoo. The little Own followed beside me, looking everywhere, taking in a full view of everything that flew in the sky, crawled on the ground, and swam in the water. She pet the alpacas, fed the giraffes, and rode a baby elephant. In the end, she actually started craving the bamboo in the giant panda's mouth. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Fuse Temple, the crowd waited and waited, all the way until 10:30 am. The originally orderly line had long since devolved into chaos. A young man near the front kept checking the time, muttering, "Why is not he here yet? Has not it always been 8:00 am? How long have we been waiting? Could something have happened?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd slapped their thigh and cried out in shock. "My God, could it be that we misunderstood yesterday? The boss did not mean he would not make the crawfish flavor anymore. He meant he is not coming back at all." The entire crowd was instantly dumbfounded. He is actually not doing it anymore. If the boss does not set up his stall, what am I supposed to eat? My partner at home just got addicted to it. If I can't buy a Rugiamo today, I am afraid I won't even be allowed back in the house. Forget it, let us just go back. Sigh, waited for nothing. Many people had specifically saved their stomach space just to eat the Rugiamo. How could they not feel regret right now? Soon, they accepted reality and turned away dejectedly. Insert BGM here, snowflakes drifting, north wind howling. On my end, it was a scene of pure joy. After leaving the zoo, the two of us went to the museum together. After touring all kinds of ancient artifacts, fossils, and animal/plant specimens, and walking for a whole day, Nuonuo lay limply on my back, her little arms loosely draped around my neck. It was obvious she was exhausted. I turned my head slightly and asked gently, "Nuonuo, did you have fun today?" "Fun? Being with daddy is always fun." Hearing the little girl's voice filled with heavy drowsiness, yet brimming with joy, warmed my heart. The next day, Nuonuo acted like a little lazy bug and did not want to go out, so I stayed home and played with building blocks with her. I had been busy setting up the stall recently, so it was rare to enjoy some parent-child time. Additionally, the nannies I had asked the property butler to help find earlier were all in position. Since I did not have time to manage the house while going out to set up the stall, it was better to have some help. The next day, after dropping Nuonuo off at kindergarten, I returned to the villa. At this hour, the butler and the 2 nannies had all arrived on time. The 2 nannies were cleaning the house, while Butler Ding was pruning branches in the yard. Seeing me return, the 3 of them hurriedly greeted me. Then they followed me into the kitchen. Inside a massive basin, coiled strip after strip of pink, greasy pork intestines. I had summoned these from the system before they came to work. These pork intestines had all undergone strict cooling and acid discharge treatments, so their fishy smell was extremely minimal. the system had meticulously removed the fattiest head section and the rear section of the small intestines, leaving only the most essential middle section. I turned and instructed the three of them, put on some gloves and help out. The workload is quite heavy. With a few people crowded in the kitchen, it was a bit hard to move around. So I had them carry the large basin containing the pork intestines to the kitchen's backyard to process them. In front of each person was a basin of clean water and an empty basin. Whether pork intestines taste good or not naturally relies heavily on how they are cleaned and processed. However, with ingredients produced by the system, such problems simply did not exist. Skipping a step, the group directly started turning the intestines inside out. First, they used chopsticks to run some water through the intestines. Although there was quite a bit of fat inside, there was no need to trim it all off. After all, a proper amount of fat makes the texture of the intestines even more wonderful. After dealing with the fat, the official cleaning phase began. Adding salt, strong liquor, and flour, they repeatedly rubbed and scrubbed them. Over an hour later, all these pork intestines were completely processed. They were fresh, smooth, moist to the touch, and even carried a slight feeling of slickness. The subsequent blanching was simple. The strips of intestines were put into a pot of cold water. I added ginger slices, scallion segments, and high-proof white liquor, boiled them for over half an hour, and scooped them out. Taking advantage of the blanching time, the nannies prepared the rest of the ingredients: onions, scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, setting them all aside. Everything was ready, just waiting to open the stall tonight. At 10:00 p.m., at the entrance of the city specialized hospital, pork intestines, freshly stir-fried on the spot, clean and hygienic stir-fried pork intestines. I stood by the food cart and started hawking. "Sir, come try a portion, hey, do not rush off." Under the dim streetlights, the wind quietly swept through the street, kicking up a few fallen leaves, but not a single person stopped for me. The surrounding street stall owners were all guarding their own stalls, casting weird glances at my arrival. Is this young man here to pull a prank? Selling pork intestines at a hospital? Is that even okay? TSK, what an absolute weirdo. Are these pork intestines authentic? They could not have been smuggled out from inside the hospital, could they? Feeling so many eyes staring at me, I felt a wave of discomfort in my heart. The task was to sell 200 portions of stir-fried pork intestines. Yet right now, half an hour had passed, and the progress was still zero. Maybe I should stir-fry a small portion first as a sample. If it does not sell, I will just leave it on the stove to keep warm. When someone comes to ask, I can let them have a taste. Said and done, I directly cut a section of pork intestine. I lit the fire, heated the oil, and tossed in ginger and garlic to release their aroma. For stir-fried pork intestines, the oil temperature is actually quite crucial. If the oil temperature is too low, a large amount of moisture in the intestines will be lost, and the texture will become soft and mushy, lacking crispness. If the oil temperature is too high, the surface of the intestines will instantly burn, while the inside remains undercooked. At this moment, the oil temperature in the wok was at 50–60% heat, just perfect. Sizzle. The moment the intestines were tossed into the oil wok, the oil level rose slightly. Small bubbles rapidly swelled up and popped with a crackle. When the surface of the intestines changed from pinkish white to pale yellow, the aroma also rose along with it. As dark soy sauce and other coloring seasonings were added in, the aroma was stimulated to become even more enticing. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the hospital entrance. This young woman was wearing a hat, a face mask, and even sporting a pair of sunglasses late at night. You could say she was fully armed. As I poured the onions and dried chilies into the wok, the capsaicin in the dried chilies was fully released. It was both pungent and fragrant, absolutely full of soul. After a couple of tosses, the inherent aroma of the intestines themselves was stimulated even further. It was a unique, savory meat fragrance, carrying a certain richness and depth. Smelling this aroma, the young woman, unsurprisingly, felt hungry. Smells good, oh my god, it smells so good. Ever since she rushed to the hospital for the emergency room 2 hours ago, she still had not had a bite to eat. The woman's nose twitched frantically, sniffing hard in several directions. Finally, she locked onto a location. The closer she walked in that direction, the richer the aroma became. When she arrived right in front of my food cart, the woman froze. Stir-fried pork intestines. The woman still could not resist and silently swallowed her drool. "Boss, how much for this? Give me a portion." 50 a portion. Own portion is about half a jean. After saying that, with a skillful flick of the wok, I plated the stir-fried pork intestines. Hearing my words, the young woman nodded slightly. Stir-fried pork intestines at $100 a gene. Among cooked deli meats, that really was not considered expensive. Besides, this plate of intestines right in front of her was nothing like other places, where there is a frightening amount of chili but barely any pieces of intestine. These bright red dried chilies did not steal the show at all. That color, that texture. Just looking at it, the woman felt these intestines must be chewy and bouncy, let alone actually eating them. However, just as she was immersed in this beautiful vision, suddenly, a certain part of her body seemed to start aching faintly. As a hardcore chili lover, the doctor had just specifically warned her to avoid spicy food. But right now, looking at the intestines, that smooth, that tender, that plump and savory fat, the irritability in the woman's heart was like a roaring tsunami, instantly drowning her pitiful bit of rationality. Without a trace, I looked at the woman in front of me, who was wrapped up quite tightly, looking extremely hesitant. I could not help but speak up. How about you try a piece first? If you think it is good, then buy it. After all, this was the first person to actively come over and ask for the price. And she did not leave after asking. Naturally, I had to seize this opportunity. After speaking, I picked up a bamboo skewer, skewered a glossy piece of pork intestine, and handed it over. The woman ultimately could not hold out. With tears in her eyes, she took the intestine from my hand and put it into her mouth. First, she felt the slightly charred and crispy outer skin of the intestine, and the fatty part instantly melted in her mouth. As she chewed to the end, a wave of spiciness surged from the tip of her tongue. It was like a crazy roller coaster, taking a rapid plunge right at its highest peak. It finished with a fiery, spicy kick, leaving a lingering, endless aftertaste. Oh my God. My pores are totally opening up. This is so incredibly satisfying. At this moment, pork intestines were her absolute king. Boss, give me 2 portions. Her voice came from behind the mask, carrying a hint of urgency and embarrassment. Thank goodness she was wearing a mask and fully armed. Otherwise, this would have been way too humiliating. I had long since grown accustomed to scenes like this. I just smiled calmly, then remembered something and added, "Do you want this fatty kind, or the original flavor?" The woman was a bit confused hearing this. A few seconds later, she finally reacted and said, "Then give me own original flavor and own plain flavor." 10 minutes later, the young woman took the 2 portions of stir-fried pork intestines and devoured own portion in a single breath. However, as for the dried chilies inside, she did not eat a single own. She packed up the rest and left. 5 minutes passed. Wang Chen, carrying a large bag of fruit, dragged his exhausted body to the entrance of the city's specialized hospital. He had originally agreed to visit his hospitalized brother right after work. Who knew that right at quitting time, his boss would assign him another urgent task? Right now, he had not even had time to eat dinner. At this moment, a gentle breeze quietly brushed past. At first sniff, it was a slightly greasy yet incredibly rich and mellow scent. It was domineeringly fragrant, remarkably bold and confident. It forcibly brought his hurried footsteps to a halt. Wang Chen stopped in his tracks, looked up, and could not help but widen his eyes. Stir-fried pork intestines. Who in their right mind would sell this at the entrance of a specialized hospital? Wang Chen looked at the enticingly colored stir-fried pork intestines at the stall. Although he was puzzled, he ultimately spoke up. It was just that his tone carried a hint of caution. "Boss, are these stir-fried pork intestines of yours fresh?" Seeing this, I hurriedly answered, "Fresh, absolutely guaranteed fresh. These intestines of mine just arrived today. Made fresh on the spot, handsome, you can taste it first before buying." Hearing my words, Wang Chen's doubts eased slightly, and he decided to try it first. He picked up a bamboo skewer, took a piece of intestine, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his pupils dilated slightly. It is so fragrant it makes your soul leave your body. Wang Chen bought a portion of stir-fried pork intestines, and conveniently ordered a bowl of porridge from the stall next door. Carrying these items, he walked quickly toward the hospital room. "Bro, have some porridge." Wang Chen brought the porridge to the bedside, looking full of worry. Wang Shun took it and took a sip. A trace of vitality finally revealed itself in his eyes. "It is still my little brother who is the best. This porridge warms the stomach and the heart. When your bro gets discharged, I will definitely get you that 5090 graphics card you have been dreaming of." Seeing his brother's condition, Wang Chun felt relieved. He opened the stir-fried pork intestines on the side. As soon as the food box was opened, a domineering, hot and spicy aroma of pork intestines instantly drifted out. "You little brat, What are you eating? It smells so incredibly good. Smelling this aroma, Wang Shun could not help but exclaim. The porridge he just got instantly lost its appeal. Bro, stop shouting, these are pork intestines, you can't eat them. Plus, there is so much chili in it, the super spicy kind. While they were bickering, the aroma instantly drifted to the neighboring hospital beds. A few family members who smelled it instantly asked Wang Chen where this came from. A few minutes later, a group of family members teamed up and headed straight for my stall, terrified that if they were a step too late, it would be sold out. I was selling stir-fried pork intestines at the hospital entrance, and I nearly made the husky at the barbecue stall next door cry from craving. Just now, seeing so many people suddenly crowd around the food cart, I was overjoyed. I did a rough mental count. A total of 24 portions. This was great, 35 plus 24 portions. The task progress had surged by another huge chunk. The stir-fried pork intestines came in 2 flavors. Original with a slight natural scent and non-original cleaned completely of any scent. To ensure the best texture, I could only stir-fry a maximum of 3 plates per batch. I tossed the intestines into the wok and stir-fried them fiercely over high heat. Instantly, hot oil splattered. Onions, dried chilies, and minced garlic were added in sequence. The fat was rendered out by the high heat, releasing a captivating, rich meat aroma. The fragrance was like a surging tide, wave after wave battering the customers' olfactory defenses. They gathered around my stall, rubbing their hands together in anticipation, waiting for the boss to plate the food. Meanwhile, at the barbecue stall not far away, the atmosphere was also filled with lively, bustling energy. Wang Bin and a few close friends were sitting around the stall, laughing and chatting, holding a sizzling, greasy skewer in one hand and a beer in the other. Right in the middle of having a great time, Wang Bin suddenly felt an emptiness by his feet. It felt like something was missing. He was stunned for a second, dazedly chewing the half piece of meat in his mouth. Then he violently slapped his thigh. Where's my dog? Guys, quickly help me look. Where did my rebellious son go? His dog was already a handful to begin with, and even a little bit derpy. On a pitch-black, windy night like this, if it ran off and got lost, what was he going to do? Wang Bin quickly threw down the skewer in his hand, casually set down the beer bottle, and frantically searched the area. After shouting a few times with no response, he instantly panicked. Where could Wang Kai have run off to? He could not have been snatched, could he? Wang Bin's heart filled with even more terror. His mind involuntarily conjured up images of his dog being turned into a dog meat hot pot. Just as he was about to cry from anxiety, he suddenly heard a howl. This long wolf-like howl sounded incredibly derpy and silly, to the point where any owner walking it would feel embarrassed. Just from hearing it, he knew it was definitely his own silly dog. Following the sound, Wang Bin hurriedly ran over. He saw his silly dog sitting right at the edge of a crowd of people, tongue hanging out, grinning a wide, goofy smile. Phew, thank goodness he was not lost. He walked up to the dog, so tired he rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Wang Kai, let us go, we are going back. Seeing its owner arrive, the husky showed none of the excitement of pouncing back into his arms. It did not even give him a single glance. It stayed firmly glued to the ground, absolutely motionless. Wang Bin found it both infuriating and funny. He reached out and lightly smacked the dog on the head. Stop acting up, run off blindly again, and see how I deal with you. But the dog's main personality trait was stubbornness and unruliness. All 4 paws were dead set on the ground, refusing to move even half a step. Its eyes remained fixedly staring straight at my stall. The customers present were deeply moved by the dog's pitiful appearance. Own by own, they could not help but say, "This dog is so well behaved. Do not be mean to it, it might just be hungry." Hearing this, Wang Bin's face instantly darkened. Good heavens, this rebellious son was actually putting on an act outside. He had just seen clearly that there were still several meat skewers thrown on the ground for it to eat. How could it possibly be hungry? This husky was very sharp. It seemed to understand that the current tide of public opinion was heavily in its favor. So, its mouth very obediently started dripping drool. Seeing this standoff between man and dog, the customers could not help but cover their mouths and snicker. This actually made Wang Bin feel a bit embarrassed. He had no choice but to forcefully suppress his anger. He sent a message to his friends telling them to eat first. He then walked up to the stall. "Boss, give me a portion of stir-fried intestines for this rebellious son to eat. Put less chili, and just make it the original flavor." Hearing this, the husky knew it had won. It happily trotted over and followed him. I was currently packing the intestines for the customers. Seeing this dog's tail wagging frantically like it was in second gear, with its tail fur almost flying into the wok. I found it quite amusing. Nice, very nice, now I am even doing cross-species business. Do not rush, I still have 2 sample pieces of intestine here. Let this little guy have a taste. As I spoke, I flicked my wrist, tossing a beautiful parabola. Seeing this, the husky's eyes lit up. It directly leaped up and steadily caught the intestine right in its mouth. Then, its doggy eyes sparkled brightly, and its tail wagged so hard it looked like it wanted to launch into orbit. Looking at his silly dog acting so pathetically desperate for food, Wang Bin could not help but roll his eyes. But for some reason, he himself started feeling a bit of a craving too. He had to admit, a dog's nose really is sharp. These stir-fried pork intestines really did smell incredibly good. Wang Bin sniffed, swallowed his drool and said, "Boss, give me another portion, make it spicy." Many patients' family members who got their stir-fried intestines did not leave either. The smell was too strong. Bringing it inside would only torture the patients. Fortunately, the area was spacious enough. I brought out some tables and stools from the food cart. Everyone sat around together, eating, chatting, and conveniently playing with the dog. This dog was big and tall, with clean, soft fur. As long as someone was willing to pick a piece of intestine from their bowl to feed it, it instantly put on an incredibly endearing look. Lying obediently on the ground, Wang Bin's mouth twitched, simply unable to bear looking at it. Was this still that lawless, tyrant-like living ancestor he had at home? A few minutes later, Wang Bin took the 2 heavy, piping hot portions of intestines from my hands. He tugged at his silly big son and said, "What? Let us go, your uncles are still waiting for your dad to drink." Who could have expected that the husky would just plop down and play dead, its eyes still staring intently at the intestines in the customer's hands? Without a doubt, this was the classic eating from the bowl while staring at the pot. Even though own box of intestines was clearly already its own, the husky was still reluctant to leave just like that. It was still hoping to sell its doggy cuteness a bit longer, to scam a few more pieces of intestine before leaving this food paradise. Seeing this scene, the crowd laughed even louder. Has this dog gained human intelligence? It even knows how to please everyone in exchange for food. Wang Bin also shook his head helplessly. He was truly left with no temper by this silly dog. He opened the food box, picked up a piece of intestine with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. With one bite, his pupils experienced a literal earthquake. This boss really has some serious skills. He is quite adept at using flavors to conquer flavors. To actually take the intensely strong-smelling pork intestines and season them to be this vibrant and aromatic. The stir-fried surface of the intestine was charred and crispy, making a crunching sound when bitten into. Yet the inside was plump, tender, and incredibly smooth. They say that with pork intestines, true mastery is seen in the finer details. In this box of intestines, the unappealing foul odor had almost entirely vanished. Good dog, my silly big son actually knows his stuff. Why am I suddenly finding it more and more pleasing to the eye? Truly worthy of the good big son I raised single-handedly. Holding the wok handle, I gave it a sharp upward flick, and the intestine pieces leaped into the air with the tossing motion. These plump, rich golden nuggets danced joyfully in the wok, making it hard for anyone not to be tempted. Boss, give me 4 more portions of stir-fried pork intestines. 2 original flavor and 2 non-original. Wang Bin smacked his lips as he ate. For something this good, own portion was definitely not enough. He had to buy more to take back and share with his friends over drinks. Meanwhile, the husky not far away had just finished a piece of intestine. It was licking its lips, hearing that its owner could not leave for a while, and that it could get a few more pieces to eat. Its 2 ears flapped excitedly. Own customer was also quite mischievous. He deliberately dangled a piece of intestine right in front of the husky, waving it aimlessly left and right. The husky's head, like a marionette, spun non-stop following the motion. The customer burst out laughing, not forgetting to pop a piece of intestine into his own mouth. "Ah, boss, the intestines you stir-fry are absolutely incredible. No wonder the dog is craving them this badly. Tell me about it. I bought the non-original flavor and there is no weird smell at all. Paired with the chili and onions, the flavor is elevated even more. It is so savory and spicy, and the texture is so crisp, I can't stop after own bite. Actually, it tastes better with a little bit of that natural musky scent. Like this original flavor intestine I have here. It is fresh, spicy, crisp, and tender. It has that authentic street food soul. Boss, what time do you come here to set up your stall every day?" I tapped the edge of the wok with my spatula and responded warmly. "This week, I will be setting up at 10:00 p.m. 10:00 p.m. Then what are we supposed to eat during the day tomorrow? Most of them were accompanying family members of patients. Besides the hospital cafeteria, there were only dingy hole-in-the-wall diners nearby. After eating these intestines, were they really going to be able to stomach anything else? Boss, help me stir-fry 2 more portions of the non-original intestines. Tomorrow I will just heat them up in the microwave. Buy some white rice and it will be absolutely perfect. As soon as this was said, the eyes of the other foodies instantly lit up. Boss, I want one of each flavor. Stir-fry 2 more non-original portions for me too. And me, I want some too. In an instant, this group of people started reordering in massive quantities. Many people nearby buying late-night snacks were also attracted over. Since so many people were lining up, the taste had to be good. Buy. As portion after portion of intestines was sold, my task progress skyrocketed. Over 10 minutes later, the man and his dog finally prepared to head back. You really do not say. Wangbin took a close look at his silly dog. That originally fluffy fur on its head had now been styled into a slicked back pompadour. The kind that looked like it was styled with wax. It was so greasy and shiny it was actually reflecting light. Wait, so after you guys finished eating the intestines, you used my dog to wipe your hands? Returning to the barbecue stall, his few friends saw Wangbin and immediately started winking and teasing him. Yo-ho, where'd you go to take so long to come back? We are almost done eating. Here, Binzi, save these skewers for you. Being gone for so long, do not tell me you finally managed to strike up a conversation with some pretty girl. Wangbin curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Did not meet any pretty girls, but I did hook up with some top-tier gourmet food. Saying that, he raised the food boxes of intestines in his hand. The back-and-forth conversation between the guys completely drained the dog's patience. The husky barked at Wangbin, spinning in circles with anxiety. Seeing this, Wangbin hurriedly opened a food box. He placed a separately packed portion on the ground and opened it. Inside was a full portion of original flavor intestines, non-spicy version. Sure enough, the derpy dog, the husky, swiftly leaned in. Its nose twitched and flared as it took a few deep sniffs. Then, with a look of pure intoxication, it shoved its snout right into the food box. It opened its large mouth and inhaled it all like a storm. Those sharp teeth clashed up and down, chewing the intestines with loud crunching sounds. After swallowing it down, it even grunted happily with bliss. My God, this stuff smells so good. The friends who were highly suspicious just a moment ago could not hold back any longer. Every single one of them was practically drooling. They snatched the stir-fried pork intestines right out of Wangbin's hands, grabbed their chopsticks and started eating. Truly good stuff. You even remembered your bros when you found something this good. Wait, hold on. Do not rush. This portion is original, this one is non-original. Wangbin considerately explained to them. The guys were stunned for a second, then quickly reacted. They pivoted their chopsticks, aiming first at the non-original ones. Pork intestines paired with a big wasabi. This is the life of the gods. Come on, cheers. By 2:30 am, I had finally sold 200 portions. Having been busy all night, I was also feeling a bit hungry right now. I finished the remaining 2 portions of intestines myself, packed up my things, and closed the stall directly. Half an hour later, I arrived back at the entrance of the villa estate. This hour was the golden time for the security guards to slack off. The blinding headlights sweeping over instantly jolted them from their sweet dreams. Seeing it was an owner returning, the 2 hurriedly came out to greet me warmly. Mr. Su, welcome back. I nodded as a greeting, and drove the food cart into the neighborhood. Watching the food cart drift further and further away, a hint of pity appeared in a junior security guard's eyes. Mr. Su used to only go out to set up his stall during the day. Now he is actually grinding away all the way until the early hours of the morning. It is not easy being a rich person either. As soon as this was said, the other taller security guard snapped his head around and rolled his eyes hard. Excuse me. You are a junior security guard making a few $1,000s a month, and you are out here feeling sorry for a rich guy living in a massive villa. I had just stepped through the door when the nanny taking care of Nuonuo heard the commotion and hurriedly walked down from the 2nd floor to greet me. Seeing my exhausted state from afar, the nanny frowned in distress. Mr. Su, you're back. Nuonuo is sleeping soundly. There is a late-night snack in the kitchen, still warm. Would you like to eat something, or go take a shower and rest? I waved my hand weakly. I won't eat. Thanks for your hard work. Get some good rest now. You can come in a bit later tomorrow. With that, I headed upstairs toward the bathroom. The nanny watched my retreating back and sighed helplessly. Sigh, this young man really works so hard. setting up a stall in the middle of the night to provide for us. The next day, I slept incredibly deeply and comfortably. Maybe I was just too tired. It felt like I had fallen into a pile of cotton, and I simply could not wake up. Daddy, you big lazy bug, wake up. It is time to take me to kindergarten. Nuonuo pouted her little lips, her voice carrying an obvious tone of spoiled cuteness. It seemed this little one was completely unaware that I had gone out to set up a stall last night. And smilingly kissed her soft, squishy cheek. Good girl, baby. Daddy is getting up right now. Are you hungry? Nuonuo reached out her little hand and gestured. A little bit hungry. Hearing this, I lovingly took her to wash up. Alright, after we wash up, we will go eat. Meanwhile, over at Fu's temple, numerous tourists were coming up to ask questions. Master, has that Rugiamo stall at the entrance not been here these past few days? What is going on? Do you know where he went, Master? Hearing these words, Monk Hui Kong groaned inwardly. We are both outcasts at the end of the world. You guys come tell me your miseries, but as a monk, I truly have suffering I cannot speak of. I also really want to know where that delicious Rugiamo stall went. Thinking of this, Hui Kong tried hard to suppress his twitching mouth. Benefactors, this truly stumps this young monk. I genuinely do not know. After dropping my child off, I returned to the villa as usual. By this time, Butler Ding and another nanny auntie were already on duty. Seeing me return, Butler Ding walked over holding a glass of soy milk, bowed slightly and said, Mr. Su, the ingredients you purchased have arrived. Today, when taking the ingredients from the system inventory, I directly selected the delivery to door mode. After all, there were many people in the house now. If I suddenly conjured up a massive pile of glistening white pork intestines, like I used to, people might mistakenly think I ran out in the middle of the night to rob someone's pigpen. That would be truly hard to explain. Alright, put them in the backyard to be processed. I took a sip of soy milk and gave the instruction. Although 2 people working in the kitchen would definitely be fine. Pork intestines have a strong smell, and I did not want to stink everyone out. Putting down the glass, I walked to the backyard. Besides the large intestines and some scallions, ginger, garlic, chilies, and other seasonings, there was also an extra, rather large pickle jar nearby. This was exactly the centerpiece for the stir-fried pickled pepper pork intestines I planned to make tonight. Taking advantage of Butler Ding and the nanny sitting by the basin scraping the fat off the intestines, I went back to catch some extra sleep. I slowly woke up when the sound of a few cicadas drifted in from outside the window. It was already 2:00 p.m. Mr. Su, you are awake. Lunch has been prepared for you. On the dining table were 3 dishes and own soup, with a balanced nutritional pairing. Desserts were placed on a plate nearby, and the fruits were cut into beautiful shapes with an exquisite presentation. I nodded in satisfaction, sat down, and started eating. Earlier, the butler and the others had followed my instructions and processed that large basin of pork intestines. Having people to help out now really saved me a lot of effort. Nuonuo had a ballet class today, so I left home 45 minutes later than usual. By the time I arrived, a little dumpling was already sprinting joyfully toward me from afar. Daddy, Nuonuo's voice arrived before she did. Wow, Nuonuo looks so pretty today. Absolutely the most charming little princess in the world. My eyes full of tenderness, I sighed with genuine admiration. Hearing this, Nuonuo pursed her lips and smiled. Being praised made her so happy she instantly performed an impromptu dance on the spot. She slightly raised her chin, stretched her neck, fair as jade, her posture as elegant as a noble little swan. With her chubby, fair, and tender little arms and legs, she stood on her tiptoes and spun a few circles. She looked delightfully round and adorable. I could not help but smile knowingly and clap my hands in applause. Amazing, my baby danced so wonderfully. Daddy is so proud of you. The little Own put her hands on her hips, her face brimming with pride. Daddy, I can do something even more amazing. Hearing this, I tilted my head slightly. Oh, then get in the car and tell Daddy all about it. In the car, Nuonuo sat in the child's seat in the back, babbling non-stop. And also, Daddy, I learned so many characters today. The teacher said I was super awesome. I drove the car while chatting with her with a smile. Really? Tell Daddy, what characters did you learn? Through the rearview mirror inside the car, I saw the little milk dumpling adorably pouting her lips, her little hands scratching her head. I can't remember. Hearing this, I chuckled. That must be because Nuonuo learned too many. You just can't remember them all right now. Tell Daddy when you remember them. At 9:00 p.m., I quietly slipped into Nuonuo's room. Faint moonlight peeked through the gap in the curtains, sprinkling a few traces of pale silver glow. The little dumpling was hugging her doll, sleeping soundly. Her long, curled eyelashes gently covered her tightly closed eyes, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile hung on her slightly pouting lips. I gently tucked the corner of the blanket around Nuonuo, then tiptoed out of the room. With the nanny at home to keep an eye on things, I felt quite at ease. I went to the kitchen and added some cooking wine, light soy sauce, and other seasonings to the chopped segments of pork intestines. I figured that by the time I arrived at the hospital entrance, these intestines would be perfectly marinated. After getting everything ready, I headed out. Meanwhile, Wang Bin was currently nursing a massive headache. Ever since he got home, the husky had been barking at the top of its lungs non-stop. Who knows what it was trying to say? Wang Kai, stop barking, I know you are hungry, hurry up and eat this dog food. Wang Bin shouted at the husky in a pleasant tone. The husky literally spoke through its nostrils, its wise blue eyes glaring fixedly at Wang Bin. Its frantic expression carried undisguised contempt. Hey you silly dog, look at what all this is. There is freeze-dried beef, freeze-dried chicken, plus salmon and broccoli, and you actually dare to turn your nose up at it. Wang Bin patiently explained once more, pushing the dog bowl forward again. Who could have expected the furious husky to send the food bowl flying with a single swipe of its paw? Crash, the dog food instantly scattered all over the floor. You crappy little dog, believe it or not, I will beat you up. Wang Bin glared fiercely at the silly dog, shook his head helplessly, and then pulled out his phone. He sent a message to his bros group chat, going to eat pork intestines or not. As soon as the message went out, the group who had eaten the intestines together yesterday immediately responded enthusiastically. Yes, 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 I was just thinking about it. You guys are both going, count me in. Just thinking about that taste from yesterday. I can't even stop my drool. I dreamed about pork intestines last night. It smelled so good I drooled all over my pillow. Soon, everyone agreed to meet up at my stall. Wang Bin's house was not far from there, so he just decided to walk. Except, for the entire journey, the husky was dragging him along as it ran. Wang Bin was yanked so hard he was stumbling and running at the same time, even developing the illusion of not knowing if this leash should be put on him or the dog. From afar, the husky caught a whiff of that familiar pork intestine aroma. It was instantly so excited it was practically out of its mind, and with a whoosh, it accelerated. Like a wild donkey off its reins, it ran with extraordinary joy. In the blink of an eye, the man and his dog charged right up to my stall. This silly dog actually knew how to emergency brake. All four paws scraped deep marks into the ground. This was the true definition of a foot brake. The husky locked its gaze onto me again, acting like it had just seen its own biological father. Its mouth continuously let out a string of whimper sounds, looking exactly like a spoiled child acting cute as clingy as could be. Hungry, haha, you little dog are pretty cute. I was packing the food boxes, laughing so hard I was shaking. Seeing this, Wang Bin's face turned green. This silly dog truly gave it its all just for a bite to eat, so desperate. Wang Bin smelled the drifting aroma and was slightly stunned. This smell seemed somewhat different from yesterday's. His gaze swept over to the small whiteboard nearby, and a flash of joy instantly appeared in his eyes. Pickled pepper flavor. Pickled peppers were great. He loved eating pickled pepper chicken feet. Boss, give me 2 portions, own without pickled peppers. I smiled and replied, there are 2 spicy portions ahead of you. I will stir-fry yours together with them. The little dog's portion will wait for the next batch. As soon as these words fell, the husky's originally perked up ears instantly stood even straighter. Drool flowed uncontrollably. Its tail instantly became like an out-of-control broom, sweeping frantically left and right, kicking up a gust of wind. I glanced up and could not help but chuckle inwardly. You silly dog, you are practically going crazy from craving. I know you are anxious, but please do not be anxious just yet. I heated the wok, poured in the oil, and tossed in the scallions, ginger, and garlic. I reached into the crisper box and scooped out a massive spoonful of pickled peppers. This stuff is the soul of this dish. Sichuan cuisine has always emphasized layers of progressive flavor. Master-level spicy cooking specifically focuses on releasing multiple types of heat simultaneously. Urgentio for a balance of fragrance and heat, Thai chilies for high heat, and Chaotian peppers for lower fragrance but intense spice. When these chilies are mixed into the wok and flash fried, who could possibly withstand the smell? This smells so good. I have not even added the main ingredient yet. But just this spicy aroma is enough to make the gluttonous bugs in anyone's stomach riot. Boss, Give me a portion too. The customers in line could not wait any longer. I nodded and started tossing in the pork intestines. The surface of the marinated pork intestines had a light brown hue. After tumbling around in the wok, they turned into a beautiful caramelized golden yellow. At this moment, the family member of the patient who was the first to buy the intestines brought a portion back to the hospital room and was spotted by the little nurse on duty that day. That aroma made her swallow her drool repeatedly. After learning where the pork intestines could be bought, this nurse Missy immediately took action. Sister, cover my shift for a bit, will you? I'm going to buy a late-night snack. I will be right back. The little nurse rushed out of the hospital like a whirlwind. Seeing the long line that had formed, Nurse Jiang instantly fell silent. Wait, do you people have nothing better to do in the middle of the night? All of you gathering here to line up for pork intestines. Is this even reasonable? But for such a highly sought-after item with such an enticing aroma, she had to try it no matter what. Thinking this, Nurse Jiang quickly walked to the end of the line, constantly standing on her tiptoes to peer toward the front. Half an hour later, it was finally her turn. Boss, give me a portion of pickled pepper pork intestines, non-original flavor. Nurse Jiang took the packed intestines with both hands and thanked me. Then, she hurried back toward the nurse's triage station, her face still carrying a slight flush from rushing. Her colleague covering her shift saw her and hurriedly stood up. Jiang, you're back. Nothing much happened here just now, everything is normal. Nurse Jiang looked around, and seeing no one was there, she opened the food box, picked up a piece of intestine, put it in her mouth, and started chewing. So fragrant, the very next second so spicy, it actually smuggled in hidden goods. Right now, Nurse Jiang looked like an old, dehydrated dog that had just escaped from the desert. Life is unpredictable. Large intestines wrapping small chilies, so spicy and so refreshing, it is simply too delicious. I went out to set up my stall and sell pork intestines as usual, but unexpectedly ran into old customers who had bought my pig trotters before. An unimaginable scene unfolded. Right now, at 1:00 a.m., the front of my stall was incredibly bustling. Under the dim, yellowish streetlights, silhouettes flickered. The old grandpa who sold porridge next to me yesterday was happily pulling his little cart toward me. He looked full of energy, showing absolutely none of the exhaustion one would expect at this hour. Normally, selling white rice porridge at the hospital entrance, his sales were passable, but there would always be quite a bit left in the second bucket. However, with this young man here yesterday, the situation was completely different. Some people even thought he was my dad, and acting on the principle of love me, love my dog, they ordered several extra bowls of porridge in own breath. The old grandpa just chuckled, adopting a policy of neither explaining nor denying. Yesterday, while Xiangzi was scrolling through short videos, he saw a viral pork intestine stall, and realized it was right near their cycling route. So, he and Li Ku rushed to the city hospital entrance in a whirlwind. Smells so good, that rich meat aroma mixed with sour and spicy notes drifting for miles is no joke. Could this really be a hidden gem of a snack stall? Did Mother Heaven see our sincere devotion in searching for the pig trotters, and show mercy by giving us a meal replacement? Stir-fried pickled pepper pork intestines. Original and non-original flavor, 50 a portion, half a gene per portion. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. This boss is actually pretty interesting. Original flavor lovers are rejoicing. The two of them, full of joy and excitement, prepared to get in line at the back. Suddenly, Xiangzi noticed something and violently slapped his thigh. He shouted at me, who was currently tossing the wok, "You are the pig trotter stall boss, right?" Even though seeing the food cart and setup earlier had raised some doubts in his mind, he had not thought much of it. If it were not for the distinct charm radiating from my eyes and brow, he would not have dared to recognize me. After all, this place was way too far from Xingming Park. Hearing this, my wok-tossing motion abruptly froze, and my heart skipped a beat. Was it the foodies from Xingming Park? The two places were 108,000 miles apart, and they still managed to run into me here. The next second, I nodded slightly. So what if I sold pig trotters before? It was a past job anyway. There was nothing to hide. At this moment, the pork intestines in the wok were done stir-frying. I smoothly plated them and handed them to the customer at the front. Seeing me nod, Xiangzi was instantly so excited he almost burst into tears. It really is the pig trotter boss. It is not just a beautiful hallucination before I starve to death. Without another word, Xiangzi slapped Li Ku on the back. Li Ku instantly gasped in pain. Just as he was about to get angry, Xiangzi started dancing with joy, looking almost delirious. Great, brother, you screamed perfectly, no need to scream anymore. This really is not a dream. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Truly, plant a flower with care, and it may not bloom. Casually plant a willow, and it grows into a shade. Just taking a random stroll today, and the two of them actually ran into me. What damn good luck this was. I was stunned hearing this. Silence was my Cambridge tonight. There was still a whole line of people waiting. My gaze did not linger for too long. I hurriedly reached into the crisper box, scooped out a large spoonful of pickled peppers, and prepared to continue stir-frying. My ignorance only made them even more emotional, as if they had suffered a massive injustice. Boss, not being able to eat your pig trotters for so many days. Do you know how we survived? Yeah, we are standing right in front of you. How much do we look like our past selves to you? Do not underestimate our bond with those pig trotters. Every sentence of their tearful complaints carried thick resentment. That mournful appearance truly made listeners sad and hearers weep. The customers who were originally lining up obediently in the back now had all their attention diverted. Even a passing stray dog perked up its ears, rushing to the front lines to watch the drama unfold. Now I was truly stuck in an awkward situation. Wait, what kind of dead movement was this? Save me, everyone must die eventually. But you can't die of awkwardness. My face turned green, and I hid 2 steps back into the food cart. No bros, you two need to calm down. Sometimes, when a person is setting up a stall, they really just want to call the cops. These foodies are truly way too terrifying. Honestly, I just wanted to keep a low profile and set up my stall. Boss, do not hide. What bad intentions could we possibly have? We are just craving a bite of those pig trotters, that is all. Do you know we have been looking for you every single day? There are 326 paving stones at the entrance of Xingmeng Park, and we have stepped on every single one of them countless times. Among them, 30 have already developed fine cracks. Otherwise, how would we survive these long, endless nights? As his words fell, I was once again rendered speechless. I'm not selling pig trotters anymore. This week at 10:00 p.m., I have switched to selling stir-fried pork intestines. I explained concisely. Hearing this, the other customers also understood what was going on. So the boss used to sell pig trotters, and now switched to selling pork intestines. They were not going to get to eat the pig trotters anyway. But you two should not delay their pork intestine progress either. Many customers quickly spoke up to assist. If you want to eat pork intestines, go line up in the back. Do not hold up the boss's business. Seeing that the customers were about to gang up on them, Xiangzi and Li Ku gradually calmed down. Of course, they were going to eat the pork intestines. The two quickly pulled out their phones and sent messages in the Pig Trotter Boss group chat. Found the Pig Trotter Boss. He is selling pork intestines at the city hospital entrance at 10:00 p.m. After sending this message, Xiangzi took a few photos, sent them to the group, and attached a location pin. Finally, he did not forget to at the group owner, Jean Dequan, the custodian of the Pig Trotter group. $600, we are rich, we struck gold. Xiangzi and Li Ku would split it half and half. How is this any different from winning the lottery? A few minutes later, both of their phones vibrated violently. At this hour, the older folks had long gone to sleep, but it definitely woke up quite a few young night owls. Bro, that is F******ing awesome, you actually managed to find him. To think I was completely devoted to his pig trotters. And the boss is out here having affairs with pork intestines, is this fair to us? What is so good about pork intestines? Can they even compare to pig trotters? He just stopped selling them just like that? Tell the boss to wait right there, I am heading overnight right now. The messages scrolled rapidly. The pig trotter army was about to rush the battlefield. 15 minutes passed, and I shouted directly. Stop lining up, I'm sold out, come back tomorrow. Xiangzi and Li Ke did not make it to the front, so they had to agree to come back tomorrow. They casually dropped a friendly reminder in the group chat. As soon as the message went out, it caused many trotter fans who were halfway there to burst into tears. The next evening at 7:20 p.m., night quietly descended. Inside the villa, however, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. Nuonuo and I were sitting on the sofa watching TV. On the coffee table in front of us sat a heart-shaped Rujiamo. Nuonuo had gotten a bit tired of Butler Ding's cooking these past few days, so she pestered me to make a special Rujiamo for her. At this moment, Nuonuo reached out her chubby little hand, pointed at the adorable heart-shaped Rujiamo, and called out in her milky voice, "Daddy, help me get the bun, I want to eat." I smiled upon hearing that. Coming right up, careful it is hot. Nuonuo took it, opened her mouth wide, and took a huge bite. The bun was overflowing with wheat fragrance, so crispy it dropped crumbs everywhere. The meat was simmered to soft, tender perfection, dripping with delicious juices. After eating half of the rugiamo, she yawned sleepily. Her big eyes were watering, but she still forced herself to stay awake, wanting to keep eating. Daddy made it so yummy, I absolutely cannot waste it. Seeing her eyes were almost completely shut, I stroked her soft hair and asked gently, "Is Nuonuo sleepy?" And no, not sleepy. Nuonuo tried hard to force her heavy eyelids open. Her voice carried a strong hint of drowsiness. "Daddy, I am not sleepy at all. It is just my eyelids seem to be glued together, but my mouth can still eat." For a moment, I simply did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You greedy little glutton. Having a mouth like yours, your body sure works hard to keep up." Nuonuo started chewing, chew, chew, chew. She chewed slower and slower, until finally she stopped moving completely. Nuonuo's eyelashes fluttered slightly. I could not help but laugh. "You little tyke, your eyes have powered down, but your little mouth is actually using its remaining battery to keep going. You are fatally adorable. It would be a true shame not to record such an adorable little dumpling." So I pulled out my phone, aimed the lens at Nuonuo's tender, fair little face, and snapped several photos with a click, click, click. At 9:55 p.m., at the city hospital entrance, a chubby bro was shouting at the top of his lungs, his face red and his neck veins bulging. Which absolute idiot leaked the news on the internet? Do not you know the boss only prepares 200 portions of pork intestines a night? With so many people showing up all at once, what am I going to do if I can't get any? As the chubby bro spoke, his plump belly jiggled along. Yeah, how is this any different from an angler having their secret fishing spot leaked online? A tall, skinny guy lined up behind him also started yelling, poking his finger wildly in the air. The crowd was noisy and chaotic, having eaten the pork intestines for 2 days straight. Many foodies had specifically brought their whole squads along 3 here, for there, forming huge groups to come over. They rushed over enthusiastically, only to discover that a dense crowd was already camping out in front of the empty stall spot. Then the old foodies, own by own, started going absolutely crazy. It was only 10:00 p.m., but the aura of resentment radiating from them was actually more terrifying than a ghost. After all, the disappointment of not getting any yesterday was still a dull ache in their hearts. He is here, the boss is coming with his pork intestines. Accompanied by a series of boisterous shouts, a familiar old friend approached from afar. Everyone's gaze was locked tightly onto that food cart. Before the cart even fully stopped, a group of people swarmed forward and completely surrounded my food cart. The 4 greatest joys in life: sweet rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a distant land, the wedding night, and recovering something once lost. At that moment, the Trotter fans were truly way too excited. It is him, it is him, it is really him. Quick, everyone, surround him quickly. Bros, the raid has begun. I had just stepped out of the driver's seat when I was swarmed and surrounded by the mob. My whole being was in a state of utter bewilderment. They raised their voices and started wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. "Boss, Pig Trotter boss, it really is you. If you dare run away again next time, I am going to lock you up and keep you by my side forever." I was being shoved back and forth, feeling like I was going to die. "Wait, why are you guys acting like a bunch of Wang Baochuans who finally found Shui Pingui?" I groaned inwardly, absolutely speechless to the extreme. I originally thought the 2 guys crying and howling in the early hours were just an isolated incident. I never expected the situation to evolve into this bizarre spectacle. Are those pig trotters really that addicting? "Boss, is this fair to us? You were selling perfectly good pig trotters, and then you just stopped. If you start selling them again, we will forgive you." "Yeah, boss. Tomorrow you must sell both pork intestines and pig trotters. Otherwise, do not blame me for kneeling right here and crying my eyes out begging you." "Boss, we can carry a whole sack of pork shoulders over ourselves. Just help us braise them, it won't delay you from making big money. If that does not work, we will even bring our own pots." Seeing the foodies' complaints gradually die down, yet they still kept pestering me for pig trotters, I was literally sweating buckets. These past few weeks of setting up the stall, I had always been carefree, unconstrained, and free. Why did it suddenly feel like I was being forced to go to work? Thank you all for your love, but please, stop obsessing over it. The pig trotters really are not making a comeback. Me setting up this stall is purely for fun, it is not my career. The Trotter fans were shocked hearing this. So there really was someone out there setting up a street stall just for fun. This was truly absurd to the extreme. "Boss, since the pig trotters are gone, at least give us your contact info, right?" I am not like them. I won't make a fuss or cause a scene. Just notify me whenever you set up your stall in the future. Sorry, I can't give out my contact info. I mainly just go wherever the wind takes me. Where I go and what I sell all depends entirely on my mood. Everyone, let us just leave our food encounters to fate. Wah boss, you are so heartless. Swallow Yenzi, without your pig trotters, how am I supposed to live? I fell in love with a wild bird, but I have no grassland in my home. I had already explained the situation very clearly. So the crowd naturally had no reason to keep pestering me. Besides, there was still a massive line of people waiting behind the stall. At this moment, a patient's family member walked out of the hospital gate, planning to get some fresh air first and buy a portion of pork intestines later to satisfy his craving. He casually glanced outside out of boredom, only to see that in front of the familiar stall spot, there was a line stretching so long he could not even see the end of it. My God, is not that the food cart selling pork intestines? It is only 10 of the clock. Is the city under siege today or what? How did so many people show up all at once? He pulled out his phone and typed a message. Hurry, hurry, there is an insane amount of people today. If you are late, you won't get any. Those family members who were originally taking their time, planning to line up later, instantly panicked. Own by own, they all surged wildly toward the elevator lobby. In the blink of an eye, the elevators were fully loaded, letting out groans of being completely overwhelmed, while bursts of wailing echoed from inside. I am telling you, you people who ate the intestines in the early hours of the morning, can't you just skip own meal today? No way, are not you rushing to snatch them up too? How do you have the nerve to judge others? Why the double standard? I absolutely cannot skip a meal. My love for pork intestines is true love. I frowned as I looked at the crowd swarming toward the back of the line. I estimated there were over 80 people lining up. No choice, absolutely no choice. Then the pickled pepper pork intestines will be limited to 2 portions per person. Seeing the purchase limit written on the small whiteboard, the foodies almost unanimously ordered 2 portions each. After all, those who could rush over exactly on time to line up were all regular customers. Of course they knew the absolute gold tier value of these pork intestines. Everyone, please do not rush, own at a time. As I spoke, I took action, quickly arranging the marinated intestines, various seasonings, and side ingredients in perfect order, then fired up the wok and heated the oil. Many foodies' eyes were wide and round, staring unblinkingly at the pork intestines in the wok. Their drool flowed like a waterfall falling 3,000 feet. A few minutes later, the customer at the front got his stir-fried pork intestines first. He did not choose to sit down obediently by the stall, but took a massive detour to the supermarket next door to grab some beer. As the saying goes, dismount upon smelling the aroma, park the cart upon knowing the taste. For a moment, he became the absolute center of everyone's attention. Everyone was gulping down their saliva in unison, but the Trotter fans lined up in the back felt that the scene before their eyes was simply too bizarre. They looked at that guy's smug demeanor, and a hint of disdain could not help but reveal itself in their eyes. Exaggerating, so exaggerating. It is just eating a bite of pork intestines. Is there a need to act like that? If he got to eat the pig trotters, would not he be so excited his soul would leave his body and ascend straight to immortality? Meanwhile, Nurse Jiang, carrying 2 portions of pickled pepper pork intestines, trotted all the way back to the hospital. Director Huang, Xiaodong, there is an insane amount of people buying pork intestines today, and each person is strictly limited to 2 portions. Upon hearing this, Director Huang's old face instantly dropped. No way, they set a purchase limit that quickly. Just making own trip requires waiting in line for half an hour. Looking at this situation, is it even going to be in time if I go line up now? Just earlier, he had confidently declared that he was going to treat little Jiang to a portion of pork intestines. He never expected the slap to the face to come so quickly. To think he was actually reduced to fighting for food with 2 young girls. Fate loves to play tricks. Where was he supposed to put his old face now? For a moment, Director Huang could not help but feel a surge of sorrow. Just 2 portions of pork intestines. How do you suppose we should divide them? As his words fell, Xiaotong stood to the side, glancing back and forth between Nurse Jiang and Director Huang, not daring to utter a single sound. At 1:00 a.m., Han Ling, Qiangzi, and Li Ku finally made it to the very front of the line. Boss, the 3 of us will buy 2 portions each. We all want the non-original flavor. When I handed the stir-fried pork intestines into her hands, Han Ling's eyes completely glazed over, looking at those evenly sized rings of pork intestines, paired with the bright dried chilies. It looked incredibly festive and appealing. Taking a bite, stimulated by the scallions, ginger, garlic, and chilies. The unique meat aroma of the crispy on the outside, soft on the inside pork intestines, was unleashed to its absolute fullest. Immediately after, an unexpected thought actually crossed her mind. Why does it feel like the large intestines are even more fragrant than the pig trotters? A minute ago, she was devastated. A minute later, she was beaming with joy. May I ask, where in this world is there an unforgettable old flame? There are only new loves that just are not good enough. Seeing Qiangzi and Li Ku eating with immense relish beside her, she did not need to ask or say a word. Just from that reaction, she understood perfectly. At 2:30 am, having been busy all night, I was finally about to close the stall. I stretched my limbs, picked up the portion of pickled pepper pork intestines I saved for myself, and started eating. The old grandpa selling porridge next to me was very observant. He actively brought over a bowl of steaming hot porridge. "Young man, it is all thanks to you. I sold 3 whole buckets of porridge again today." I did not refuse the porridge the grandpa offered. I smiled and took it. People always say, late night alcohol, early morning porridge. But honestly, late night porridge is pretty great too. For the next 3 consecutive days, I continuously tossed the wok and stir-fried. Not only was my spatula striking the wok so hard it threw sparks, but my entire body ached, my back hurt, and I could barely lift my arms. Today was the last day of selling pork intestines. To prevent this group of people from making wasted trips like the pig trotter customers, I specifically reminded them that I would not be coming to sell pork intestines anymore. This also resulted in the fact that when I was closing up the stall, many customers clung to my car, refusing to let me leave. "Boss, please do not. I just applied with the doctor to stay hospitalized for a few more days. And you are actually going to stop selling?" "Yeah, boss, without your pork intestines. I feel like there is no more light in my life." "Boss, do you still believe in the light?" Saying this, someone actually pulled out a Tiga Ultraman Sparklance. "We won't be able to eat it. We will never be able to eat it again." The group of people had disappointment written all over their faces. They finally understood how the Trotter fans felt a few days ago. Was this some new style of street vending? Or was the boss just experiencing commoner life? Seeing this, the porridge-selling grandpa next to me served me a bowl of white rice porridge as usual. "Young man, it is still hot. Finish eating before you go." "All right, grandpa. I won't be setting up my stall here tomorrow, so prepare a bit less porridge, so you do not end up with leftovers." I took the porridge and took a sip. I have to admit, having a bowl like this after pulling an all-nighter at the stall warmed the stomach and was incredibly comforting. "Young man, you are doing so well setting up your stall here, and everyone loves your food. Why are you leaving?" The grandpa spoke with deep agitation, gripping my arm tightly with both hands. If others left him, he could still eat something else. But if I left him, what would happen to his business? Seeing that my mind was firmly made up, an idea suddenly sparked in the grandpa's mind. "Young man, would you be willing to be my godson? The kind that receives money envelopes during holidays and festivals." Hearing this, I was instantly speechless. What on earth was going on? In the blink of an eye, running a street stall actually earned me an extra living father. Thinking I did not believe him, the old grandpa pulled out several hundred-yuan bills directly. "Do not worry, it will be at least this amount." Before I could even refuse, the grandpa started firing off words like a machine gun again. "Young man, if you do not want to be my godson, do you need a wife? I also have a granddaughter. She is incredibly gorgeous and a university graduate. She is just a little bit slightly lazy." I was dumbfounded and so scared I shook my head repeatedly. No, grandpa, I do not want a wife. I am not being anyone's godson, and I definitely do not want your cash. I really truly thank you, but no." After saying that, I downed the white porridge in my hand in one gulp, left $100 to pay for the porridge over the past few days, then swiftly hopped into the car and fled at top speed. I was terrified that if I walked a second slower, the grandpa would say something even more shocking. Returning home, I took a quick shower and lay on the reclining chair to rest. Before I even fell asleep, the task reward arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the own week stall task. Reward, physique enhancer. Hearing this, my eyes shone brightly as I looked at the system reward. Bro, system really is my own biological brother. Stir-frying 200 portions of pork intestines every day this past week. Nearly broke my back. Sending the physique enhancer right now. You are actually quite considerate. I hurriedly took the physique enhancer out of the system inventory. Without a second word, I unscrewed the cap and downed it all in one gulp. It actually tasted pretty good. like a tiny drop of honey was added to pure milk. As for anything else, there was none of the imagined pain, not even the slightest unusual sensation. But gradually I noticed something was different. The soreness and fatigue in my body had unknowingly vanished without a trace. Hey, not bad, it absorbed pretty fast. Just as I stretched my body and prepared to play a round of a game, I heard a ding sound. This week's task: sell a cumulative total of 800 portions of desserts. Stall location: the foot of Shisher Mountain. Dessert type is unrestricted. Stall operating hours are unrestricted. Dessert price: 50 yuan per portion. The complete guide to dessert making has been issued. My god, this is great, this is fantastic. I originally thought that passing the newbie phase meant the difficulty would ramp up. I did not expect to be let off the hook completely. With such a small task volume, is not this practically a joke? I do not have to climb the mountain, there are only 800 portions, and there is no time limit. Then I will just casually go for 2 days, and consider the rest a vacation. Bro system, besides you, who else loves me this much? I opened the navigation app on my phone, and immediately searched for Shisher Mountain. Good heavens, it was actually at the absolute outermost edge of South City. Driving there would take over 2 hours, even though it was a scenic area. Because it was too remote and the mountain was not high, generally very few people went there. The regular foot traffic was pitifully low. Someone commented under the navigation app, "Trash scenic spot, not fun at all, and it costs $50 for a ticket." If it were not for the community benefit event giving out free tickets, I definitely would not have come. Everyone be careful, wild animals appear in there from time to time. Make sure to cover your pockets and backpacks to prevent pickpocketing by monkeys. The scenery in the spot is nice, and there are many kinds of birds. But watch out for little snacks falling from the sky bird poop. I casually scrolled through the reviews but felt it did not matter. First, I was not paying for a ticket to be a sucker, and second, I was not climbing the mountain for the scenery. Who cares? Let us sleep first and figure it out when I wake up. I finally gave myself a proper vacation. I had absolutely no intention of setting up the stall today. Lying comfortably at home, I played games all morning, starting a joyful time of completely lying flat. In the afternoon, seeing Butler Ding go to pick up Nuonuo, I finally stretched my arms, preparing to make some desserts to test out a few flavors first. About half an hour later, the sound of the front door opening came from the living room. It was Nuonuo coming back. As soon as she entered the house, her little nose twitched. "Wow, it smells so good, what yummy food do we have today?" Nuonuo put her hands on her hips, deliberately pouting her little mouth high in the air. Daddy, why did not you come pick me up today?" Seeing the little girl's angry, huffing appearance, I found it incredibly amusing. I immediately picked her up and walked toward the kitchen. "Oh, so you have learned how to be mad at Daddy now. Daddy was making your favorite cake. It is coming out of the oven right now." So it was cake, no wonder it smells so good. Following her daddy's pointing finger, the little Own looked into the oven, her eyes full of little stars. The surface of the cakes was a beautiful, golden yellow, round, plump, and incredibly adorable. The moment the cheesecake was taken out of the oven, an intensely rich and mellow milky aroma instantly permeated the air. The fragrance was incredibly domineering and arrogant, rampaging wildly, and no Own could stop it. It floated joyfully out the window, all the way along, drilling straight toward the villa next door. At this time, in the garden of the villa next door, a little boy was playing with his toys. He was muttering to himself, completely absorbed. Suddenly, the little boy smelled this aroma and froze instantly. Crystal clear drool fell drip, dropped down his chin. He threw down the toys in his hands, kicked up his little feet, and sprinted into the house. "Grandpa, Grandma, go look quickly. Is the neighbor making a super yummy cake? I really want to eat it." Seeing their grandson yelling like this, the two elders did not dare neglect him. They quickly told their chef to bring out all the cakes and pastries. After all, their precious grandson only came to visit them once a month, so naturally they had to treat him well. Soon the cakes were brought out. The little boy took a sniff, then sat his butt on the floor, kicking his legs wildly and slapping the floor with his hands, throwing a tantrum. "No, I want to eat the Own from next door. The Own next door smells better." On my side, in our dining room, Nuonuo sat on her stool, impatiently opening her little cherry mouth. Nom, she took a massive bite. The little Own's eyes instantly widened. "Wow, Daddy, this cake is so yummy." This was the best cake she had ever eaten. Nuonuo's little mouth chewed and chewed. It was so delicious she even wriggled her little body. Then she picked up her fork, poked a small piece of cake, brought it to my mouth and said in her milky voice, Daddy, you eat too. I looked at the little milk dumpling tenderly, bent down, and ate the cake the little one offered. Thank you, baby. It is really delicious. Hearing this, Nuonuo was absolutely thrilled. Both of her little feet hopped happily up and down, unable to hide the little joy in her heart. Daddy, the cake is too yummy, I want to eat another piece. You little glutton, you can't eat too much. We still have to eat dinner soon, I said dotingly, reaching out to gently wipe away the cake crumbs from the corner of Nuonuo's mouth. Seeing this father and daughter being so affectionate, for a moment, Butler Ding also revealed a smile. Nuonuo, has not Daddy usually told you that you have to learn to share? Let us go get some cake and share it with everyone. Nuonuo nodded and skipped happily to the kitchen. Soon she came out carrying a plate of cake. Grandpa Butler, eat some cake. Butler Ding almost fainted from the cuteness of this angelic voice. He solemnly took it with both hands, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Thank you, Nuonuo. You are welcome. Nuonuo adorably pursed her little lips and walked toward the two nannies. This little one was fair-skinned, tender, and sculpted like pink jade. She was so cute it melted people's hearts. Let alone sharing cake with them. She was simply a little angel. Who could possibly not love her? In the villa next door, facing their grandson throwing a tantrum on the floor, the two elders looked at each other, entirely at a loss for what to do. All right, good grandson, get up first. Subsequently, at their grandson's pleading, they stepped into the yard. Grandpa, Grandma, smell it? Does not it smell so good? The little boy tugged at the hem of their clothes, jumping up and down. The two exchanged a glance, very much wanting to deny it. But that domineering aroma forcibly drilled right into their noses. Did they really have to risk their old bones to go next door and beg for some? That would be way too embarrassing. The two of them secretly swallowed their drool in unison. With their degraded, old noses, even they could not withstand the smell, let alone a child. They wondered where the neighbors hired such a chef, and if their own family could afford to hire them. Forget it, Grandpa won't feel embarrassed for his grandson. Thinking this, he went inside, grabbed a bottle of red wine, walked to the neighbor's door, and rang the doorbell. The door opened. Seeing the two elders and own child in front of him, Butler Ding looked puzzled. The old man had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak. Hello, I am your neighbor from next door. Since we happen to be free today, we came over to pay a visit. Saying this, the old man offered the red wine forward. He truly could not bring himself to say the rest. But the little grandson did not care about any of that. Why is Grandpa talking without getting to the point? He got anxious and simply poked his head out from behind his grandpa. Your cake smells so good, can I have a piece? As soon as this was said, the old man looked incredibly awkward. The old lady's face showed an apologetic expression. Our little grandson does not know better. He was just craving the smell of your cake too much. Hearing this, Butler Ding smiled slightly. Please wait a moment, everyone. I will go speak with the homeowner. He turned and walked quickly into the house, reporting the situation at the door to me. I was stunned at first, but then could not help bursting into laughter. It is just making some cake, and it caused the neighbor's kid to actually come knocking on our door. Soon Butler Ding and I went to the door together, seeing the cake held in Butler Ding's hands. The two elders blushed a bit, looking embarrassed. Young man, my little grandson does not know any better. He is just too gluttonous. I will definitely give him a good talking to later. It is fine, it is just a child's nature. I smiled faintly. This child was about the same age as Nuonuo. It is an age where they can't control their mouths, so naturally, I understood. The old man took the cake, thanking us repeatedly. Then, ignoring my refusals, he directly shoved the red wine into my arms. The next day, it was only 6:00 a.m., but I could not sleep anymore. Having stayed up late for a whole week, my energy was actually incredibly abundant. This definitely had to be the effect of the physique enhancer. After washing up, I went to the kitchen to make cheesecake, preparing to go out and set up the stall later. The oven was very large. Could bake 6 at a time. By the time the second batch was almost ready to come out, Butler Ding and the nannies had also started their shifts. Good morning, mister. You started making cakes so early. Is there anything you need us to do? Thought about it. Then please help me wash some fruits. After all, while the cheesecake was delicious, selling it for $50 each was honestly a bit pricey. If I decorated them with some whipped cream and fruits, I figured they would be perfect. Before long, the nannies had also prepared breakfast. Only then did I put down my work to go wake the little one. Nuonuo, hurry up and wake up. If you do not get up, you will be late. I called out softly, but Nuonuo remained indifferent, sleeping soundly as usual. Hearing Daddy's voice even made her sleep more soundly. This little rascal really insists on making Daddy use his ultimate weapon. I bent down, brought my mouth close to Nuonuo's ear, and whispered, "Nuonuo, time to wake up and eat breakfast. There are so many yummy cakes." Just as I finished speaking, I saw the little dumpling's eyelids flutter. Her tightly closed big eyes slowly opened. "Cake, I want to eat, Daddy, I want to eat cake." I could not hold back my laughter. I reached out and pinched the little dumpling's soft, chubby cheeks. "You really are a little greedy pig." After breakfast, it was time for Nuonuo to go to kindergarten. She grabbed the packaged layered cakes and started stuffing them into her little backpack. The backpack was stuffed so full and bulging that the zipper would not close. In the end, Nuonuo took out her textbooks and finally managed to barely squeeze 2 cakes inside. Her motto was basically, studying is optional, but eating is mandatory. Watching from the side, I shook my head repeatedly, telling the little Own to hold her books properly. Whatever. If she can study, she will study. If she can't study, then she should just eat more. Either her brain or her body has to grow, right? At 8:30 am, I drove the food cart all the way toward Shishir Mountain, approaching the location looking from afar. That mountain looked like a half-asleep winter melon, squatting low and stout there, completely lacking any imposing majesty. The security grandpa at the gate, however, was quite leisurely. He sat comfortably inside the booth, his phone volume turned all the way up, blaring the babbling sounds of a traditional opera. I found a somewhat conspicuous spot and parked. I opened the awning and wrote the flavors and prices on the small whiteboard. 20 minutes passed. Looking at the completely deserted scenic area, I fell into deep thought. I brought over 40 layered cakes with me. My God, can I even sell these? There is not even a shadow of a person here. I had expected business here to be a bit quiet, but I did not expect it to be this dismal. No wonder in such a large scenic area, there was not a single street vendor to be found. So annoying, I did not expect to fall into the system's trap after all. Left with no choice, I had to bring out the megaphone I had not used in a long time and recorded a couple of lines. Cake, strawberry cake, kiwi cake, delicious cake. The security grandpa, intoxicated in his opera world, had his mood ruined by this hawking sound. When did a person show up here actually trying to set up a stall? And that megaphone is so damn loud. Is he deliberately trying to annoy me? With a harumph, he pushed open the booth door and walked up to me. "Young man, selling cakes, are you? There are barely any shadows in this scenic area. Where is the business going to come from? Hurry up, pack your things and leave. Do not waste your energy here." To be honest, when the security grandpa came to the stall and saw it was a young man about his son's age, a sense of pity had briefly surged within him. "Grandpa, would you like a cake? They are incredibly delicious." I completely ignored the grandpa's advice and started enthusiastically pitching my goods. After all, it was not like I chose this place. Good heavens, $50 for a cake. When the grandpa saw the price on the whiteboard, he was so shocked his voice trembled. In such a remote place, you selling cakes his own thing, but $50 for own. His monthly salary was only $3,000. Would not buying own cake cost him half a day's wages? The grandpa hurriedly waved his hands. Not buying, not buying. I am old, I do not like sweets, but his eyes remained locked tightly onto the cakes. "Grandpa, do you want to try a little bit? Taste first, buy later." Seeing the grandpa's head looking like it wanted to plunge right into the cake, I could not help but find it funny, and quickly took out a strawberry cake. The grandpa, who had just sworn up and down that he did not like sweets, instantly took the cake and shoved it into his mouth. The grandpa chewed the cake carefully. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out as a satisfied smile emerged. Delicious, very delicious. He never expected this strawberry cake to be even better than he imagined. Not only was the sweetness of the cream perfect and silky smooth, but the cake sponge was also fragrant, soft, and sweet, perfectly neutralizing the richness of the cream. Ah, who said old people can't eat cake? It is when you get older that you should eat cake. Watching a broad, unrestrained smile spread across the grandpa's face, I asked, "Grandpa, do you want a portion?" "All right, give me a piece of the strawberry own." Having eaten some sweets, the grandpa was in a great mood. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out his phone and paid $50. At that moment, Wu Shuang, who had made plans with her best friend, came together to climb Shishir Mountain. They actually sell cakes here. Looking at the enticing cakes, their eyes went completely blank. Gulp. The two of them very unpromisingly swallowed their drool in secret. "These cakes are so cute. Boss, give me own of each of these 2 flavors." Wu Shuang could not hold back and spoke up first. Hearing this, the smile on my face grew even wider. "Coming right up, 2 pieces, 100 bucks. It had been 2 hours and the task progress had finally jumped to 5 out of 800. This is way too difficult. After Wu Shuang and her best friend finished paying, they exchanged a glance. Honestly, they were feeling a tiny bit of regret. Did not we come here to climb a free mountain? How did we just painfully lose 100 bucks in a flash? Wu Shuang and her best friend decided to each take own flavor and swap them to satisfy their cravings. They put the remaining parts into their bags, planning to eat them when they reached the mountaintop. With just own taste, their eyes instantly burst with light. This is way too delicious, is not it? I have never had a cake this delicious before. Best friend, just as she was preparing to taste the strawberry cake in Wu Shuang's hand, a chaotic clamor of screeching suddenly erupted. Following that, several monkeys burst out from the dense woods. An unimaginable scene unfolded. I went to the mountain scenic area to set up a stall and sell cakes, but unexpectedly drew a siege of monkeys. Wu Shuang widened her eyes, completely bewildered and shocked. What the heck? Just eating a pastry actually drew a crowd of monkeys to watch. In practically the blink of an eye, the monkeys had leaped and scurried to a spot not far from the two of them. Then, they stared eagerly at the girls. The two girls' faces instantly stiffened. They had long heard about the temperament of the monkeys in this scenic area. They knew that generally, if you did not bring food, there would not be any problems. But just now, seeing cakes for sale, they had completely forgotten about this. If it were just small bread rolls or sausages, they would have just given them up. But such incredibly delicious cakes, they could not even bear to part with them themselves. Seeing the situation turning sour, her best friend spotted a branch on the ground. She swiftly bent down, picked it up, and gripped it in her hand just in case. Shoo, shoo, go away. 2 of the monkeys were somewhat sensible, and obediently squatted in place. Although their gazes were still greedy, at least they did not dare to jump over and snatch the food. But the remaining 2 reckless young monkeys, greedy-eyed and drooling, actually took a step forward instead. Not only were they unafraid, they were incredibly arrogant. They bared their teeth, opened their mouths wide, and let out low, threatening growls from their throats. 2 minutes later, one of the monkeys seemed unable to wait any longer. Spotting that Wu Shuang had no weapon in her hands, it pushed off hard with its hind legs, leaped into the air, and charged forward rapidly. The next second, the strawberry cake in Wu Shuang's hand vanished without a trace. A piercing, explosive scream instantly erupted in the mountains. My cake, my strawberry cake. The monkeys, seeing one of their own succeed, were wildly excited. The morale of their little squad instantly skyrocketed. They pounced and jumped, snatching Wu Shuang's bag, and successfully fished out the other kiwi cake. My god, you damn wild monkeys. I do not even know what this kiwi cake tastes like yet. Stop it right now. But how could the monkeys possibly listen to her, having secured the goods? They vanished without a trace. Fuming with anger, the 2 girls posted online, furiously complaining. The wild monkeys at Shishir Mountain snatched away all the super invincibly delicious little cakes I bought. I am breaking down. I am truly having a complete mental breakdown. After such a commotion, the 2 girls had absolutely no mood left to continue touring. They pulled out their phones, opened the camera facing themselves, fixed their hair, and touched up their makeup. Only then did they head down the mountain, planning to buy 2 more portions. After buying the cakes, Wu Shuang and her best friend went straight home. Sitting on the sofa, she took out her phone. As soon as she unlocked the screen, she discovered a ton of comments under the video she had posted earlier. Shishir Mountain, oh, I have been there. Those monkeys are simply naughty beyond belief. They completely disrespect the tourists. They even stole my spicy gluten strips Latiao. Sigh, the danger level of wild animals is actually quite high. The monkeys at Mount Amei are even worse. Sis, what kind of little cake were you talking about? Is it good? For a moment, netizens with similar experiences shared a bitter hatred of a common enemy, unleashing a torrent of curses at the monkeys. There were also comments with skewed focuses, asking her exactly what kind of cake it was. Meanwhile, I was lying flat, playing on my phone and scrolling through short videos. To be honest, thinking back to being chased all over the street by those foodies, now that business had suddenly turned bleak, I was actually a bit unused to it. After another while, the loud megaphone hawking attracted a few young people who came to climb the mountain. Seeing the price of the cake, a look of hesitation appeared on their faces. But after tasting a sample, the sweet, fragrant flavor instantly conquered their taste buds. So, they each bought a cake and headed up the mountain. These young people laughed and chatted along the way, completely unaware that on the inevitable mountain path ahead, a group of monkeys was quietly lying in ambush. Do not let the fact that monkeys are not fully evolved fool you. They profoundly understand the art of game theory. Just earlier, over a few pieces of cake, they had fought fiercely, refusing to yield to own another. But now, in order to snatch more cake, they quickly united once again, preparing to ambush these upright walking apes. 2 minutes later, in the quiet mountains, a fierce battle between humans and monkeys suddenly erupted. Faced with such rare, heaven-sent little cakes, even the usually most docile and adorable little monkey in the troop transformed from a good baby into a hooligan. Snatching cakes means no holding back. Born as a monkey, Own must risk it all for the things they love at least once. When I woke up on Wednesday morning, I saw a dazzling flash of white light streak across the sky outside the window, immediately followed by a rumbling clap of thunder. Bean-sized raindrops started smashing down with a pitter-patter. I checked the weather forecast. This rain was going to last for 2 whole days. Yesterday, even on a perfectly sunny day, I did not sell much. On a rainy day, the scenic area would definitely have even fewer people, so I might as well just take 2 days off. The monkeys, having rested for an entire night, were starting to get restless at this moment. Not tasting a cake for a full 17 hours, enduring it until now had already exhausted their life's patience. Own by own, they craned their necks, gazing toward the foot of the mountain, waiting for today's delicious little cakes. Half an hour later, the eagerly waiting monkeys had drool hanging from their mouths. At this time, the rain was pouring down. The monkeys began to cry in disappointment, crying louder and louder. It was already impossible to tell whether it was rain or tears blurring their vision. The gatekeeping grandpa heard the noise, discovered this scene, and was instantly shocked. What a bunch of crybabies. They evolved just right. They do not have to go to work, and they do not end up in a cooking pot. The administrators of the scenic area also noticed this scene, so they took out their phones, recorded it, and quickly shared it online. What happened? The monkeys collectively got emo. I am not seeing things, right? The monkeys are crying. Did they fail in a battle for the Monkey King title? They probably went through a breakup, desiring something but being unable to get it. That is what happens. Thinking back to when the weather was just as awful. On a rainy day exactly like this, my confession of love was rejected. Some netizens instantly felt deeply empathetic. This is pretty interesting. Where is this place? I want to go check it out. This scene instantly sparked the curiosity of many netizens, who outright declared they would go investigate as soon as the weather cleared up. When I closed up the stall yesterday, there were still some unsold cakes left, and I could not bear to waste them. I had the butler send a few to the neighbors next door, and also let the staff each take a few home. The remaining cakes were given to Nuonuo. Nuonuo said she would take them to eat at kindergarten. With such heavy rain pouring down, there were not any entertainment activities to do anyway, so after dropping off the kid, I headed straight home, and lay on the sofa, playing video games. At 10:00 a.m., in the senior class of Four Seasons Flower Kindergarten, the teacher handed out little cookies to every child. For a moment, the classroom was buzzing with cheerful, noisy chatter. Nuonuo did not eat the cookies. Instead, she lowered her little head and reached her chubby little hands into her backpack. This simple, casual action caused the other children to turn their heads and look, before Nuonuo could even pull out the strawberry cream cake. This group of little tykes swiftly surrounded her completely. Big boss, let me have a bite of cake, please. I will give you my most favorite building blocks to play with. Boss Nuonuo, this yogurt of mine is super yummy, you should try it. I will let you play with my Barbie doll too. After the kids tasted a little bit of her cake yesterday, they spontaneously started calling Nuonuo Big Boss. That little cake was simply too delicious. It was way better than any kind of cake their mommies and daddies bought outside. Nuonuo had never been a stingy child. Seeing everyone sharing with her, she also generously shared some cake with the other children. Yummy, so yummy. Little heads crowded around Nuonuo's desk. You take a spoonful, I take a bite, cheeks bulging, chewing and munching, eating with sheer delight. Yummy, right? My daddy made this. Nuonuo lifted her chin, her slightly pouting little mouth revealing a hint of pride. Wow, Nuonuo, you are so lucky to have cake to eat every day. If only I had a daddy like that, how great would that be? Wah, I also really want a daddy who is handsome and knows how to make cakes. At 4:00 p.m., due to the heavy rain, the kindergarten contacted parents and decided to dismiss school early. Parents could come pick up their children to go home at any time. I was free anyway, so naturally I went over right away. Arriving at the senior class, I saw from afar that Nuonuo, wearing her little backpack, was eagerly looking out from the hallway. Daddy, the little milk dumpling's crisp, tender voice called out. carrying a heart full of joy. This shout caused all the surrounding children to crowd over too. Own by own, in their milky voices, they followed suit and called out, "Goddaddy, Goddaddy." I was instantly speechless. What on earth was going on? This group of little tykes calling out was like the Calabash brothers calling their grandpa, to inexplicably become the godfather to dozens of kids. Who would not be bewildered by that? A couple of days ago, I ran into an old man trying to claim me as a son. Today, a whole group is trying to claim me as their dad. Are you kidding me? What is going on here? You little ones should not call me that randomly. Careful, or your real daddies will find out. Hee, Nuonuo shared her cake with us, so she is our boss. Her daddy is naturally our daddy too. Yeah, the cake Daddy Sue makes is simply too delicious. My eyelids twitched as I listened. Good heavens, these little toddlers were actually quite hilarious, selling out their own dads just for a piece of cake. Truly worthy of being little kids. "Goddaddy, will we have cake to eat tomorrow?" A little chubby boy patted his small belly and asked with full anticipation, a bit of air leaking through his teeth as he spoke. I deliberately teased him, "You little rascal, you are already missing a tooth, and you still want to eat sweets, do you not want your teeth anymore?" Little Chubby got anxious, his chubby, fleshy face instantly wrinkling up like a steamed bun. Did that mean he would never get to eat such a delicious cake again? Just thinking about it made him want to cry. "Oh, do not cry, I will make a little bit for you guys tomorrow." Since the kids were being such great supporters and all playing with Nuonuo, as a dad, I definitely could not be a party pooper. Wow, thank you, Goddaddy, long live Goddaddy. Yay, we get to eat cake again tomorrow. The children danced with joy, waving their arms and legs, thinking to themselves that they definitely had not chosen the wrong big boss. Hearing them call me that made me sweat a little. "Shoo, you little ones, stop shouting nonsense. Careful, or your daddies will show up." On Friday morning, I woke up and checked the weather forecast. After 2 consecutive days of rain, we finally got a sunny day. Besides the cakes I made last time, what else should I make to sell today? Let us make cream puffs. Cream puffs are small, delicious, and simple to make. As long as you prepare the choux pastry batter and the cream filling, you are good to go. Packing 10 per box and selling them for $50 is considered very reasonable. I went to the kitchen and swiftly started working. Not long after, I opened the oven, and the smell of pastry drifted out, carrying its unique wheat fragrance. The time quickly reached 7:30 am. After loading the cakes and cream puffs onto the food cart, it was time to take the little Own to school. Before leaving, I specifically placed 2 large boxes of cream puffs in Nuonuo's arms. Watching the little girl skip happily into the kindergarten, I finally set off for Shisher Mountain Scenic Area. Over the past 2 days, the video of the monkeys crying mournfully in the rain had spread rapidly online and actually went slightly viral. Who would have thought that crying monkeys would attract so much attention? Such massive, heaven-sent traffic absolutely had to be seized, since everyone loves watching monkeys. Just aiming the camera straight at them is all it takes. The Scenic Area Administration also actively collaborated with nearby schools, waiving all ticket fees, mainly relying on these groups of students to bring popularity and boost the trending heat of the scenic area. At this moment, a few little kids on a field trip were attracted by the sound of a megaphone broadcasting nearby and started getting distracted. "Did you hear that? There is someone selling cream puffs and cakes up ahead." "Yes, I heard it, and there is strawberry flavor too, I love that." Hee. Anyway, our parents gave us some money for this field trip. As soon as the teacher finishes talking, I'm going to go buy some. The noisy commotion forced the homeroom teacher to pause. "Students, listen carefully to what the teacher has to say first. You can go buy things on your own later. After all, it was a field trip, not like having so many restrictions during class at school." The teacher also could not bear to be harsh on this group of excited children. Then, she gave a few instructions about paying attention to safety. "Do you all understand?" "Understood," as the loud chorus of replies fell. The children dashed toward the small stall, each faster than the last. Whoosh, the Boy Scouts have arrived. Sitting inside the food cart, it was truly my first time experiencing the sheer enthusiasm of elementary school students. Good heavens, running and shouting like monkeys descending the mountain. In the blink of an eye, my stall was surrounded so tightly not even a drop of water could leak through. It was simply too lively. Cream puffs, kiwi cakes, strawberry cakes. These are all $50 a portion. I stood up and introduced them own by own, taking the opportunity to observe the reactions of this group of elementary schoolers. Would $50 a portion be too expensive for them? Did they really have that much pocket money? Upon hearing this, the elementary schoolers' eyes lit up. Hee hee, $50 is not a lot, it is within budget. Since my parents gave me money for the field trip, of course I have to buy stuff. It is so rare for me to have control over the finances. I definitely have to indulge myself and buy more. Boss, give me 2 boxes of cream puffs. Handsome boss, I want 2 strawberry ones, pack mine first. Seeing this group of kids acting like a flock of ducks, quacking and clamoring to buy, I was internally shocked. Wow, it seems I really underestimated these little bros and little sisses. They are all quite rich. What kind of families do they come from, buying $50 pastries without blinking? Speaking of which, should not I be giving Nuonuo a bit more pocket money too? Before I could even finish packing the cakes, the elementary schoolers all synchronized in raising their smartwatch phones. They paid with absolute slickness, very nice, giving off total big boss vibes. The little girl who got her cream puffs first smelled the rich milky aroma coming from the box. Taking a bite, the outer pastry was incredibly flaky and crispy. It was so delicious the little girl started shaking her head and swaying happily. Looking at that expression, who would not be mesmerized? Ah, handsome boss, I want 2 boxes of cream puffs too. The children from the other 4 buses also swarmed over, chirping and chattering non-stop the entire way. I bet even a duck farm would not be this loud. I was surrounded by 360 degrees of noise with no dead angles. My head was buzzing, feeling like it was splitting in two. But why did it also feel kind of awesome? The elementary schoolers in the back were pushing and shoving each other, cutting in line, fighting for spots, their faces red with argument, almost breaking into a fight. Hey, stop fighting, everyone line up properly. I will only sell to you if you line up, otherwise no one gets to eat. Left with no choice, I had to speak up and call for a halt. If these little brats lifted my food cart away, that'd be own thing. But if they beat each other black and blue over a few small cakes, that would be bad. As the god in charge of pastries at the scenic area entrance, the moment these words fell, this group of kids found it very effective, and obediently started lining up. A few teachers also came over to maintain order. Logically speaking, during outdoor activities, what students want to buy is their own freedom. But as teachers, they still had to keep an eye out. If this many little ones ate something unsanitary, how could they possibly handle the consequences? The teachers leaned in close to my food cart and took a look. The prep counter was clean and hygienic. Every corner was wiped spotless, and the prices were fairly reasonable. The visual appeal of all the different varieties of cakes was also top-notch. Their anxious hearts finally settled down. The elementary schoolers who managed to buy the cakes all lowered their heads and took massive bites. They were so eager and messy that a ring of stark white cream smeared around their mouths. Each of their eyes sparkled with brilliant, bling-bling light. They say you should not fear own person tempting you, but you should fear a whole group tempting you. The teachers were finding it a bit hard to resist. They exchanged glances and moved to the side. There are always a few clever little rascals who keenly pick up on subtle clues. Lou, a little girl, opened her box of cream puffs, pushed it forward with a whoosh, and very generously offered her teacher a treat. The teacher felt a bit awkward. After some internal struggle, she shamelessly took a cream puff. Kids really are not as reserved as adults when it comes to declining things. If she did not eat it, and the girl actually took it back, she really would not get to taste it. With own bite of this richly fragrant, flaky cream puff. The white, soft cream inside. The filling was soft, delicate, fragrant, and sweet, so delicious it left her speechless. She just did not know if the other 2 fruitcakes were as good. Anyway, she was an adult with more money and a bigger appetite. Later, when all the little ones were gone, she absolutely had to get 2 of every flavor. While I was busy scanning the elementary schoolers' smartwatches and packing cakes, I did not forget to check the task interface. Current progress, 188 out of 800. This was truly terrifying. On Tuesday, I only sold 9 portions. Today, I was going to sell out in less than half an hour. No wonder people say the easiest money to make in the world is from women and children. It truly is absolutely correct. A few minutes later, I finished packing the last 2 portions of cake. I helplessly spread my hands. Kids, I am so sorry. The cakes and cream puffs are completely sold out. I had not had high hopes for setting up the stall today, so I only prepared 200 portions according to the system's task quota. If I had known there would be so many kids, I would have prepared a few hundred more. I was too conservative, sigh. For a moment, the kids who managed to buy them ate happily, while those who missed out instantly became frantic. Wah, boss big brother, no please, I have not gotten to eat any yet. Boss, I do not care, I want to eat it. If you do not sell it to me, then I am going to cry. As the tragic news spread, tears started swirling in own little girl's eyes. She was just holding them back forcefully so they would not fall. But when Own cried, the others followed suit. The sorrowful atmosphere instantly became contagious. The children all opened their mouths and wailed non-stop. A few teachers kept coaxing and persuading them, but it was completely useless. They had no choice but to cast pleading glances at me. My head was spinning, and I hurriedly spoke up. How about this, kids? You go into the scenic area to play first. During this time, I will make a fresh batch of cakes on the spot. When you finish your tour and come out, you can buy them. As soon as this was said, the teary-eyed little ones finally stopped their sniffling and crying. Boss Big Brother is so nice. Then it is a deal, we will come over to buy them later. You have to make a lot of them. Yeah, if there are not any left, we will collectively cry for you to see. Ah, my beloved little cake, I can only see you again later. The teachers watching from the side truly did not know whether to laugh or cry, feeling utterly helpless. They really had no way to handle this group of kids. But then again, this cake really was delicious. Not far away, Wushuang parked her electric scooter on the side of the road, not squeezing in. Witnessing the whole process, she was incredibly surprised. Wow, so many little kids. A couple of days ago, seeing how delicious the boss's cakes were. But his stall was completely deserted. I even specifically helped promote him a bit. Who could have expected that today, not only would the cakes sell out completely, but it would even trigger public outrage among elementary schoolers. This was simply way too interesting. She had to record a video of this. Thinking this, she picked up her phone and snapped a short video of this group of elementary schoolers. Just then, the sound of several whistles blew. Free time is over. The teachers yelled at the top of their lungs, urging the kids to quickly line up properly. After doing a head count, they entered the scenic area. The children who did not get to buy the cakes were still feeling anxious in their hearts. All of them looked back every 3 steps, continuously reminding me, "Boss, we are leaving, you have to keep your word." Absolutely, absolutely, rest assured and go play. Watching the elementary schoolers slowly walk away, the tense string in my heart finally relaxed. It seemed these little bros and little sisses were exactly like that group of old foodies chasing after me. None of them were easy to deal with. No, actually, this group of kids was even more willful. If they are not satisfied, they just cry. Who can withstand that? I let out a long sigh of relief, summoned various ingredients from the system, placed them in the food cart, and prepared to make fresh cream puffs on the spot. At this moment, Wushuang rode her electric scooter up to my stall. She had come the past 2 days, but naturally did not find me. Early this morning, taking advantage of the good weather, she eagerly came over again. After parking, Wushuang looked at the whiteboard, and her eyes instantly lit up. Cream puffs, he actually added a new item. She loved eating this stuff. A crispy outer shell with delicate cream. It is basically impossible for girls not to love it. Wushuang walked over to the folding chairs and stools I had set up, and sat down with an air of absolute familiarity. "Boss, how long do I have to wait? The cream puffs have to be made fresh. It will take an hour. The cakes will take even longer. Do you want to take a walk around the scenic area first?" My hands were busy working as my mouth replied. Hearing this, Wushuang recalled the scene of being robbed by monkey bandits and shook her head repeatedly. "I will just wait here. Do not mind me, boss. Besides, if I come out late later, I probably won't even get to see the bottom of the pot. Then would not this trip have been for nothing?" After thinking it over, she chose to wait here. An hour was not short, and Wushuang was idle anyway. So she picked up her phone and scrolled through the video she had posted earlier. Taking advantage of the current trending heat, Wushuang also uploaded the short clip of the elementary schoolers she had just recorded. And it was this simple, effortless action that made my pastries explode in popularity. "Nuonuo, time to wake up." I knocked on Nuonuo's door. Hearing no response, I simply pushed the door open. Nuonuo was covered by a thin blanket, lying spread eagle with her arms wide open. Hearing Daddy's voice, she slightly opened her eyes. "Daddy, let me sleep." Sleep 5 more minutes. The little girl's drowsy, dazed look was simply cute beyond measure. She rolled over, turning her back to me, and stopped moving. Last night before bed, the little girl had clamored for chocolate. So I had no choice but to give her own. After all, she is a child. She could not have too many liqueur chocolates. Who knew that after the little girl finished it, she would get so excited she bounced back and forth on the bed, clamoring for more. I naturally did not dare agree. It took a long time of coaxing and deceiving before Nuonuo finally settled down. Looking at Nuonuo, who had her back turned to me and was pretending to snore, I smiled helplessly. "Daddy is going out to set up the stall soon. If you want to sleep, Then I will let Grandpa Butler and the others take care of you. Hearing this, Nuonuo hurriedly sat up, rubbed her eyes and said, Daddy, I am going with you. It is Saturday today. I do not have to go to kindergarten. I still want to be with Daddy. After washing up and sitting at the dining table, Nuonuo finally woke up a bit. I sat beside her too. Father and daughter, in perfect sync, grabbed forks to dig into the durian mill crepe cake. The big Own and the little Own took a bite at the exact same time. A sense of bliss immediately overflowed from our faces. The soft, silky cream, the thin but moist crepe layers, and the dense, sweet, fragrant durian flesh. It could truly be called a feast for the taste buds. Nuonuo chewed with a smack-smack sound, eating with great relish. Her little feet were even swinging back and forth in the air. After finishing a bite, she took a sip of the milk Daddy had specifically prepared for her. Her big eyes curved directly into crescent moons. After breakfast, the nannies cleared the tableware. I gave them a few instructions, and then took Nuonuo out the door. After a 2-hour trek, we finally arrived at the entrance of Shishir Mountain Scenic Area past 10:00 a.m. Several little kids had already been camping out here for a long time, accompanied by their yawning, exhausted-looking parents nearby. Daddy, look, the boss is here, quick, buy it for me. Boss, big brother, I want a portion of cream puffs. No, 2 portions. Wow, there is actually durian mill crepe today. I want 2 portions of this. At the back of the crowd, Wang Bin, walking his husky, spotted me. He was instantly overjoyed. My God, it really is the pork intestine boss. I am an absolute genius. Yesterday, when he scrolled past that video, he felt something was off. He thought he would come try his luck today. Sure enough, hard work pays off. His mood still had not fully settled down, when his husky suddenly let out a woof and charged straight toward me, completely ignoring its owner holding the leash behind it. Caught off guard, Wang Bin was yanked into a stumble, tilted sideways, and face planted right into the ground. A familiar pain instantly struck him again. He could not help but hiss in pain. Why am I always the own getting hurt? Meanwhile, not far away, a few little kids standing in front of the stall were startled by this big dog suddenly charging over. The adult standing next to them reacted quite quickly, immediately stepping forward to shield their children, raising their feet ready to kick. Who would have expected that the husky would not even look at these people? It sprinted straight to the side of the food cart, sat down, tongue hanging out, and flashed a fawning, flattering smile. Everyone was bewildered. What was going on here? Did the boss's dog just come back from a walk? It looks pretty friendly. It should not bully the kids, right? I was currently bagging and packing orders for everyone. Hearing the familiar whine, I immediately recognized this silly dog. If the dog is here, its owner is probably nearby too. Sure enough, Wang Bin, grimacing in pain and holding his waist, was walking quickly toward us. Facing the wary crowd, Wang Bin hurriedly spoke up. I am so sorry, everyone, my dog is just too friendly, I apologize. The few customers, seeing this young man looking so disheveled, waved their hands, picked up their pastries and dispersed. Wang Bin shot the husky a glare, then looked toward me. Every single cream puff was plump, chubby and soft, emitting a tantalizing sweet fragrance. The durian mill crepe was even more eye-catching. The layer upon layer of pale golden crepe skin gleamed with a warm, captivating luster. The snow-white cream filling and durian wrapped inside were incredibly rich and plump, looking almost as if they were about to overflow. Such solid, fresh durian puree was absolutely incomparable to what ordinary merchants on the market offered. Wang Bin swallowed his drool and spoke with eager eyes. Boss, I want own portion of cream puffs and 2 portions of durian mill crepe. After saying that, he looked at the liqueur chocolates displayed nearby. He knew the boss's craftsmanship. The taste would definitely be amazing, but he drove here today, so he certainly could not eat them now. And huskies can't eat chocolate either. Thinking this, Wang Bin glanced at the drooling husky, pointed at the liqueur chocolates, lowered his voice and said to me, and give me a portion of this too. Alright, please wait a moment. Looking at the familiar man and dog duo, I swiftly packed up all the pastries and handed them to Wang Bin. Wang Bin said his thanks, and walked straight over to the chairs I had set up to sit down. The husky followed him closely at his heels, its eyes locked tightly onto the bags in Wang Bin's hands, never looking away for a second. The moment the box of durian mill crepe was taken out, the husky anxiously stood up on its hind legs and spun several circles. As soon as it opened, a rich, unique odor instantly permeated the air. The husky had originally done several laps, impatient to eat it, but the very first moment that smell drilled into its nose, it was so shocked its doggy mouth twitched violently. Its nose wrinkled up, and it even cast a sideways, disdainful glare at Wang Bin. Its expression was truly asking for a beating. What does that mean? You usually do not let me eat hot food, but now you are eating this yourself. Wang Bin looked utterly speechless. You silly dog, what kind of look is that? What do you think I am eating? Smell this carefully for me. Wang Bin suppressed the urge to beat the dog, and gently placed the durian milk crepe next to it to let it sniff. The next second, the husky acted as if its tail had been stepped on, jumping high into the air. All four legs involuntarily scrambled backwards several steps. Its eyes were filled with terror, clearly recalling some terrible memory. Seeing this, Wang Bin cursed under his breath, no taste. Ignoring it, he picked up a fork, scooped a piece of durian milk crepe, and put it into his mouth. With just one bite, the corners of Wang Bin's mouth twitched. This is 2F***** and delicious. The pure, smooth, solid cream and the rich, dense durian puree successively captured his taste buds. The fresh durian aroma and milky fragrance created layers upon layers of sweetness. The layers were rich, the texture dense and smooth. Every bite was incredibly soft, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth. It was so good it made him want to cry. In this instant, he finally understood why girls are so obsessed with cakes. Seeing its owner eating with such immense relish, the husky not far away tilted its head, muttering in its heart. After pondering back and forth, it decided to take a tiny taste. So it took a step closer and let out an awoo. Wang Bin, who was anxious to eat his durian milk crepe, simply scooped off a small piece for it to save this guy from annoying him. The husky cautiously took a bite. In an instant, the unique flavor exploded in the dog's mouth. Its clear, azure blue eyes lit up instantly. The husky was so excited it simply could not contain itself. Taking advantage of Wang Bin not paying attention, with the speed of lightning, it plunged its head whoosh right into the box and swallowed the whole thing in one gulp. With a whole piece of durian milk crepe in its stomach, it wagged its tail happily like a little electric fan. $50. Devoured by the dog in a flash, Wang Bin's heart was already bleeding, but now his chest ached intensely. He felt so suppressed he could barely breathe. Eating own piece is already a lot. You can't eat any more. But this was the husky's first time eating durian. Having just opened the door to a new world, how could it possibly give up? It kept darting back and forth around Wang Bin. Nuonuo inside the food cart heard the commotion. Seeing this adorable dog, she could not wait to get down from the food cart. Her little feet went pitter-patter as she ran fast, her eyes glued to the husky. She tilted her rosy little face up and asked Wang Bin in a sweet, crisp voice, "Uncle, can I pet this doggy?" Hearing this, Wang Bin raised an eyebrow and quickly corrected her. "Call me big brother." Nuonuo froze for a moment, blinked her big eyes, and with a confused look, asked again, "Uncle, can I pet this big brother?" Wang Bin could not help but burst out laughing. "You can pet this big brother. This big brother does not bite." As soon as he finished speaking, the husky also chimed in agreement. Acting completely out of character, its voice turned incredibly sweet. Using an absolute cutesy voice, it acted like the most well-behaved, obedient big dog possible. "Hello there, big doggy." Nuonuo solemnly reached out her chubby little hand toward the husky. The husky was visibly stunned for a second, but quickly extended its own paw with the squishy pads, and formally bumped it against hers. The next second, its paw was grabbed and shaken vigorously. Withdrawing her hand, Nuonuo then patted the husky's head. "Wow, so fluffy, it feels super amazing. Does it? Even more fun than the plush toys at home." Woof, woof. The husky also very excitedly cooperated with the human cub. After playing for a while, the husky blinked its watery, azure blue eyes, staring at the durian milk crepe on the table. Its look was as innocent as could be. I took in this heartwarming scene, a gentle smile touching my eyes and brow. Nuonuo, seeing the husky's pitiful, aggrieved look, pointed her chubby little finger at it. "Uncle, this big brother is hungry." Alright, he is hungry." "Little sister, are you hungry?" Nuonuo pursed her lips, and the little dimples on her cheeks faintly appeared. "I'm already full." "Uncle, you and big brother eat it." Wang Bin face-bombed. Prompted by the little girl's urging, he opened the second portion of durian milk crepe to share with the husky, barely having the chance to savor it carefully. In the blink of an eye, a massive piece of dessert was gone. How was this enough to eat? Wang Bin thought about his meager salary, but directly pulled out his phone, took a picture, and sent it to the pork intestine exchange group. Extra, massive good news. I found the boss. This week he is selling durian milk crepe, cream puffs and liqueur chocolates. Sweets lovers, come quick. After saying that, he also attached the location pin. Based on prior discussions in the group, whoever found the boss on the first 2 days of the week would be rewarded $1,000 directly. The next 2 days would be 800, and the last 3 days would be 500. Just like that, an easy $500 in his pocket. After receiving the red packet, Wang Bin got up and came to my stall. Boss, give me 6 more portions of durian milk crepe, 2 portions of liqueur chocolates, and 2 portions of cream puffs. After placing his order, he paid the bill with a breezy, nonchalant expression. Anyway, it was not hard-earned money, so he did not feel the slightest bit of heartbreak spending it. Buying 10 portions in own breath and tossing them in the fridge, they would definitely last him a good few days. Today was Saturday, and many people were off work. As soon as my stall location was announced, numerous foodies instantly leaped into action. They drove straight over from every corner of the city. The cream puffs, durian milk crepe, and liqueur chocolates were already made, so buying them upon arrival was incredibly convenient. So much so that before I could even react, before I even had time to set a purchase limit, the little desserts were snatched completely clean. The foodies who arrived later looked at the empty stall and let out collective sighs of despair. Sigh, bad luck, just one step too late. I will just have to come back tomorrow. Boss, what time do you set up your stall tomorrow? I was currently packing up the folding chairs and stools. Hearing this, I calmly replied, no need to come tomorrow, I am taking tomorrow off. I will set up again next Monday. This casually dropped sentence completely stunned the foodies holding their pastries. The foodies who did not get to buy any were also stunned. A bolt from the blue. This was probably the most tragic moment of their lives. Before they even got to eat the little desserts, they had become out of print. A kind-hearted group member immediately added a message in the group. Bros, no need to come anymore. The desserts are sold out, and he is not selling anymore this week. For the foodies who had not departed yet, it was fine. But the foodies who had already rushed to the scene but failed to buy any were the most miserable ones. I drove 2 hours to this remote place. I just found the guy, and I have not even been happy for a minute, and you tell me this. How can your 36-degree mouth say such ice-cold words? Boss, considering we rushed over 1,000 miles to get here. Sell for own more day. Take pity on me, please. I just bragged to my wife that I would bring her back 2 boxes of chocolates. How am I supposed to face her now? This whole thing. Finding him is actually worse than not finding him. Heavens, why are you so unfair? I pretended not to hear and swiftly packed up the food cart. At this moment, realizing the desserts in their hands were actually limited editions, the foodies who managed to buy them treated them like precious treasures. They all hugged their desserts tightly, protecting them, terrified that some blind fool might try to snatch them. Those going home went home, those waiting for the bus waited for the bus, scattering like birds and beasts. The young guy who had just talked about going home to kneel on a keyboard, seeing the situation turning sour, panicked and immediately grabbed a foodie, whose arms were bulging with bags. Hello, I am so sorry, but could I? That is where our brotherhood ends, bro. It is best you do not say whatever you are about to say next. The foodie holding the dessert stared at him, his eyes full of absolute guard. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. It was a rare day off. The little girl bounded out of bed super early, clamoring to go out and play. Without a second word, I immediately arranged it. After breakfast, father and daughter, hand in hand, appeared at the entrance of a family amusement park. As soon as we entered, Nuonuo dragged me straight to the drop tower. We rode it 5 times in a row. When I finally got off at the end, I only felt my stomach churning wildly, feeling so nauseous I wanted to die. Wait, are you not dizzy at all, you little tyke? Is she still in the newbie protection period? Just as Nuonuo was still craving more, clamoring to go again. I simply could not take it anymore. I grabbed the little dumpling in a bear hug. Let us not just play on the drop tower, baby. Look at how big this amusement park is. There are so many fun things to do. If we only play on, would not that be a huge waste? Nuonuo pouted her lips, thought about it, and agreed. I hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and recommended. Nuonuo, the carousel is fun. And the Ferris wheel is also super interesting. All the kids love it. Daddy will take you over there right now. Before the little girl could even answer, my feet moved like the wind, quickly taking her and sprinting toward the carousel. I have to admit, this carousel was quite suitable for me. After riding the slow, leisurely carousel for a while, Nuonuo felt it was a bit boring. So she pestered me to go on the roller coaster, the speed racer, and the pirate ship. Along the way, screams rose and fell, wave after wave. Daddy, this is so fun. I heard that ticket auntie say earlier that we can get an annual pass. If we get on, Does that mean I can come play every day? The little dumpling was incredibly excited, with endless things to say. My head was spinning, and I waved my hands repeatedly. You sure are a kid that drains your dad's life force. After playing wildly in the amusement park for a whole day, the big Own and the little Own returned home completely exhausted. As soon as we entered the door, I collapsed onto the sofa. Nuonuo was also exhausted to the core, lying on her stomach next to me, whining softly. After lying on the sofa for a while, I suddenly remembered. I had actually forgotten to check this week's most important reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the Own Week stall task. Reward, Own bottle of children's physique enhancing drink. The stuff again. Bro system, you are actually quite considerate. You even knew to prepare a bottle for Nuonuo. I turned my head to look at the little dumpling lying on her stomach over there. Her little face was pressed against the sofa, her eyes half squinted, and she was still gripping the remote control in her hand. This looks like the rhythm of someone who is not tired and is getting ready to watch cartoons. I felt a wave of helplessness in my heart, with the rate at which this little kid was draining her dad right now. Honestly, if her physique was enhanced any further, whether I would even dare to step foot inside an amusement park with her again would be a serious question. Just thinking slightly about that scenario made me involuntarily shiver. It seems the days ahead will be filled with even more challenges. Walking to the corner, I took the physique-enhancing drink from the system inventory. This time it was actually pink, a tiny bottle that looked very magical. I quickly walked over to Nuonuo. Look quickly, baby, this is what daddy prepared for you. The little fairy's magic drink. Hearing this, Nuonuo's half-squinted eyes instantly lit up like stars. She could not wait and shouted, I want to drink it, I want to drink it. The little girl took it and gulped it all down with a glug. Wow, daddy, this is strawberry flavored, I want more. I helplessly spread my hands. All gone, little glutton. I really do not have a say over this stuff myself. It completely depends on bro system's mood. After coaxing the kid to sleep, I slept for about 2 hours. Just past midnight, the system task refreshed. This week's task, sell barbecue. The complete guide to barbecue has been issued. Stall location, the intersection of Yangguang Avenue and Chishan Road. Stall hours, every night from 12:00 a.m. to 3:00 a.m. Friendly reminder, the food cart will be automatically upgraded. This was the first time I had encountered a task with a specific time duration requirement. Even though the hours were a bit hellish, it did not specify a concrete quantity, so there was absolutely no pressure. In the middle of the night, having received the task, I fell right back to sleep. I will worry about ingredients and stuff tomorrow. Early the next morning, after dropping Nuonuo off at kindergarten, I returned home. Butler Ding and the 2 nannies had already arrived. Mr. Sue, are you still going out to set up the stall this week? The few of them had gained a certain understanding of this little hobby of mine, and did not feel there was anything wrong with it at all. I did not explain either, just nodded. I am going out to sell barbecue tonight. Later, you guys help me skewer the ingredients. As I spoke, I opened the system panel to select ingredients. Pork belly, chicken feet, chicken wings, squid, beef, mutton. Naturally, these were essential. Vegetables like shiitake mushrooms, chives, potatoes, eggplant, and tofu could not be left out either. Anyway, I just picked whatever I liked to eat. Finally, I added some chili, spices, cumin, and other seasonings. Later, I just needed to follow the recipe to make a sprinkle seasoning. In less than half an hour, the delivery service arranged by the system delivered everything to my door. Butler Ding and the other 2 were incredibly in sync. As soon as the ingredients arrived, without me having to give orders, they began washing and processing them, because I had instructed them not to be stingy when cutting the pieces. Everyone was very generous when prepping the food. The meat that was cut was not the common tiny meat pebbles you see on the market, but actual chunks of meat. Large, chunky pieces of meat were all cut into neat, dice-like cubes. Speaking of which, the system did not specify the pricing, so that was entirely up to my own mood. Then I will just compromise and go somewhere in the middle. There was no need to list a menu for every single ingredient. Vegetable skewers for $5 each, meat skewers for $10 each. It was convenient and easy to calculate. Just as I finished writing the prices on the whiteboard, Butler Ding's hand, which was skewering meat, trembled slightly. Can this even make money? Such high quality, fresh meat, and cut into such huge pieces, boss. Are you running a charity? The 2 aunties also took a glance. They were well aware of market prices. With the boss's skills, selling for this little money was not worth it, absolutely not worth it. The 2 exchanged a look and nodded in tacit understanding. When cutting the meat, They quietly shifted the knife inwards just a tiny bit. They could not let the boss take too heavy a loss. A boss this good is hard to find. But that night, when I followed the navigation's prompts and arrived at the destination, I was completely dumbfounded. What kind of god-tier place is this? You have arrived at your destination. This navigation is now complete. I parked the car by the side of the road, took a look around, and was completely dumbfounded. Right in front of my eyes were rows upon rows of wooden tombstones. Under the dim moonlight, they emitted a chilling, eerie aura. Middle of the night. System, what are you trying to do? Do you want me to sell barbecue to ghosts? A gust of wind blew, making the tree leaves rustle with a swish-swish sound. From the bushes around me, the intermittent chirping of unknown insects echoed. Even though it was the middle of summer, I felt a wave of icy chill shoot straight up my spine. What kind of sin did I commit? Is anyone going to do something about this? If this task can be completed smoothly, the system absolutely must reward me with 100 times more courage. I quickly set up the stall, turned the food cart's lights up to the maximum brightness, and lit the fruitwood charcoal in the grill. As the fruitwood charcoal gradually caught fire, red flames leaped out from the black charcoal blocks, accompanied by soft crackle sounds. The charcoal fire gradually turned a warm orange. A unique, faint fruity aroma filled the air. My nervous heart finally settled down a little bit. To be honest, having driven this far, I was also getting a bit hungry. I grabbed a handful of mutton skewers and placed them on the grill. In an instant, the mutton touching the charcoal fire let out a sizzle, and plumes of white smoke rose up. After lightly brushing on a little oil, I began continuously flipping the mutton skewers. This way, not only would every part of the mutton skewer cook evenly, but it would also perfectly lock the moisture inside the meat, preventing it from becoming dry and tough. Seasonings like cumin and salt and pepper had to be sprinkled on at the very end. In a certain old residential building not far away, old Zhang, waking up in the middle of the night, groggily got up to use the bathroom. Walking past the window, he casually glanced outside. There is actually a light shining over there. Old Zhang shuddered in fear and almost cried out loud. He quickly ran back into his bedroom and yanked his wife up. Wake up, quick, wake up and look. The middle-aged woman, who was sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by his commotion, and cursed impatiently. It is the middle of the night, are you going to let me sleep or not? I have to get up early to work in the fields tomorrow. Oh my god, just come look quickly. Old Zhang grabbed his wife's arm. Using so much force he almost yanked her right off the bed. The woman got up reluctantly, muttering under her breath as she leaned close to the window. With just one look, her eyes widened even larger than old Zhang's. In the direction of the graveyard hill, a small patch of area was brightly lit. What is going on? It does not look like a fire. Could it be someone taking advantage of the dark, windy night too? The two of them had certainly watched their fair share of weird news stories. The two pushed open the somewhat dusty window, wanting to get a clearer look. They saw plumes of blue smoke rising up, and faintly, waves of an enticing aroma drifted over. What on earth is this situation? Old Zhang looked completely bewildered, subconsciously swallowing his drool. In the middle of the night, and that is a graveyard hill over there. Why does it smell so good? It smells even better than the barbecue stalls on the snack street. The middle-aged woman frowned and slapped him hard. You still have the mind to think about eating. What exactly is going on over there? Could it be? Do not talk nonsense. Old Zhang quickly cut his wife off. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage. Let us go over and take a look, see what exactly the situation is. If you want to go, you go, I would not dare. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at him, and shrank her body backward. Meanwhile, over at the stall, the fruitwood charcoal had burned into a beautiful rose color. As the meat skewers were flipped over the hot charcoal, the fatty parts became crystal clear, dripping oil continuously like tiny pearls. When the oil dripped onto the charcoal fire, it flared up into small bursts of flame with a hissing sound. When the surface took on an enticing, slightly caramelized brown color, I picked up the brush and took the unique barbecue sauce, and gave the meat skewers a good brush. Under the baking heat, the seasoning wrapped tightly around the mutton. A rich, intense aroma came rushing at my face, making me crave it so much that my throat uncontrollably let out a gulping sound. I grabbed a bamboo skewer. The meat skewer carried a scalding heat, billowing with hot steam. I opened my mouth and took a bite. The surface was roasted to a crispy, fragrant perfection, but biting into the inside revealed an extraordinary tenderness. Waiting for the greasy feeling to dissipate slightly, I carefully smacked my lips. A layer of spicy and peppery flavor still lingered on my tongue, an endless aftertaste. With this own bite of a mutton skewer, who could even remember where they were? Right at this moment, the faint sound of footsteps approached from not far away. A patch of bushes even started shaking violently. Hearing the noise, I was startled. The very next second, over a dozen silhouettes suddenly leaped out from the woods. I almost choked on the last bite of mutton I had just put in my mouth. I hurriedly swallowed the meat whole, my eyes widening as I looked in that direction. Good heavens, this scared the living daylights out of me. I almost face planted right into the ground. People scaring people can scare people to death. Speaking of which, in the middle of the night, where did so many people come from? It was not just simply people being here. Every single one of them looked ferocious, their eyes glaring round and wide. Some were carrying hoes, some were holding carrying poles. Everyone had a weapon in hand, looking incredibly aggressive. "Stop right there, do not move," a leading villager roared loudly. His voice sounded extraordinarily resonant in the silent night. I was instantly speechless. What are you guys trying to do? Could it be that my life is going to end right here today? Brothers and sisters, it is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I am just selling barbecue. Would you like a skewer? Hearing my words, the villagers were stunned at first. Then, their noses sniffed the air vigorously. On their originally fierce and vicious faces, their mouths parted slightly, and they subconsciously started swallowing their drool. The leading villager's resolve seemed to loosen a bit. He stared fixedly at the mutton skewers on the grill tray and asked me, "Young brother, in the middle of the night, why would you be selling barbecue in the graveyard hills?" "Yeah, tell the truth, otherwise we won't hold back." Old Zhang chimed in as well. The weapon in his hands unknowingly lowered a bit. My heart tightened, but then I smiled and fabricated an excuse. I actually got lost. I figured since I had nothing else to do anyway, I might as well grill some skewers to attract some customers. I really did not expect to run into you all. The villagers looked at me, and then looked at each other. Who would believe that? But those intensely fragrant grilled meat skewers were genuinely right there in front of their eyes. Someone could not help but look around the vicinity, searching carefully, and indeed found nothing unusual. Only then did they lower the weapons gripped tightly in their hands. But whatever, who cares why he came here to set up a stall? Anyway, my grandpa, grandma, great-grandpa, and great-grandma are all fine. What is important is that the smell of these grilled meat skewers is truly way too fragrant. Smelling it makes my stomach rumble with hunger. Young brother, how do you sell this barbecue? Having finally encountered living, breathing people interested in my barbecue, I naturally had to hurry up and make a sales pitch. Vegetable skewers are $5, meat skewers are $10. The villagers' gazes fell onto the grilled mutton skewers in the tray. Observing them closely, these meat skewers were no joke. They were completely different from the ones outside that sell sticks, with just a tiny bit of meat paste smeared on them. The raw chicken feet laid out in the stainless steel tray. The chicken wings, the squid, they were all 2 pieces per skewer. And looking at those vegetable skewers, the shiitake mushrooms were plump and round. The tofu was thick, and the potatoes were not sliced paper thin like cicada wings. With this kind of pairing and portion size, it was indeed an incredibly good deal. This villager was clearly already tempted, but still asked with a bit of caution, "Boss, what kind of meat is this?" After all, this place was quite remote, and everyone here did not earn much money. Being able to come by some barbecue to eat in the middle of the night could simply be considered an extravagant luxury for them. So naturally, they had to cross-examine every single detail carefully. If any single aspect did not meet their satisfaction, they would have a reason to convince themselves not to buy it. Every penny of hard-earned money had to be spent exactly where it mattered most, making it truly worth it. "Yeah, young man, what kind of meat is this?" "It is definitely not proper mutton. Is it made with duck meat or some other meat mixed with sheep fat?" For a moment, the other villagers also got worked up. "Do not worry, this is all fresh, top-quality meat. No adulteration, no water injection, authentic goods at a fair price. You can all eat it with absolute peace of mind." As I spoke, I picked up a mutton skewer and showed it off. This color, this texture, whether it was fresh or not, was clear at a glance. Everyone also nodded silently. These raw meat skewers had only been lightly marinated. They could still easily tell the good from the bad. The freshness of the vegetables went without saying. They looked no different from having just been picked from the fields. "Auntie Pang, are not you allergic to mutton? You buy a mutton skewer and taste it." Suddenly, a teenage boy spoke up. Auntie Pang was instantly speechless and rolled her eyes at him. "You little brat, how dare you be so presumptuous? You annoying little pest. However, for something this fragrant, gritting her teeth and eating own skewer would not be a big problem. Then give me own mutton skewer. I nodded. The grilled skewers are already cold. I will have to grill a fresh own for you now. A fresh mutton skewer was placed on the grill rack to cook. The aroma of the fruitwood charcoal and the rich fragrance of the mutton intertwined. The aroma grew richer and richer. Figure after figure stood guarding my stall, their eyes never leaving the meat skewer for a second. The sizzling oil made people crave it so much their throats tightened, and they swallowed their drool frantically. Auntie Pang took the skewer and impatiently took a bite. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on Auntie Pang. How is it? The next second, an unimaginable thing happened. I confidently handed the grilled skewer to Auntie Pang. Auntie Pang did not say a word, just took a bite with a hiss. Although she shuddered from the heat, the level of fresh umami flavor simply shocked her. This is mutton skewer. My God, there was practically no foul odor or fishiness. It was entirely fresh umami flavor, plus the aroma of the sprinkled seasonings. And the more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. When she bit into the inside, it was incredibly tender. As the rich, fragrant meat juices melted between her lips and teeth, her entire being felt a sensation of floating like an immortal ascending to heaven. She chewed continuously over a dozen times, before finally, with great reluctance, swallowing that piece of mutton into her stomach. Before long, Auntie Pang felt a bit itchy, and reached up to scratch her face. With this scratch, the surrounding villagers immediately yelled out, "Yo-ho, her face is swollen, it is swollen. Swollen solid like a rising steamed bun. The more swollen it is, the more solid that mutton is. These skewers are safe to eat." Seeing everyone making snide remarks like watching animals in a zoo, Auntie Pang glared angrily in fury. But she did not have time to deal with them right now. In her mind right now, there was only this grilled mutton skewer in front of her. Auntie Pang could not resist taking another bite, and then another. The villagers beside her kept swallowing their saliva in succession. Hey, Auntie Pang, that is about enough. We know it is mutton now. Who would have thought that Auntie Pang would not make a single sound? So what if her face was swollen? She directly stripped a whole mutton skewer clean in one go. After savoring the aftertaste blissfully for a minute, she finally opened her mouth to speak. It is truly, incredibly delicious. As her words fell, the crowd broke into another chorus of swallowing drool. This mutton was authentic, and watching someone else eat it with such immense satisfaction. Who could possibly endure this? Boss, give me 3 mutton skewers. Boss, me too, I want 3 skewers. A few villagers made decisive choices, and in a flash, they bought up all the mutton skewers in my hands. Only then did the rest of the people snap back to reality. Boss, grill 2 mutton skewers for me, 2 beef skewers, and pork belly skewers. Do you have pork cartilage? Give me a skewer of that too. And vegetable skewers, chives, potatoes, and eggplant too, one of each for now. They did not dare order too much. Anyway, the guy was right here. They would just taste a little bit first and then decide. Everyone's mouths were stuffed completely full. With every chew, the intensely rich meat aroma and the unique flavor of the seasonings gave their taste buds an unprecedented, brand new experience. Time and time again, it refreshed everyone's perception of what a mutton skewer could be. Kai Dagon was even more exaggerated, finishing 5 mutton skewers in one breath. An hour and a half later, every villager's stomach was completely stuffed, and their bodies and minds had received immense healing. Only then did they languidly shoulder their hoes and sickles, hop onto their electric scooters, and prepare to go home. Those with kids at home heard the commotion outside the door, rubbed their sleepy eyes, and walked out of their rooms. Seeing their parents in the middle of the night, coming home holding hoes and sickles, they were instantly baffled. Mom, Dad, you guys. Before the children could finish their sentence, the parents exchanged a glance. Hurry back to sleep. Can't you see your mom and dad are so tired our bones are falling apart? You better study hard when you go to school tomorrow. If you dare to be naughty and cause trouble, see if I do not deal with you. On the other side, the other villagers who were not caught red-handed by their own kids did not fare much better either. They quietly pushed open the door, and seeing their kids lying quietly in bed sleeping soundly, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. But the very next second, the kids, smelling the aroma, were still groggy and had not woken up yet, but their mouths reacted instinctively first. Mom, Dad, where did you guys go? What did you eat? I want to eat too. The adults gasped in shock. Oh crap, the barbecue smell actually marinated straight into our clothes. Nonsense, you brat, not sleeping properly. What kind of hungry nightmare are you having again? After those villagers left, the originally somewhat lively barbecue stall suddenly became incredibly desolate, leaving only me and countless wooden tombstones staring at each other in silence. This week's task had a time duration requirement, from 12:00 a.m. to 3:00 a.m., even if no one came to buy barbecue. The time requirements still had to be fully met. But when working for the system, there is no reason not to slack off, right? I simply picked up my phone and leisurely started scrolling through short videos. My mouth occasionally chewed on a skewer of shiitake mushrooms or pork belly, and occasionally took a bite of roasted eggplant. There was still nearly half an hour left. Since this was the first day setting up the stall this week, I had not prepared many ingredients. I figured that by the time I finished eating the remaining ones, it would be just about time to close the stall and go home. I have to admit, being able to leisurely slack off during task time feels truly amazing. If the old customers did not manage to find me, based on the current situation, I felt I could slack off for the entire week. Why do these meat skewers taste better and better the more I eat them? I absent-mindedly scrolled through my phone while taking huge bites of the skewers. The surroundings were eerie and silent. There was only the sound of me chewing the meat skewers. Suddenly, from not far away, came a low and aged call, "Young man." That voice seemed to carry a trace of icy chill, drilling straight into my ears. I was instantly terrified, all the hair on my body standing on end. I looked around in panic. However, as far as my eyes could see, aside from rows of wooden tombstones and the dark shadows of trees, there was not a single shadow of a person. My God, how could there be this kind of sound in a place like this? System, you are actually setting me up? Arranging for me to set up a stall in this godforsaken place? What are you trying to pull? I cursed frantically in my heart. However, that voice still had not stopped. It even seemed to be getting closer and closer. Just then, without any warning, from the front of the food cart, a hand suddenly reached up, trembling. I was so scared I screamed out loud. Holding the grilled skewer, my body involuntarily backed away. No matter how brave I usually was, I was terrified of this kind of thing actually appearing right in front of me. I am human. Cough cough. That voice was intermittent, carrying heavy, panting breaths. It did seem to have a trace of human vitality. I tried hard to calm myself down and stepped forward, relying on the light from the food cart to look closely. I finally realized this was no dirty, supernatural thing at all. It was clearly a homeless old man. The old man's unwashed long hair was matted together in clumps. It was stained with unknown grime, looking dirty and messy. "Oh my God, you scared me half to death, Grandpa," I spoke, still lingering with fear. "Why are you here in the middle of the night? This is a great place, you know. You never have to worry about food, you can eat whatever you want." The old man grinned and chuckled. Hearing this, I smiled helplessly. "All right, Grandpa Homeless, I have to hand it to you. You really have the game of life figured out." After scaring someone, the grandpa showed no intention of leaving. I watched as his withered, skeletal hand reached into his dirty pocket and fumbled around. The next second, he actually pulled out an apple. The apple's skin was shriveled, and it had several dark spots on it. It was clearly no longer fresh. The old man held the apple and slowly offered it to me. "Young man, do not worry about this. I prayed to it before taking it. Food that has been prayed to has blessings added to it. It is very good. I just wanted to ask if I could trade it for a grilled skewer to eat." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixedly locked onto the grilled skewers in my hand, his eyes shining. Sigh, this grandpa looked so ragged and pitiful, wandering around alone in a place like this in the middle of the night. He was probably afraid of being discovered and beaten up during the day. "Here, Grandpa, let me treat you to a few skewers. Sit over there for a bit, I will grill some fresh ones." "Thank you, young man, thank you." The old man seemed to know he was dirty and did not go to sit on my stools. Instead, he slowly walked over to a large tree nearby and sat down. The sizzling mutton skewers continuously rolled on the grill rack. The rich meat aroma drifted unscrupulously in the air. The old man watched with his eyes glazed over, his mouth slightly parted. I handed him a handful of steaming hot grilled skewers. "Grandpa, eat slowly, do not burn yourself. When you finish, there is more here." The old man snapped back to reality, and only then did his trembling hands take the grilled skewers. He brought it to his mouth, blew on it, and took a bite. In an instant, tears burst from his cloudy eyes. "It is Mama's flavor." The old man choked back sobs, his voice hoarse and broken. His thoughts seemed to return to the distant past. My mama's mind was not right. Everyone in the village called her a madwoman, and called me the madwoman's child. We wandered everywhere in the village. When I was little and my stomach was hungry, Mama would think of ways to find me something to eat. Who knows where she picked up the meat that others did not want. But she guarded it like it was a precious treasure, and just grilled the meat for me to eat like that. But that was the most delicious food in my memory. But later, from then on, I was all alone, wandering aimlessly in this world. I never tasted that warm, comforting flavor ever again. Speaking to this point, the old man wept uncontrollably. I stood quietly to the side, my heart filled with mixed emotions. I looked at the sorrowful old man before me and said softly, "Grandpa, do not be too sad. If you have time this week, just come over. I will still give you food." Hearing me say this, the grandpa lifted his tear-stained face, sobbed, and swallowed the meat skewer in his mouth. "Young man, how can I eat your food for free every day? I do not even know how many days these old bones of mine can hold out. But you made me feel like there is still a little bit of hope in living. Tomorrow I will definitely come to repay you." I hurriedly waved my hand. "Grandpa, please do not say that. I did not do anything, there is no need for any repayment. Child, you do not understand. In all these years, no one has ever shown me even the slightest bit of warmth. This handful of grilled skewers of yours, in my eyes, is a massive debt of gratitude. Tomorrow I will definitely come." After saying that, the old man slowly stood up and shuffled away, step by step. His lonely, trembling silhouette gradually disappeared into the dark night. What else could I say? I could only shout at the old man's retreating back. Then come a bit later, I only set up my stall at midnight. In the distance, hearing me say this, the old man's footsteps instantly paused. Could this child be just like him? Did he also feel that people were more terrifying than ghosts, which is why he came to this mountain in the middle of the night? All right, tomorrow, I will wait here for you early. At midnight, I drove my car slowly toward the graveyard hill, finally arriving at yesterday's stall location. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the driver's seat. A gentle breeze blew by, making the surrounding tall grass rustle with a swish-swish sound. I kept cheering myself on in my head. It is fine, it is not like this place is completely deserted. I even specifically prepared pork kidneys today. Those villagers from last night will be here soon. Right at that moment, a low, faint sigh suddenly came from behind me. Sigh. In this quiet, desolate hill area. That sound was somewhat sluggish and drifting. Wait, that did not sound like a sigh. That sounded like someone calling me. Is this place actually haunted or what? All my hair instantly stood on end, my mind went completely blank, and my breathing almost stopped entirely. "Hey, young man," the familiar voice sounded again. My heart violently contracted. That grandpa yesterday did seem to say he would wait for me. I steadied my nerves and hurriedly turned around to look. Just then, a row of dark silhouettes suddenly darted out without any warning. What the heck? Where did so many homeless grandpas come from? Before I could process my shock, that old man from yesterday spoke up directly to claim credit. "Young man, I came to repay you." I was instantly startled, watching a whole group of homeless grandpas walking toward me. I subconsciously backed away several steps. This is completely different from what I imagined. I thought his repayment meant bringing some good stuff. You dragged a bunch of homeless grandpas over here, and you call that repaying me? The fact that my soul was not scared out of my body already proves I have guts of steel. "Young man, what are you hiding for? I brought them here to eat grilled skewers," the old man shouted at the top of his lungs. I know. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. Waiting for me here in the middle of the night. What else could it be for other than a bite to eat? I watched as the old man reached into his pocket. In a clean handkerchief, he revealed several crumpled, wrinkled banknotes. "Young man, do not disdain this. This is money we earned from collecting and selling scrap." I took a close look and realized that the old man's clothes seemed even more ragged than yesterday. There were several new holes in them with loose threads dangling straight down. The old man seemed to understand my gaze and said calmly, "It is no bother, they are still wearable." After saying that, he even grinned and smiled. Hearing this, I did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the old man's sincere appearance, my heart warmed, and I quickly set up the stall to start grilling. The mutton skewers sizzled and dripped oil over the charcoal fire. The aroma gradually permeated the air, fiercely grabbing the noses of the homeless grandpas. The old men shuddered from the sheer fragrance. They looked as if they wanted to be led around by their noses. The drool at the corners of their mouths stretched into strings, falling drops straight onto the ground. That old man from yesterday wiped the corner of his mouth, and quickly said to me, "Young man, do not grill too much. We do not have much money on us. At most, one meat skewer per person is enough. I was busy flipping the mutton skewers. Without even lifting my head, I replied. Oh, here at my stall, there is a discount right when I open every day. Buy one skewer, get 3 free. Plus a free vegetable skewer, but it is only limited to the first minute of opening. Do not worry, everyone, I absolutely won't overcharge you. Hearing this, the homeless men looked at each other. Their cloudy eyes were filled with surprise and gratitude. Oh my young man, this is truly wonderful. We are really troubling you. The corners of my mouth curled up. That smile looked exceptionally sincere under the glow of the charcoal fire. 4 meat skewers per person, plus one vegetable skewer. For the vegetable, it is better to pair it with some eggplant. Eggplants are large, they fill the stomach well, and they cut the greasiness. Thinking this, I bent down and took from the crisper box several fresh eggplants and sliced them in half. Then, I brushed on layers of meticulously prepared seasonings. When the eggplant's outer skin turned a deep brown, I moved them to low heat to roast slowly and carefully. The outstanding aroma of the eggplant, amidst the continuous brushing of oil and sprinkling of seasonings, emanated outward. When it was just about done, I took finely minced garlic and sprinkled it evenly all over the eggplant meat. All right, everyone eat while it is hot, I called out warmly, distributing the meat skewers and eggplants to the old men. The old men thanked me repeatedly. With trembling hands, they took the meat skewers and took a huge bite. The expressions on their faces instantly twisted, not because it tasted bad, but precisely because this deliciousness came far too suddenly. In that split second, the sheer happiness almost made them pass out. As they ate, the few old men actually covered their faces and started sobbing loudly. Right at this moment, a dozen weak beams of light swept over unsteadily from the pitch-black darkness. I instinctively looked in that direction. Yo, it is the villagers. Yesterday, in order to ambush me, they parked their electric scooters really far away. Today, however, they just drove them straight over. Ha, boss, you really are still here. You actually did not flake on us. Yeah, we thought you young folks just had a momentary rush of blood to the head yesterday. Boss, quick, give me 2 meat skewers. Hurry up, I am dying here. I had no energy at work all day today. My legs are as soft as noodles. The villagers were all talking and laughing. As I greeted them, my gaze inadvertently swept toward the spot where the homeless men were just a moment ago, but I found that there was not a single shadow left there. A few minutes later, the villagers who got their skewers sat down in front of my stall and started eating. Every bite was pure satisfaction. Boss, your grilling skills are truly amazing. Give me 2 more chicken foot skewers. Boss, your kidneys are grilled perfectly. Give me 2 more of those too. I feel like my whole body is full of energy after eating this. The others also ate with more and more relish, craving more with every bite. Little did they know, right behind them at this very moment, several pairs of eyes were staring at them sneakily. Ah, Mom, Dad, I was wondering where you went in the middle of the night. So you are here, sneaking out to eat barbecue and not even calling me. Am I really your biological child? Dad, did not you say street food is all made with gutter oil? That it is all junk food, kids can't eat it, and it is bad for your health? A few kids charged over, staring with grief and indignation at their parents who were eating joyfully. The adults' hands holding the grilled skewers froze, and they hurriedly looked toward the voices. After a moment of awkwardness, they quickly regained their composure. Right, Dad did say that, but we are not kids, right, wifey? It is perfectly fine for the 2 of us to eat it. The little boys looked utterly miserable. What kind of unreliable parents are these? So you guys are true love, and I am just an accident. A few parents suddenly realized something and asked, eyes wide. Wait, that is not right. How did you guys find your way here? The kids looked at each other and replied in unison with a hint of resentment. We pretended to be asleep and followed right behind you. It is not far from home anyway, we would not get lost. Oh, you little brats, you actually know how to fool your dad now. Forgot who is the boss around here. If you put this much effort into your studies, would not you get into Tsinghua or Peking University? An adult, while stripping meat off a greasy skewer, started scolding with spit flying everywhere. Exactly, why do not you use those little brains of yours on the right path? You only know how to eat, why are not you this proactive about studying? Another parent, chewing food in their mouth, chimed in with muffled agreement. The kids curled their lips, clearly unconvinced. Who told you to eat all the good stuff without us? You adults get to do whatever you want, but we are not allowed to be a little clever. Dad, stop nagging. Hurry up and get us a few skewers too. The kids swarmed around them, acting spoiled. Since the hard way did not work, they would use the soft way. If that did not work, they would just ask the boss for skewers directly and put it on their parents' tab. Since they were already out here, going back without a full stomach was absolutely unacceptable. Under the kids' relentless tantrums and pestering, the parents finally yielded. 15 minutes later, every kid tightly gripped several incredibly fragrant grilled skewers in their hands. It was the new week, and already Wednesday. Compared to his previous energetic hustle of urgently searching for the boss right after work, Wangbin was noticeably much quieter this week, mainly because ever since he gave that girl 2 portions of liqueur chocolates, she asked him out every single night. Sigh, it seems women truly can completely disrupt a man's rhythm. In the dining room, the husky had completely lost its usual spirited arrogance. It lay listlessly on the floor, its head drooping down. Looking at it, it was the picture of having lost the will to live. The durian milk crepe in the fridge at home had long been completely eaten up. Every day, Wangbin meticulously served meat, freeze-dried treats, and steeped goat's milk, but the husky barely touched any of it, since they stopped going to look for the boss. This guy had completely turned into a depressed big dog. The girl and Wangbin were eating dinner, chatting casually about this and that. In her free time, she would also reach out to pet the husky. The husky would play along a bit and interact with the girl, but it made people reasonably suspect that this guy was purely fulfilling its business obligations without a shred of emotion. Once the interaction was over, it would just go back to lying there listlessly, too lazy to even move. Wangbin was putting food in the girl's bowl. Taking own look, he could not help but laugh and scold the husky. "You silly dog, what kind of look is that? Why are you acting so deep and profound?" Hearing this, the husky instantly became dissatisfied. It stiffened its neck and barked a couple of times, its expression actually showing a bit of disdain. Although Wangbin did not know what it was barking about, he could guess it was definitely cursing him out a little bit. So, he picked up his phone, opened the pork intestine exchange group, and shoved the group chat messages right into that dog's face. "You silly dog, take a good look. It is not that I do not want to find the boss. If I could find him, I definitely would have gone. And I would have brought you along too." I was in the middle of grilling skewers when I suddenly heard someone call me Rujiamo boss. I was so surprised my hands paused for a moment. Soon, I saw Luo Hao and his friends taking large strides toward me. "It is you guys. Hey, where's your girlfriend?" I still had quite an impression of Luo Hao. This young man and his girlfriend were so incredibly clingy to each other that it was hard not to notice them. I just did not expect that after running into the fortune-telling master here, I would run into these regular customers too. It was truly too coincidental. Hearing this, Luo Hao quickly replied, "My girlfriend is too timid, so she did not come. I will eat first, then pack some back for her later." Saying this, he lifted his chin and looked at his roommates beside him. "See that, the boss still remembers me." His roommates all looked at him with sheer disgust. Alright, stop showing off, look at you. We are starving to death here, hurry up and order." Pork belly, mutton skewers, beef skewers, shiitake mushrooms, chives, beef tendons, pork cartilage, roasted potato slices. "Let us get 10 skewers of each for now." "Bros, does that sound good? That is a bit too little, right? Let us get 15 of each." It was not easy finding the boss. We have to support his business more. Plus, I trust the boss's skills. It will definitely be delicious. Thank you all so much. You college students are truly good people. I am just a guy trying to kill time to hit the required hours, and suddenly I get over 100 skewers ordered at once. This happiness came too suddenly, it is almost terrifying. The pork belly, under the searing heat of the charcoal fire, began to lose its initial pinkish white color. The seasonings and the slowly firming pork belly blended together, forming the most primal, essential flavor of barbecue. A few villagers nearby who had not left yet witnessed the entire process and were completely dumbfounded in shock. The boss is setting up a stall on a graveyard hill, and there are actually foodies specifically coming to find him. This is truly bizarre, but with the boss's skills, it really is enough to drive people crazy. Did not we all become so obsessed after eating it once that we crave it so much every night we can't even sleep? Luo Hao, taking advantage of the time I was grilling, opened Wang Shue's chat interface. "Shuer, we found the boss. The master did not lie to us. The boss is selling barbecue this time. What do you want to eat? I will bring it back for you later." "Wow, you really found him. That is awesome. I want meat skewers, potatoes, eggplant. Wah, I want to eat everything." Wang Shui looked at the messages on her phone screen, feeling incredibly regretful in her heart. Even though her boyfriend could bring it back for her, It definitely would not taste as good once it got cold. Wah, it is all my fault for being too much of a coward. After acting all lovey-dovey with his girlfriend for a bit, the pork belly skewers were done grilling. Luo Hao hurriedly ended the chat. With gourmet food right in front of him, if he did not go eat now, he would not even get a single skewer. I handed the freshly grilled meat skewers to Luo Hao's roommates, still unable to hold back my curiosity. How did you guys manage to find this place? It was my girlfriend. She asked a master for a reading. Luo Hao walked toward me and answered with a loud laugh. Asked a master for a reading? I was completely dumbfounded. These days, foodies, in order to find me, truly resorted to any means necessary. Besides, to actually be able to divine this stall location. Is not that a bit too mystical? Just as we were talking, Master Chen finished the last skewer in his hand and smacked his lips twice. It feels like it is missing something. And these few skewers are not enough to eat. Young boss, give me 10 more beef skewers. Own portion of tofu and own eggplant. Luo Hao was just enthusiastically and colorfully recounting the story, when he suddenly caught sight of this familiar figure. His eyes widened incredibly large. My mother of God, is not that Master Chen? Luo Hao immediately spoke up happily, his tone full of utmost respect. Boss, look, it is this Master Chen right here. Ever since you stopped selling Rujiamo, my girlfriend Wang Shui insisted on finding a master to divine your stall's location. Although Luo Hao did not believe in this stuff, he still ended up meeting Master Chen through Wang Shui. Back then, for 2 whole weeks, Master Chen could not divine a single useful clue. This made Luo Hao even more certain internally that this guy was completely full of nonsense, just scamming people blindly. But who could have imagined that he actually managed to divine the boss's stall location? God tier, absolutely God tier. They really ran into a true master. What should he do? He really wanted to bow down and kowtow to the master right now. I was holding a handful of skewers, flipping them continuously. Hearing Luo Hao's words, I looked completely bewildered. Wait, is not that so-called Master Chen someone who came here along with the villagers? Could it be he did a reading and then asked the villagers to lead the way? I did not understand. I could not figure it out at all. For this kind of mystical stuff, being outside the profession is like being separated by mountains. Whether he actually had real skills or it was pure coincidence, I could not be bothered to investigate. Master Chen, however, looked incredibly calm, waving his hand with an air of breezy nonchalance. Young people, my divine abilities are own thing. But the main factor is that you all have the blessing of fate. Those with deep blessings will always see their wishes fulfilled. The 4 college students exchanged glances, nodding in unison, their eyes shining brightly. We are indeed people with deep blessings. This master is incredibly accurate in his readings. The 4 of them hurriedly surrounded Master Chen, sitting at the same table with him. Master, let us eat some skewers together. Master, I want to ask you to do a reading for me. Where exactly is my future girlfriend? Will I fail my English class this year? In an instant, all sorts of questions bombarded Master Chen like rapid fire. He only felt his head buzzing loudly, genuinely regretting a bit that he had mingled with these young people. But for the sake of the incredibly fragrant barbecue, he still smiled slightly as a way of agreeing. After stripping a meat skewer clean and chewing it in large bites, Master Chen finally spoke slowly. When destiny has not arrived, it cannot be forced. When fate aligns, you will naturally meet. Wow, what the master says truly makes perfect sense. The few of them nodded repeatedly as they listened. Luo Hao and his 3 friends pricked up their ears to listen to Master Chen's endless flowing words, while reaching out to grab a beef skewer. With one bite, their mouths were filled with fresh, tender umami flavor, so delicious it almost made them shed tears. Mother of God, half a month, we finally get to eat a proper meal. The grilled skewers were not just incredibly flavorful, the portions were massively generous too. I, observing the drama from the side, pricked up my ears. Hearing the fragmented words drifting over, I shook my head. This Master Chen was clearly just saying a bunch of ambiguous, vague things. When opportunity arrives, there is naturally a predetermined fate. Sincerity brings results. Good things require patience. These phrases apply to absolutely any situation. But I still had to admire his ability to bluff and scam. These college students actually bought it completely. The 4 college students wanted to ask Master Chen even more questions. But Master Chen quickly picked up a few grilled skewers and enthusiastically distributed them to everyone like a host. Hurry and eat the skewers, they won't taste good if they get cold. Luo Hao ate the grilled skewers blissfully inside. If only we had some alcohol, eating barbecue and taking a sip of booze. That feeling would definitely be absolutely amazing. Hearing this, Master Chen's own cravings flared up. An idea sparked in his mind. I know where to get alcohol. Saying that, he looked toward Kai Dagon. Young brother, do you still have any of that homemade liquor? Sell a little to these young lads. Kai Dagon naturally would not refuse. The liquor arrived very quickly. Little brothers, this rice wine does not have a high alcohol content. You can drink a bit more of it freely. But the grain liquor over here is extremely strong, you have to drink less of it. The guys nodded repeatedly as they listened. Right at that moment, Luo Hao's phone rang. He checked and saw it was a voice message from his girlfriend. He was eating skewers and it was not convenient to put the phone to his ear. So he simply turned on the speakerphone. Are you done buying the barbecue yet? What time are you coming back? Wang Shui's soft, sweet voice came through, practically so sweet it could make teeth fall out. Luo Hao replied, I will be going back a bit later. If you are tired, go ahead and sleep first. Okay, then I will sleep first. Be careful on your way back to school. Okay, Luo Hao replied to the voice message. He did not even realize that his expression was pure, utter intoxication. But his three bros next to him were completely terrified by this voice. Qian Ning, who was already drunk, slammed his fist on the table in anger. Why is she moaning for you? What kind of play is this? Bro Hao, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. When I get a girlfriend, I am going to make her moan for me too. Wah, I am not jealous at all. Qian Ning was incredibly bitter. In what way am I inferior to you, Luo Hao? Why does not a single woman around me even glance at me? Why do I have to be a lonely, isolated, cold, single dog? Heavens, why are you so unfair? The roommate next to him hurriedly picked up the liquor bottle and poured it into Qian Ning's cup. Drink more, you won't feel sad once you are drunk. The group toasted and drank, and very quickly they were so drunk they were swaying side to side. They were constantly slurring nonsense from their mouths. The heavily intoxicated Qian Ning staggered up to go to the bathroom. When he came back, his eyes were hazy and unfocused. He actually walked in the completely wrong direction, heading straight toward the depths of the graveyard. Rows of wooden tombstones stood towering there. Qian Ning arrived in front of a wooden tombstone that looked pleasing to his eyes. Squinting his eyes, he muttered, Why did the table turn vertical? What is going on? He widened his eyes and stared blankly for a moment. Then he simply sat right down on the ground. He bent over, picked up a rock, offered it toward the wooden tombstone, and drunkenly urged it to drink. Come on, bro, bottoms up. After saying that, Qian Ning even let out a loud burp, spraying the smell of alcohol all around. He was there talking to himself, wildly gesturing with his hands and feet. In his excitement, he even slapped the wooden tombstone loudly a few times. The three roommates, seeing Qian Ning had not come back for ages, felt their hearts drop. A bad premonition surged within them. They forced themselves to support their unsteady footsteps, stumbling and staggering all over the place toward the graveyard area. I was still grilling skewers. Noticing the commotion over there, my heart jumped. Oh crap, nothing bad is going to happen, right? Come back quickly, do not go over there. I shouted loudly, but those guys did not even turn their heads back. It was already 2:30 am. Qian Ning, hearing his roommates calling him, shouted back loudly. What are you yelling for? I'm right here. Luo Hao and the other two had been drinking, so they were not afraid of the surrounding environment either. Following the sound, they arrived in front of Qian Ning, only to see him holding a rock, continuously offering toasts to a wooden tombstone. The group was instantly dumbfounded. Bro, you are toasting the wrong person. After closing the stall, I slept straight through until the afternoon before waking up. Even though I hit the required hours of sleep, my whole being still felt a bit lethargic and unenergetic. But for picking Nuonuo up from school, as long as I can do it myself, I always go. 2 hours later, a massive black SUV was driving steadily on the way home. Below the rearview mirror inside the car hung a small bell that Nuonuo had personally picked out. Whenever the vehicle turned, the little bell swayed gently, emitting a crisp, pleasing ding-a-ling sound. Next to Nuonuo's dedicated seat in the back row sat a stuffed dog plushie. The plushie even had a seatbelt fastened around its waist. What child this age does not love fluffy things? Let alone a little companion that accompanies her on every car ride. Nuonuo swung her little feet happily, reached out her little hand, and held the plushie's little paw. Riding the car together, going home together. Through the interior rearview mirror, I took in this entire heartwarming scene. The smile on my lips grew even deeper. I casually turned on the car stereo, and a cheerful children's song instantly started playing. The little pug sits by the door. Nuonuo happily sang along. Eyes dark and shiny, wanting to eat a meat bone, singing while holding the plushie. Her adorable twin tails also swayed lively side to side. The car was continuously filled with Nuonuo's sweet, soft, milky voice. As the clock just pointed to 11:00 p.m. at night, the eerie, desolate hills were already packed with people. When the later group of people arrived in a rush, seeing this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. My God, did not we agree to set off together? You guys actually arrived early, so you're not afraid anymore. Have to be this intensely competitive. Seriously, we group members share a bond, but you guys play mind games with us. Fine, if this is how you want to play. I will just live here directly. No one is going to outcompete me. The agreement to set off together was thus ruthlessly shattered. The foodies who arrived early, however, just chuckled. We were just afraid that with too many people we would not get to eat, so we came a bit early. Exactly, if I really did not get to eat the barbecue, my resentment would be stronger then. You know what? I rushed and hurried, finally arriving at the destination exactly at midnight. Upon arriving and seeing a massive, long line formed at the stall spot, I was not surprised at all. Yesterday, a group of college students showed up here. Having this scene today was completely within reason. I even greeted this group of people in a pretty good mood. The foodies in the line. Some of them had rushed over right after working overtime at their companies. Every single one of them looked dazed, barely able to keep their eyes open, yawning non-stop. Honestly, going on like this, I am genuinely afraid that one day someone might drop dead from exhaustion right in front of my stall. But they have no choice. With gourmet food right in front of them, they have to fight for it. They have to get some delicious food to add a little sweetness to their dull, depressing lives, right? Seeing me getting ready to open the stall, the husky hiding in the crowd lunged right over with a massive leap. This guy truly lives up to the legend of jumping 1.9 meters straight from a standing position. The husky arrived at the stall and barked woof woof. Needless to say, I knew it was here to beg for meat skewers from me. I was not stingy either. I handed it a raw mutton skewer, and it gobbled it right down. Hiss, damn, human lives are inferior to dogs. The foodies in line smacked their lips, feeling so insanely jealous they were going crazy. This dog exclusively enjoying the boss's favor, it really has it so good. Boss, I will bark woof woof at you a couple of times. Will you give me a raw oyster? I can eat it raw. Just help me mix some sauce for it. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Go be a dog in your next life. In this life, you are not even qualified to be a dog. Actually trying to use this method to cut in line? No way. Do not even think about it. Watching a few foodies bickering noisily, I could not help but laugh too. Bunches of mutton skewers were gripped in my hands, continuously flipping back and forth over the grill rack. Half an hour passed, and the front of the line had barely moved a few people. Plus, the weather was not cooperating. A gust of night wind blew by. The foodies were hungry, tired, and sleepy. Their stomachs were growling loudly with hunger. Boss, mutton skewers, beef skewers, pork cartilage, pork belly, chicken wings, chicken gizzards, and squid, give me 20 skewers of each. The customer who finally made it to the front of the line stared at the dazzling array of various skewers with his eyes shining brightly. Wait, I interrupted him and looked toward the back of the line. Good heavens, quite a few more people had flooded in. If I did not set a purchase limit, the people in the back would probably only be able to stare helplessly and get nothing to eat. The limit is 20 skewers per person. Hearing this customer was actually quite calm. After all, he was mentally prepared for this. A limit is a limit as long as he got to eat. But the customers behind him lost their cool. How are 20 skewers enough to eat? I think the limit should be 50 skewers per person. Once the shout rang out, many people followed suit, raising their arms and cheering, starting a commotion. Hearing this, my eyes widened, and I shot them a literal death glare. This is an outrage. Are you guys the boss or am I the boss? I will just give you this stall and quit? Alright. Hee hee, 20 skewers it is then I want. The foodies still chickened out, silently counting on their fingers and starting to order. Sigh, what a pity, there are still so many skewers I won't get to bless with my stomach. The boss really prepared too few ingredients. Another hour passed. Seeing the ingredients running low, the foodies grew anxious. Say, how about we dig up earthworms from the ground and have them grilled? Hee hee, not a bad idea. I am sure Boss Sue's secret recipe processed earth dragon's earthworms would definitely be crunchy and taste like chicken. Then we might as well catch some mantises, locusts, and grasshoppers too. Puppy would be the ultimate trump card, right? While waiting, the foodies chatted away, throwing out ideas one after another. The speakers had no particular intention, but the listeners took it to heart. A few late arriving villagers saw the situation. If they lined up now, there definitely would not be any left for them. Hearing the discussion, they actually got a mischievous idea. However, they did not plan on making any 100-bug feast. Even though they heard those things smell incredibly good, most people would not dare eat them. But this did open up a new train of thought for them. In the village, when it comes to ingredients, was not this their home turf? Just turn on a flashlight and shine it into the fields. Are not there ingredients everywhere? There is plenty. The few villagers exchanged a glance. With tacit understanding, they said nothing, and just ran off toward the fields on their own. Years of experience and lessons told them that the fewer people who knew about this, the safer it was. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Many villagers even dug out their bottom of the chest stash from their own refrigerators. In no time at all, they had everything neatly prepped and hurried toward my stall in unison. Just as the villagers approached the stall, before they could even talk to me, the old foodies lined up in front instantly grew frantic. Sorry, we just bought out all the skewers in this display fridge. You guys come back tomorrow. I was brushing oil. Hearing this, my eyelids twitched. Good heavens, those are my lines. Since you guys have said everything, I will just focus on grilling then. The villagers chuckled. Out of ingredients, I have some. Look, we even washed the veggies clean and brought them over. Boss, I will pay you extra money. Just help me grill all of these, won't you? Good heavens, they actually played it like this. Talk about the brave enjoy the world first. They were just talking about catching bugs in the fields to grill. And here these guys already have their ingredients ready. What execution speed. Boss, is this allowed? The crowd chattered in disgust. Their eyes all synchronized, staring straight at me as I brushed sauce, waiting for my reply. They had lined up half the night to barely buy a few measly skewers. The villagers showed up with a huge basket each. If this actually worked, their jaws would probably be swollen from chewing so much. Would not everyone else go crazy with jealousy? But if this precedent was truly set, they could also benefit and enjoy this perk in the future. They could stuff their bellies full, never having to fear purchase limits again. I looked at the vegetable baskets in the villagers' hands. My mouth twitched and I was completely dumbfounded. You guys really are a bunch of geniuses. Bringing your own ingredients, with both meat and veggies, how abundant. This was the rhythm of forcing me into overtime. I absolutely could not agree to this. If I really opened this door, things would spiral out of control in the future. I am sorry, I do not process outside food. I do not have extra seasonings either. As the words fell, the villagers were all deeply disappointed. What happened to boil the sheep, slaughter the ox, and make merry? What happened to we must drink 300 cups at once? We brought the ingredients and the booze, and now you say you won't help grill. What should we do? Own villager clung to the side of the food cart, watching the chicken wings sizzling and dripping oil on the grill rack. He was about to cry. Boss, then sell us some charcoal, is that okay? The eyes of the other villagers lit up, and they also stepped forward to plead tearfully. Boss, we ran over here in the middle of the night. We did not get to eat any skewers. We can't just go back like this, right? Where is the logic in going home without a full stomach? I did not expect these villagers to be so obsessed. Since you can't eat my grilled skewers, you're going to do it yourselves, huh? Alright then, but you guys take it easy. Do not set this hill on fire. After hesitating again and again, I finally agreed. The villagers were overjoyed. They even bought some bamboo skewers from me while they were at it. They were all country folks. Making a fire in the wild was naturally something they were well versed in. When it comes to grilling meat, everyone knows how to grill. Over 10 minutes later, the villagers finally learned what is meant by an overwhelming gap in skill level. The veggies I grilled are either too soft like they were boiled, or grilled too dry like firewood. Why can't I control the heat right? Tell me about it. The boss grills it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. But what I grill is burnt on the outside and burnt on the inside, rock hard to chew. If I grill it for a shorter time, the inside is undercooked and still has blood streaks. The more they ate, the more they mentally broke down. The boss truly is a master craftsman. We have no choice but to admit defeat. There is no harm without comparison. At 5:00 a.m., lying on the sofa, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After several consecutive days of high-intensity grilling, I was tossed about so much I felt like my bones were going to fall apart. Tasks with specific quantity requirements are simply way more exhausting than usual. Right now, the reward and the new task had not refreshed yet. I could only secretly hope in my heart. I hope the system treats me a bit better this week. Please do not throw any more ridiculous curveballs at me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the own week stall task. Reward, courage increased by 50%. I worked my butt off for a whole week, and you reward me with this. I had reasonable grounds to suspect this system was eavesdropping on my inner thoughts. After all, back on the first day of setting up the stall, I was scared half to death, and indeed secretly complained to myself. When this task is over, the system absolutely must reward me with 100 times more courage. Who would have thought bro system would actually take it seriously? Then how come you never listen when I tell you to treat me well usually? My vision simply went dark, and I almost passed out from anger. This week's task, sell 500 portions of stinky tofu. Stall location, next to the Daiji public restroom. Stinky tofu price, 30 yuan. Task time, unrestricted. The complete guide to stinky tofu has been issued. Selling stinky tofu at a public restroom. This is absolutely outrageous. So, does this stinky tofu of yours have some kind of secret recipe? Do not tell me there is some special raw material directly supplied. Receiving this task, I was instantly furious and exasperated. Selling 500 portions of stinky tofu in a week. The task volume was not that big. The crux of the difficulty lay in how to make the stinky tofu, and then how to sell it. Fortunately, while the system usually acts like a dog, this time it was actually slightly reliable. It provided the stinky brine for the tofu itself. With that, I could finally sleep peacefully. At 3:00 p.m., I got up with a bird's nest head of hair to wash up. After washing up, I casually played a round of a game on the sofa, and the ingredients arrived. The butler and the others placed the jars down and backed away in tacit understanding. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, peeling back the plastic wrap on the jar. The next second, a terrifying stench rushed straight to my head. I ultimately could not hold it in. I genuinely felt like I wanted to die. Who exactly eats this stinky tofu? Holding my breath, I hurriedly covered the jar back up. The tofu had to be made fresh. The soybeans provided by the system were of incredibly high quality. At the current temperature, they needed to soak for about 4 or 5 hours. Once the beans had fully absorbed water and expanded, they would be ready to grind. Taking advantage of this time, I changed my clothes and drove to Four Seasons Flower Kindergarten to pick up Nuonuo. Seeing me, Nuonuo yelled, "Daddy!" She immediately ran over pitter-patter asking for a hug, and waved a small blue plush toy in her hand. It was a chubby little Doraemon. Seeing her little friend following behind, Nuonuo pointed at him. "He gave this to me. He has a doggy at his house, and lots of fun toys. Just now, he even said he is inviting me to play at his house. Uncle, can she?" The little boy hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, his eyes looking incredibly sincere. For a moment, my heart thumped wildly. Wait. I am already encountering a blonde boy trying to steal my daughter. As an old father to a daughter, how could I possibly accept this? No, she cannot. You guys usually have classes. Let us wait until the weekend to play. The little boy pouted in disappointment. Sigh, and here I thought if I built a good relationship with the big boss, I could go to Nuonuo's house tomorrow to eat yummy food. It seemed the timeline had to be delayed again. On the way home, Nuonuo's little mouth babbled non-stop in the back seat. "Daddy, let me tell you, today a boy in our class accidentally pooped in his pants, and he even cried." Bringing this up reminded me of that pool of stinky water in the jar. This genuinely gave me a bit of psychological trauma. Will anyone actually eat the tofu made from that stuff? When we got home, the food was already on the table. A simple 4 dishes and own soup. This is what you call life. Being able to eat with Daddy. Nuonuo's eyes were full of satisfaction. After dinner, Nuonuo watched TV in the living room while I went to the kitchen. In the basin, every single soybean had soaked until they were round and plump. With a pinch of the fingers, the bean skins were already loose enough to fall off easily. It was ready to be ground into tofu. An hour later, I instructed the 3 of them to pour the tofu curds into the tofu molds lined with cheesecloth. Then fold the 4 corners of the cheesecloth toward the center, cover it flat with a wooden lid, and press it down with fitness weights. Nuonuo also ran over to watch the fun. For adults and own child all held bowls of tofu pudding, ready to eat. The piping hot tofu pudding smelled incredibly fragrant. Eating it plain, it even had a faint, natural sweetness. Seeing this, I smiled. "Hurry up and taste it. It is very delicious." I used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of the pale yellow, pure, unadulterated tofu pudding. It was jiggly and watery, looking incredibly appetizing. With a slurp, I sent it into my mouth. It was so tender it broke upon contact. I did not even dare bite down too hard. The bean aroma was rich, but it had no raw bean smell. It was incredibly fresh, tender, and sweet. As it slid down my throat, It left a trace of refreshing aftertaste. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. In an instant, they were completely blown away by the texture of the tofu pudding. Butler Ding got so addicted he did not even use a spoon, drinking it straight from the bowl. Ha, that is so satisfying, I can't help but want another bowl. He himself had worked as a chef before, and never imagined that one day he would be conquered by a bowl of tofu pudding. It completely overturned his understanding. Having been busy for so long, being able to eat this top-tier, exquisite tofu pudding made everything worth it. Mr. Sue, are you going to sell tofu this time? Actually, selling some tofu pudding would be great too. After finishing his second bowl, Butler Ding could not help but sigh with admiration. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized he had misspoken. What the employer sells is his own freedom. As a butler, he had indeed overstepped his bounds. Just as he was about to apologize, my voice chimed in. I am selling tofu this week, but I am selling stinky tofu. In an instant, the room fell dead silent. No wonder the jar this afternoon smelled so terribly stinky. Boss, you are making a mistake. Taking such perfect, white jade-like tofu to make that stuff. What a waste. The next morning at 5:00 a.m., I could not sleep anymore. The chaotic day and night reverse schedule from last week was not something that could be fixed just like that. Since I could not sleep, I simply got up and slowly strolled out to the yard, looking at the stinky tofu that had already turned a deep, dark black color. A satisfied smile appeared on my face. At this point, the raw, stinky tofu blocks were ready. Next was just waiting to deep fry them in the oil wok when setting up the stall. I thought about it and decided to test out exactly what the freshly made stinky tofu tasted like. It is just that. Eating this so early in the morning, was it a bit too hardcore? I heated the wok and poured in oil. When the oil temperature was about 70% hot, I picked up a piece of stinky tofu and dropped it into the oil. The tofu immediately began to puff up and expand. Once the outer layer fried into a crispy crust, it could be scooped out to drain the oil. Having the stinky tofu, it still needed its soul, the sauce. Tastes vary from person to person, so I made a moderately balanced ratio. I heated up another wok. Once the oil was hot, I added minced garlic, chili oil, light soy sauce, and toasted sesame seeds, stir-frying until fragrant. This sauce would taste good even poured over a brick. The morning sunlight gently sprinkled into the room. Nuonuo woke up from her sweet dreams, and groggily got up to brush her teeth and wash her face. I looked at Nuonuo's chubby little arms and plump little short legs. The little dumpling had indeed gotten quite a bit rounder these past few days. Baby, it looks like you have grown a little bit more meat on you. Hearing this, Nuonuo pouted her little lips, extremely displeased. No I have not. I did not even eat my fill last night. I was truly left not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What kind of child drinks 2 bowls of tofu pudding for a late-night snack, plus a glass of soy milk, and still complains of being hungry? Right, Daddy, did you make the cream puffs I wanted? My classmates gave me so many little gifts, they are all waiting to eat them. Nuonuo tilted her head up, her watery eyes opened wide. I smiled hearing this. Of course, Daddy made them ages ago. The little dumpling instantly got excited, and ran pitter-patter toward the dining room. Daddy, what is that? It smells so stinky. Nuonuo pinched her nose, her chubby little face scrunching up instantly. I guess I had smelled it for so long that I did not feel much anymore, but looking at it now, this smell really was quite domineering. Nuonuo, that is stinky tofu. Do you want to try a piece? No, Nuonuo waved her chubby little hand. Her fair, tender little face was full of resistance. She absolutely did not want to eat something so stinky. Alright, if you won't eat it, then Daddy will. I smiled and reached out to pinch the little dumpling's chin. How bad could my own craftsmanship possibly be? Saying that, I directly picked up a piece of stinky tofu drenched in sauce and popped it into my mouth. With own bite, a crunch sounded. Crispy but with no burnt taste, fried absolutely perfectly. The outside was crispy, while the inside was incredibly tender and smooth. The bean aroma, garlic aroma, and the spicy heat of the chili oil mixed together, with distinct layers of flavor. The more I ate, the richer the fragrance became. In just a few short seconds, I was already deeply intoxicated. Daddy, is it really yummy? Seeing my expression, Nuonuo became a bit conflicted. On her cute, exquisite little face was a look of natural, adorable innocence. Of course, do you not trust Daddy's cooking skills? I deliberately teased her by asking back. I trust Daddy. Nuonuo blurted out coquettishly. Daddy, then give me a piece. But I picked up a piece of stinky tofu. and handed it over. Nuonuo, however, tightly pinched her own nose with her hand. Oh ho, this clever little Own was originally afraid of the smell but still wanted to eat it. Into Nuonuo's wide-open little mouth went a warm piece of stinky tofu. As her pristine white little teeth bit down, a rich and complex aroma spread throughout her mouth. Nuonuo's hand pinching her nose released involuntarily. She discovered that this stinky tofu tasted completely different from what she imagined. Just now it smelled so stinky, but eating it now, it was incredibly fragrant. Daddy, the stinky tofu is super invincibly yummy. When you eat it, it is not stinky at all, it is so fragrant. Seeing the little Own's eager look, I poked her cheek with my fingertip. Eat slowly, no Own is fighting you for it. After finishing Own piece, Nuonuo still craved more. Her little tongue licked her lips. My goodness, how can there be something so yummy in the world? Daddy is so amazing. Nuonuo was currently eating stinky tofu, and upon seeing the butler and nannies arriving for work, she greeted them enthusiastically. Uncle, aunties, the stinky tofu Daddy made is so fragrant. Do you want to try some too? Butler Ding adjusted his expression and forced 2 dry laughs. Morning, sir. Morning, Nuonuo. You actually started eating without waiting for us. Smelling it closely, this scent really is quite fragrant. You guys arrived quite early, perfect timing to eat together. There is still plenty of stinky tofu and sauce in the kitchen. Without giving them a chance to refuse, I immediately walked out of the kitchen holding a plate of stinky tofu, even picking up a few extra pieces onto my own plate on the way. The butler and the nannies instantly fell speechless. Complex expressions instantly surfaced on their faces. To be honest, praising the stinky tofu's aroma just now was purely said against their own consciences. But what kind of boss personally cooks and hands it right to them? How could they not accept it? Left with no choice, unable to refuse such hospitality, they had to bite the bullet. At worst, after eating this meal, they would just drink extra hot water and rinse their mouths thoroughly later. Facing my expectant little gaze, Butler Ding looked at the 2 aunties beside him. The meaning was self-evident, ladies first, out of respect. The 2 aunties simultaneously took a half step back, completely ignoring his hint. In their eyes, this stinky tofu had absolutely nothing to do with the word delicious. Butler Ding helplessly and tremblingly took it, and called out in passing. Such good stuff, hurry over and taste it together. Nuonuo also chimed in from the side. It really is super yummy. It is so fragrant. If you guys do not want it, give it all to me. The 2 aunties each picked up a piece of stinky tofu and started eating. Bringing it close to their mouths was basically a battle fought while holding their breath. They were about to faint, but risking it all and taking a bite. The originally tightly shut doors of their hearts were forcibly pried open a crack. It seems like it is not entirely unacceptable, is it? The secret sauce, tightly wrapping the rich bean aroma, made a sudden, fierce leap on the tip of the tongue. Then, it flowed and spread everywhere inside the mouth. Sure enough, everyone falls victim to the inevitable true fragrance law. The 3 people who were avoiding it like the plague just a moment ago, now all swapped to expressions of pleasant surprise. The corners of their mouths could not stop turning up wildly, and they began to taste it seriously and earnestly. Oh my God, I told you so. This stuff is truly amazing, so incredibly fragrant. Butler Ding hyped it up from the bottom of his heart. Nuonuo, hands on her little hips right now, said, I told you so. The stinky tofu Daddy makes is super fragrant. No, it should be called fragrant tofu. It is not stinky at all. The 2 aunties smiled, and directly picked up another piece. Right now, their tolerance threshold for the stench of this stinky tofu had become very high. While chewing, they were so intoxicated by it that they completely surrendered their weapons. Hearing this, I could not help but smile. The disgusted looks you guys gave earlier were all seen by me, without missing a single detail. But I did not plan on exposing them. Since it is delicious, then eat more. There are still a lot of raw stinky tofu blocks in the box. When I go out to set up the stall, you guys can fry some yourselves. Seeing it was about time, I took Nuonuo to kindergarten. Going out to set up a stall to sell stinky tofu in the middle of the morning seemed a bit too early. Perhaps business would be better during the afternoon and evening hours. Thinking this, I played on my phone out of boredom for a while. Before long, I could not stay idle again. I spent a long time in the yard grinding soybeans. After eating lunch, only then did I drive the stinky tofu food cart modified by the system and prepare to head out. The 2 security guards in the booth saw me coming out, and felt a moment of sentimentality. The past few days, the owner only took action in the middle of the night. Today he is actually out this early. Truly busy working day and night non-stop. Take care, Mr. Su, safe travels. After greeting me, the two watched me leave. A breeze blew by and a soul-crushing smell suddenly drilled into their noses. One of them frowned, covered his nose and yelled, "The smell. Did you just rip on?" After speaking, his face was full of utter disgust. Right in front of me was the Daiji public restroom. This place was surprisingly clean and tidy. However, the surrounding atmosphere was somewhat secluded and quiet. I specifically found a spot far away from the restroom, but still within the system's designated range to park the cart. There just happened to be a tall phoenix tree right beside this spot. Staying here during the summer was actually quite pleasant. I started setting up the stall. I arranged the paper bowls, chopped scallions and cilantro, and various seasonings on the counter. Then I wrote the flavors and prices on the small whiteboard. After finishing all that, I started scrolling on my phone, and even played a couple rounds of games. During this time, only a few people ran past hurriedly. After that, not a single shadow of a person was seen. It was truly ridiculous. Looks like I have to unleash the ultimate move. I put away my phone and started heating the wok in oil. Just how strong the smell of my own handmade stinky tofu was, I knew better than anyone. Seeing the oil temperature was just about right, I tremblingly lifted the lid of the stinky tofu. In an instant, an intensely violent smell, like a volcanic eruption, burst forth wildly, drifting out with the force of a thunderbolt. Its smell was incredibly fierce, and the intense stimulation was extremely refreshing and mind-clearing. Without exaggeration, it could practically drag a person's soul straight out of their body and fumigate it thoroughly. At this moment, the surroundings were completely empty. I finally realized, tragically, that a world where only I was getting hurt had been achieved. Dog system, besides setting me up, what else are you good for? The next second, oh my god, who has no public decency? Can't you see the signs? An angry roar suddenly erupted, piercing through the originally somewhat peaceful street. I saw a slightly hunched sanitation worker grandpa, holding a broom and dustpan, charging out from the corner in a furious rush. The grandpa's steps were hurried, his face extremely enraged. He looked as if he wanted to immediately apprehend this wicked person on the spot, to vent the hatred in his heart. But when he sprinted all the way up close and took a clear look, the broom and dustpan gripped tightly in his hands almost dropped to the ground. The grandpa's mouth was open so wide it could not close for a long time. A smell this stinky actually was not that. You've got to be kidding me. He ran over so enthusiastically to catch someone, even thinking he could get a 200 yuan reward. And now you are telling me it is this. Young man, did you make this? The stench drifting out from the raw stinky tofu blocks was like a surging tidal wave, crashing straight onto the sanitation grandpa. Caught completely off guard, the grandpa was hit hard by this stench that was so thick it was almost tangible. He covered his mouth and nose, retreating step after step, his face full of terror. I was so embarrassed my toes were practically curling into the ground. Grandpa, I sell stinky tofu. It is not what you think. I am feeling very helpless too. The system picked this dog-awful place. What can I do? The grandpa stared at me with an expression like he was looking at an idiot. This kid definitely, absolutely, probably has something wrong with his head. What kind of normal young person sells stinky tofu near a public restroom? Grandpa, would you like a portion? It took forever for a single person to finally show up. Naturally, I had to greet him enthusiastically. At this time, the oil wok was crackling and popping non-stop. No, this stuff of yours is way too stinky. The grandpa covered his nose with one hand and clutched his broom and dustpan with the other, replying with a face full of disgust. Grandpa, stinky tofu smells stinky, but tastes delicious. Many people love it. I was scooping out the floating stinky tofu from the wok, placing them on the stainless steel rack to drain the oil. The jet black stinky tofu had a crispy fried surface, smelling both stinky and fragrant, actually quite enticing. I enthusiastically picked up a piece with my tongs and yelled to the grandpa in the distance. How about you try a piece first? If it does not taste good, it is free. The grandpa eyed the stinky tofu sideways. It is really stinky. Even after frying, you can still smell that stench. Is this stuff actually edible? He visibly swallowed his drool. After an internal struggle, just when I thought the grandpa was going to turn and leave, I suddenly saw the grandpa lean in secretively. Young man, tell grandpa the truth. Did you add old chemical stinky water to this stinky tofu to make it smell worse? After all, how could tofu sold at a normal street stall be this stinky? Plus, this young man's stall is right next to a public restroom. There is definitely something shady going on. The grandpa was almost certain in his heart, just waiting for me to lay my cards on the table. Hearing this, for a moment, I simply could not process it. What old chemical stinky water? I instinctively followed the grandpa's gaze and looked. Instantly, my whole being froze. Wait, what is all this nonsense? Grandpa, what are you thinking? You think I added some hardcore nasty stuff into my stinky tofu? Do grandpas these days really have such rich imaginations? I am so incredibly falsely accused. At this moment, the grandpa, startled by my loud shout, felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly scratched his head. Young man, I was just guessing casually, just guessing randomly. Then, he hurriedly grabbed his broom and made a run for it. As the breeze blew, I was left utterly messy in the wind. To tell the truth, right now I was feeling genuinely a bit defeated. I thought selling stinky tofu here would be hard, but I never thought it would be this hard. Setting up a stall is not as good as lying flat. If no one buys it, I will just eat it myself. I tossed a piece of freshly fried stinky tofu straight into my mouth. Even without the sauce poured over it, it was still tender and fragrant, incredibly satisfying to eat. Just as I was intoxicated by my own craftsmanship, a pleasing voice drifted over. Boss, give me a portion of stinky tofu. Hearing that someone was buying stinky tofu, I was overjoyed and instantly energized. I looked up, only to see a very pretty young lady standing in front of the stall. In her arms, she was holding a silver-shaded British short-hair cat. That cat looked drowsy and was currently sleeping. This is the very first customer who actually approached me today. He's such great taste. Coming right up, own portion is 30 yuan, total 8 pieces of stinky tofu. Although the price could not be considered cheap, these pieces of stinky tofu were relatively large. It would all depend on whether the taste made it worth the price. Without a second word, Su Ying paid crisply and decisively. Her gaze then fell upon those ink-black, plump, and bulging pieces of stinky tofu. She could not help but squint her eyes, taking a deep, enjoyable breath. This stench is very intense. It strikes straight to the soul. Unlike the sweet water-smelling stinky tofu sold by some vendors, the stuff in front of her was indeed pure, authentic stinky tofu. It had the exact aroma and charm it was supposed to have. Anyway, she loved the smell of it. In 2 or 3 minutes, the steaming hot, deep-fried stinky tofu, after being drenched in the soul-infused sauce, instantly became intensely fragrant. Here, careful, it is hot. If you want to add scallions or cilantro, you can add them yourself. Eating here, I will bring you a chair and stool. As today's very first customer, naturally, I had to host her well. I will eat here, thank you. Su Ying reached out and took the glossy, fresh, fragrant, and stench-emitting stinky tofu. She added a little bit of chopped scallions into it. Just as she sat down on the chair, she suddenly realized something was off with the cat in her arms. It looked dazed and silly, as if its soul had flown away. Its eyes were incredibly glazed over and unfocused. Tochua, what is wrong with you? If it were not for the fact that this little guy's body was still warm, she would genuinely suspect it had passed out from the smell. Su Ying hurriedly reached out and nudged the cat's head a few times. With this nudge, the cat finally woke up. Its tiny nose twitched frantically. Immediately after, its furry paws spread wide instantly, and it started frantically pawing at the empty air. This action was truly too familiar. It made it hard for her not to make associations. Hey, do not cause trouble. Why are you pawing with such a disgusted expression? And looking like you just can't cover it up? How are you making me look right now? I happened to glimpse this scene and was instantly frozen in pure awkwardness. Just got rid of a grandpa, and now here comes a cat. Why are every single one of you so good at making associations? Does this thing's stench really resemble that so much? The cat in front of her was still pawing uncontrollably non-stop. Su Ying ignored it, and simply set it aside. Anyway, it was on a cat leash, so she was not afraid of it running away. She herself impatiently picked up a bamboo skewer, poked a piece of stinky tofu, and was about to bring it to her mouth. The next second, a series of urgent meows rang out. The cat's ears stood straight up, its eyes wide open, and its mouth gaped wide. It stretched out own front paw and lunged forward to bat at Su Ying. Its entire body was in a state of extreme agitation. With a smack, Su Ying ruthlessly pulled the cat's paw down. Then, with a chomp, she took a bite of the stinky tofu. As her teeth pierced through that layer of charred, crispy, oil-sizzling black armor, the juices exploded with a single bite. Stinky, fresh, fragrant, and slightly spicy. Kicked off a frantic, massive war inside her mouth. They took turns crashing and impacting. The moment the outer skin was bitten open, an intense bean aroma was released. This tofu was as tender and fluffy as a cloud, yet felt like the soft, squishy feeling of burying your face in a cat's belly. A tiny piece of deep-fried stinky tofu actually possessed such multiple, complex textures. The word amazing was not nearly enough to describe it. It was simply a comprehensive, blind spot-free, soul-shocking grand baptism for the taste buds. Boss, your stinky tofu is so delicious it makes me want to cry. I love it, I absolutely love it, give me another portion. Truth be told, Su Ying was almost moved to tears. This was the first time she had ever eaten such delicious stinky tofu. To think she actually encountered such incredibly unexpected stinky tofu today. What an amazing surprise. 30 yuan a portion, this price is practically a charity price bestowed by a bodhisattva descending to earth. After ordering, Su Ying did not say another word. She just lowered her head and ate with all her might, feeling that eating one piece at a time was not satisfying enough. She simply used the bamboo skewer to poke 2 pieces of stinky tofu and ate them together. During this time, her cat was so overwhelmed by the stench it did not know what to do. It kept pawing frantically at the side, meowing anxiously. What did I do wrong in my past life to have to watch mommy eating this kind of stuff now? Watching the interaction between this human and cat, I, frying tofu on the side, could not help but burst into laughter. Hee hee, this little cat is actually pretty cute. After finishing 2 portions of stinky tofu, Su Ying waved her hand grandly and boldly ordered 2 more portions to go. It was as if she would be taking a huge loss if she did not pack 2 portions to take home. 2 hours later, a young guy selling ice jelly came pushing his little cart, sweating profusely. What is that smell? As soon as he arrived here, that intense, pungent stench hit him like a heavy punch, smashing fiercely right into the ice jelly guy. It hit him so hard his stomach churned violently. His face instantly scrunched up into a tight ball. He hurriedly pinched his nose and tried to get as far away from me as possible. But he had no choice. It was his own fault for leaving the house late today, dawdling all the way until he finally got here. The bustling East Street no longer had any empty spots left. Only near West Street was there such an empty patch of ground available. A few minutes later, the ice jelly guy, while complaining, kept shaking his head non-stop. Bro, are you new here? Where did you get this stinky tofu? The smell is way too aggressive. How am I supposed to sell my ice jelly now? Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. You came to set up your stall next to me, and now you are complaining that I stink. Hey, you should not say things like that. We all have the freedom to set up stalls. Besides, there are benefits to being stinky. This stinky tofu tastes better the stinkier it is. Who knows, once my business booms, people might just buy some of your ice jelly on the side. Hearing this, the ice jelly guy froze for a few seconds. That actually makes sense. Let us look on the bright side for now. Anyway, he did not have anywhere else to go right now. Hey bro, sorry about what I said earlier. I waved my hand grandly. No worries, no worries. We are all out here trying to do business. I understand completely. Stinky tofu, both stinky and fragrant stinky tofu. Ice jelly, cool and refreshing ice jelly. The 2 of us shouted at the top of our lungs. The number of people strolling down the street increased, yet our 2 stalls were the only ones that absolutely no one approached. Bro, why are they all taking a detour around us? The ice jelly guy shot me a sideways glance, clearly knowing the answer but playing dumb. My mouth twitched. You asking me that makes me feel really awkward too, bro. Bro, this stench of yours is truly soul-destroying. What exactly is it made of? Seeing I was not taking the bait, the ice jelly guy just laid his cards on the table. This stinky tofu of mine naturally uses an ancestral secret recipe. If this tofu was not stinky, could it still be called stinky tofu? This stuff is more authentic the stinkier it is. It smells stinky but tastes fragrant. Do you want to try some? What ancestral secret recipe? I think you are selling poison tofu. It is so stinky you can't even smell anything else. No, 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 the guy hurriedly waved his hands. Keep that pitch black stinky thing far away from me. I withdrew the bowl of stinky tofu. Sudden said, Sai, bro, you really do not know a good thing when you see it. This was fermented using 49 different raw materials. It is a pity you won't taste it. At this moment, a young couple, covering their noses, approached the stall. Boss, give us 2 portions. Hearing this, my face instantly bloomed with joy. Happily, I dropped over a dozen raw stinky tofu blocks into the oil wok. The moment the stinky tofu lid was lifted, the stench fiercely diffused in all directions. The ice jelly guy next to me, who had been scrolling on his phone, was instantly attacked by this blast of stinky air. It fumigated him so badly his eyes started twitching. Good heavens, I was truly screwed over by this stinky tofu bro today. Damn it, it is so stinky, yet people are actually buying his stinky tofu. Why is my ice jelly stall completely ignored? Is there no justice in this world? Soon, the round, plump pieces of stinky tofu were tumbling joyfully in the oil wok, gradually floating to the surface. Holding long chopsticks, I flipped them over. Seeing they were fried just right, I then scooped the stinky tofu out one by one. After placing them in the bowl and poking a hole in each one, I poured the sauce over them and handed it to the young couple in front of me. If you want scallions or cilantro, you can add them yourselves. Hey, thank you. The girl took it first, picked up a piece of stinky tofu, and began to taste it seriously, because it was fresh out of the fryer. When she took a bite, scalding hot steam instantly filled her mouth. The girl impatiently took a few bites. The moment the sauce-drenched stinky tofu entered her mouth, she felt like her soul had been blasted out of her body, soaring straight into space. How does it taste? The boy stared unblinkingly at his girlfriend, his expression showing some anticipation. It is delicious, the girl chewed carefully, while enjoying the delectable flavor of the stinky tofu, muttering her praise unclearly with a full mouth. You have to try this. This stinky tofu tastes genuinely amazing. It is practically on par with my cooking. Hearing this, the boy's hand, which was just about to reach out, jerked back as if he had been electrocuted. Taking all this in, I could not help but break a sweat in my heart. What the heck? Good heavens, I was careless just now. So this was actually a wave of reverse marketing. No thanks. The boy waved his hand. Before he even had time to resist, a piece of stinky tofu was shoved right into his mouth. It is way too delicious. The boy slapped his thigh violently and directly dropped a piece of profanity. Boss, give me 2 more portions. After saying that, the boy paid another $60 right on the spot. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief, a wild smirk curling onto my lips. Now I had gained quite a bit more confidence. At this rate, the stinky tofu should sell a bit faster going forward. After dropping the stinky tofu into the oil wok to fry, I casually said to the young couple, if you guys get thirsty from eating, you can conveniently buy a portion of ice jelly from next door to cut the richness. The ice jelly guy next to me was feeling depressed. Hearing this, his eyes instantly lit up. Wow, bro, you are actually a pretty great guy. If it were not for you, who else would care for me like this? I need to hurry up and make a sales pitch. Handsome, beauty, my ice jelly is cool, refreshing, and super delicious. 6 yuan a bowl, add as many toppings as you want. Would you like a portion? Baby, how about we grab 2 bowls of ice jelly on the side? Seeing the girl was entirely focused on enjoying the food, she just nodded her head repeatedly. So they bought 2 more bowls of ice jelly for $12. A few minutes later, the couple left completely satisfied, holding their stinky tofu and ice jelly. The ice jelly guy looked at me with a face full of gratitude. Bro, you are simply my god. Thanks to you, I finally made my first sale. The more the ice jelly guy spoke, the more exaggerated he got. I was truly feeling a bit embarrassed by his overwhelming enthusiasm. Alright, if you really want to thank your bro, how about a bowl of stinky tofu? Let us do it, why not? Give me a bowl. The guy chuckled, pulled out his phone, and paid $30 cleanly and crisply. It was not until after he paid that he finally realized something in hindsight. Did I just let the excitement go to my head? I only sold 2 portions of ice jelly, that is just $12. How did I just end up losing $18 in the process? Bro, this stinky tofu is incredibly delicious. You really did not lie to me. It is so stinky yet so fragrant. Smug. Little own, I have got your taste buds completely figured out. Stinky tofu, I want to eat stinky tofu. Grandma, I want to eat. Hearing this, the old lady did not even think twice. She immediately delivered a slap. Eat, you want to eat everything. That is junk food. If you eat it, your tummy will hurt and you will have to get shots. The child was stunned by the slap. His mouth puckered and he started wailing loudly. Wah, I want to eat it, I just want to. The old lady covered her nose, lowered her voice, and continued her scare tactics. What are you crying for? Why do not you throw a tantrum to become an astronaut instead? Stinky tofu is so stinky, it is all soaked in literal poop. How can you eat that? What? Grandma, do not you eat fermented bean curd yourself. It is super stinky, but you eat it with so much relish. Wow, this kid actually knew how to talk back. Being raised by her for 2 years really paid off. His logic was incredibly clear. How is that the same? What grandma eats is good stuff. Look at how happily that big brother is eating it. It must be super delicious, Grandma, please buy it for me. The iced jelly guy was taking huge bites of stinky tofu, and subconsciously looked up. He saw himself being grandly pointed at by the child. They say life does not have that many spectators, so how come me just eating some stinky tofu is drawing an audience? I even made a kid cry from craving. Lele, do not look at that uncle. He is eating that stinky, filthy, disgusting thing. He absolutely has no hygiene at all. We absolutely cannot learn bad habits from him. Although the voice was very low, it was still caught by the sharp-eared iced jelly guy. You can't just insult someone to their face like that. I did not even do anything. And I just inexplicably caught a stray arrow and got scolded. The guy was so angry he almost choked on the stinky tofu in his mouth. In a fit of anger, he simply strode right out from behind his stall. Standing a meter or two away from them, he started chewing wildly and dramatically. You little brat and old hag. It is time to show you what I am made of. Watch me make you crave it to death. So delicious, wow, so fragrant. The iced jelly guy took a bite and let out an exaggerated sigh of enjoyment. Grandma, I do not care, I want to eat it. Seeing his tantrum failing, the child took the opportunity to break free from his grandma's hand. Then he quickly charged straight to the front of my stall. The old lady stomped her feet in anger behind him. This stubborn little donkey is truly going to be the death of me. I simply can't handle him. He is even harder to tame than the bull demon king. Left with no choice, she had to follow him over to keep an eye on him. Arriving at my stall, the old lady adjusted the precarious reading glasses on the bridge of her nose. She scanned the stall up and down, left and right, giving it a thorough inspection. Seeing the prep counter was clean enough to act as a mirror, and the cooking utensils gleaming bright, the old lady's expression finally softened a bit. What do these raw tofu blocks of yours look like? Let me see. Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. Having set up stalls for so long, this was my first time seeing someone so meticulous. But my true gold fears no fire, as long as you are not afraid of the stench. Thinking this, I reached out and opened the lid of the raw stinky tofu blocks. In an instant, a pitch-black stench rocketed into the sky. The old lady's body instantly swayed, and she almost fell over from being fumigated. Oh my god, no, it is way too stinky. The little boy, however, was completely unaffected by this stench. He eagerly shouted, Big brother, give me a portion of stinky tofu, my grandma will pay. Hey, wait you child, I have not even. Before the old lady could even recover from the impact of the stench, she was stunned again by her grandson's words. Would you like a portion? My stinky tofu is purely handmade, and very healthy. It aids digestion, regulates the intestines, and can even prevent Alzheimer's. Taking the opportunity, I put on a serious face and started my sales pitch. Really, is that true? Hearing this, the old lady stopped protesting. There was nothing that tempted her more than preventing Alzheimer's. You could say it was a precise, targeted strike. Young man, then give us a portion. I dropped the raw stinky tofu blocks into the oil wok, and flipped them continuously. The stench spiraled out continuously in all directions. The hot oil sizzled and popped on the tofu, making crisp crackle sounds. Gradually, the outer skin of the stinky tofu puffed up into adorable little square pockets. Soul-infused sauce coming right up. The stinky tofu is ready, you can add the toppings yourselves. After deep frying, the stench had faded significantly. The old lady moved quickly upon hearing it was ready. She showed absolutely no signs of the near-fainting spell from earlier. Her hands and feet were incredibly nimble, swiftly grabbing a massive pile of scallions and cilantro. Arriving at the table, the grandson immediately grabbed his chopsticks. Pushing aside the cilantro, he was about to grab the stinky tofu. The old lady let out a gasp of shock, and hurriedly stopped him. Lele, wait, do not eat it yet, let grandma try it first. He was the only grandson passed down through 3 generations of the family, so he was their precious treasure. Usually, he was raised very delicately. When outside, they naturally had to be extra cautious about food safety. What do kids know anyway? The old lady snatched the chopsticks away, and impatiently put the stinky tofu into her mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, the scalding heat instantly struck. Oh my, this flavor is too delicious. As she ate, the old lady's eyes welled up with heat. This stinky tofu was absolutely the best of the best. It was just that it was so deliciously bizarre. Was she, this old woman, out of touch with the modern era? Or could this junk food really be this incredibly delicious? The sample size is too small, I'm not quite sure yet. I need to savor it carefully and figure this out. Thinking this, the old lady picked up another piece of stinky tofu and put it in her mouth. Grandma, are you done testing it yet? Hurry up and let me eat it. The little boy was so anxious his drool was almost dripping onto his body, and he asked hurriedly, "What are you rushing for? Grandma has not figured out if it is good or bad yet, let me taste a bit more." As she spoke, the old lady's mouth moved faster and faster. She shoved piece after piece into her mouth. The child was so anxious beside her that it felt like his heart was being scratched. He reached out directly to grab her chopsticks. She has not even finished tasting and she is already snatching it all. Her reaction was swift. With own hand, she tightly gripped both of her grandson's little hands, like she was catching a little baby chick. The grandson wailed at the top of his lungs. Now he was truly crying like a helpless grandchild. The baby's heart is so bitter. Grandma actually stole the baby's stinky tofu, a whole bowl full of it, with the old and the young making such a commotion. It drew the side glances of the people around them. The old lady panicked inwardly. "Oh no, this is bad, if everyone looks over. Where am I supposed to hide this old face of mine?" She hurriedly took the last piece of stinky tofu in the bowl, and shoved it into her grandson's mouth, pleading, do not cry, my little ancestor, hurry and eat." This trick really worked. The child's crying stopped abruptly, leaving only intermittent sobbing and sniffling. As he cried, he subconsciously started chewing. Only then did the old lady pat her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, it is a good thing kids are easy to fool. This old woman was almost pointed and gossiped at. The child's cheeks bulged as he chewed. The half piece of tofu in his mouth was swallowed before he even chewed it a few times. He choked so hard his eyes rolled back. The old lady was terrified and hurriedly patted his back lightly. She grumbled and scolded with a bit of complaint. "Slow down, it is not like anyone is fighting you for it." As her words fell, she received a resentful little glare from her grandson. "No one is fighting me for it." Just now, who was testing the stinky tofu and almost devoured the entire bowl. Meeting her good grandson's gaze, the old lady knew she was in the wrong. She had no choice but to look up and say to me awkwardly, "Young man, give me another portion." "No, 2 portions. At 7:00 p.m., I closed the stall and went home. Just as I arrived home, before I even had time to change my shoes, Nuonuo raised both her arms and joyfully flew into my embrace, asking for a hug. I smiled dotingly. "Baby, wait for daddy for a moment. The smell on daddy is a bit strong. Let me go wash up first, and I will come keep you company right away." When I came downstairs after my shower, the food was already set on the table. Nuonuo sat obediently on her chair, eagerly waiting to eat with me. I let the butler and the nannies get off work and go home. Then I walked over and sat down beside Nuonuo. "Did you miss daddy today?" I missed you, I missed daddy the whole time." The soft lighting spilled over the father and daughter, making it incredibly heartwarming. I picked up a piece of ribs and placed it in Nuonuo's bowl. Nuonuo also used her little spoon to scoop up a bite of greens and reached it toward my mouth. Daddy, eat quickly. Father and daughter, you take a bite, I take a bite." We happily finished a wonderful meal. After resting for a while, it was time for the little dumpling to go to sleep. Under the thin blanket, the little girl's eyes sparkled, looking full of energy. She blinked her long eyelashes rhythmically, not feeling sleepy at all. "Daddy, hurry up and tell me a story." But I sat beside the little dumpling, my eyes full of tenderness. "Nuonuo, have you heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" Hearing this, Nuonuo looked extremely proud. "I already read that a long time ago." I do not believe you." I let out a yawn. "How about you tell it to daddy and let me hear it?" "Okay, once upon a time, there was a cute little girl." Nuonuo did not realize daddy's trick, and started narrating vividly and colorfully. And I, beside her, gradually relaxed to Nuonuo's milky, soothing voice. Without realizing it, I slowly started drifting off to sleep. "Daddy," Nuonuo called out. I was jolted awake instantly, my eyes still a bit dazed. Nuonuo stared straight at me. "Daddy, did you hear what I said? I am all done, now it is your turn." After saying that, her little cheeks puffed up, looking like an adorable little hamster, seeming a bit dissatisfied. Then daddy is going to start telling a story. Listen carefully. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. In the mountain, there was a temple. In the temple, there was an old monk. The old monk was telling a story to a little monk. Meanwhile, that young couple from today actually shared my stinky tofu online. Suddenly, quite a lot of people saw it. "Fam, look what I scrolled past online. Is not this the pig trotter boss? He is selling stinky tofu on Taiping Street this week. Oh my god, this surprise came too suddenly. Why am I feeling a little scared? Are you sure it is him? Someone come verify this. Look at this post, it was taken at the stall yesterday afternoon. We can rush over there tomorrow afternoon. Oh my dear mother. I finally found him before these old bones of mine cross the bridge of forgetfulness. The heavens have opened their eyes. I can die without regrets. This is great. I'm going to apply with my boss to get off work early later. Due to the suddenness of the event, the crowd that was previously full of grief and indignation was now spamming messages at lightning speed. Let me just add a reminder, everyone, make sure not to mention anything related to the boss in the comments under this post, lest the boss gets doxxed and exposed, and we won't get to eat anymore. Look at what you are saying. We are all veteran foodies here. How could we not know the gravity of the situation? When it comes to keeping a secret, we all know our limits. The next day, I set up the stall as usual. I originally thought it would just be a sparse few people again, but an unimaginable scene unfolded. At this moment, I was driving the food cart carrying the stinky tofu on my way to set up the stall. The ice jelly guy was guarding his stall, his eyes constantly darting around looking everywhere. Why did so many people suddenly pop out over there? Before he even had a few seconds to process his confusion, he saw a whole crowd of people pouncing forward. That sprinting speed. They looked as if they were terrified they would not get a spot if they were slow. The ice jelly guy looked left and right, and was instantly overjoyed. Mine is the only stall around here. Hee, it seems there are still people who know good stuff when they see it. My years of setting up a stall have not been in vain. Do not rush, line up, there is enough for everyone. At this very moment, the ice jelly guy was deeply immersed in the joy of his business finally turning around. Who would have thought that in the next second, he would hear a voice? Young man, was there someone selling stinky tofu here yesterday? The ice jelly guy's smile instantly froze. So you guys made all this massive commotion, and you are actually not here for me. I got happy over nothing. I can understand that such delicious stinky tofu would definitely attract a lot of people, swarming over like bees or whatever. He could make sense of that, but what he could not understand was, yesterday there was absolutely no one buying it, so how did a massive crowd of people suddenly pop out of nowhere? But where there is foot traffic, there is business. Thinking this, the ice jelly guy smoothly chimed in. Hey, I am waiting for that bro too. He said he would come back today, but I do not know what is going on right now. After saying that, he changed the subject. Everyone, how about trying my ice jelly first? The taste is also very good. The stinky tofu bro recommended it too. How about we eat and wait? Hearing this, the crowd figured since they were just idling around anyway, eating some ice jelly while waiting slowly was not a bad idea. Quite a few people ordered a bowl of ice jelly, and even started educating the ice jelly guy on my legendary exploits. This boss, let me tell you, he did this and then that. After a long while, the ice jelly guy finally finished listening. The ball of confusion in his heart was instantly cleared up. It really is true. Compare people and you want to die. Compare goods and you want to throw yours away. I shout at the top of my lungs from morning till night, just hoping to sell a few more bowls of ice jelly. But this stinky tofu bro is something else. Every time he sells a different item, he changes locations. He is actually terrified of customers finding his door. What is he even trying to achieve? It seemed this world had truly gone crazy in ways he could not even imagine. Is the boss here yet? Sigh. I wonder how the boss will feel later when he arrives and sees a whole batch of us waiting here. Meanwhile, I was driving the food cart heading this way. Yesterday I only sold 15 portions, so I specifically prepared less today. Just as I turned the corner from the intersection, my heart skipped a beat, faintly sensing something was very wrong. Why was that spot packed shoulder to shoulder with people? When I came yesterday, it was completely empty. Could it be that I was discovered by those old foodies again? Speaking of which, after setting up stalls for this period of time, I actually developed a bit of a conditioned reflex. I subconsciously always feel like someone is camping out to ambush me. But thinking about it more carefully, that probably should not be the case, right? I lingered around here for a whole afternoon yesterday, and I did not run into a single old foodie. Could it be some kind of event taking place? But what kind of normal person chooses to hold an event near a public restroom? Are they selling toilet paper? Just as I was driving forward feeling puzzled, suddenly, that massive crowd erupted into a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Oh my god, boss, we finally found you. Phew, so satisfying, the wait was worth it. During this time, I solely relied on the longing for a bite of those pig trotters to barely survive in the mortal realm. My wish is finally fulfilled. Having just arrived at the entrance of the public restroom, I was completely rendered speechless. Why does this feel exactly like the group from Xingming Park? I am truly defeated by you bunch of late but inevitable campers. Everyone actually came. I parked the car and smiled faintly. But in reality, I was panicking intensely on the inside. I am screwed. I prepared too little food. Of course we had to come. If we did not come, were you planning to hide from us for the rest of your life? Boss, hurry up and open the stall. I am starving to death. If you did not show up soon, we were going to fill our stomachs just by eating iced jelly. While complaining, the foodies, as if highly trained, automatically started forming a neat line. I watched in stunned silence. Good heavens, have not seen you guys in days, and you are still as professional as ever. The iced jelly guy next to me did not stay idle either. Earlier there were too many people to squeeze in, but now taking advantage of everyone lining up. He dashed over in a single bound to hurriedly help move the folding chairs and stools. Bro, how can I let you do this kind of heavy lifting? Did not I say it yesterday? You are my own biological brother. From now on, you will never have to lift a finger for this kind of stuff yourself. I did not stop him either. This is actually pretty great. I gained another little fanboy. Then I won't be polite. I better hurry up and fry the stinky tofu. Just as I was about to lift the lid of the stinky tofu, it immediately drew a chorus of praise from the crowd. What an incredibly domineering aura. As expected, the stinky tofu made by the boss truly lives up to its reputation. But the moment I actually took the raw stinky tofu blocks out, the foodies instantly awakened from their chaos. Gasps of breath echoed all around. I was completely bewildered. I did not expect a pile of raw stinky tofu to make everyone react like this. Then if they actually take a bite, won't they just blast straight off into orbit? When the oil in the wok was heated to about 60% hot, it was the absolute perfect moment to drop the stinky tofu into the wok. This deep frying wok did not come with a built-in thermometer. Under my continuous flipping, the stinky tofu floated on the surface of the oil, accompanied by the endless crackle and pop sounds. The surface of the stinky tofu began to turn crispy. Under the effect of the high heat, a portion of the stench also evaporated away. They leaped and tumbled in the golden splashes of oil, firmly captivating the old foodies visually, auditorily, and olfactorily. So much so that passers-by who had just come out of the public restroom nearby, seeing a group of people forming a long line, all craning their necks, tilting their heads and drooling wildly, were completely frozen in shock on the spot. Boss, is it not ready yet? The young guy at the very front of the line was rubbing his hands together, incredibly anxious. Almost, it has only been 3 minutes. I took a moment to glance over, and replied with a face full of helplessness. Just a casual quick fry is good enough. How am I supposed to hold back? I am almost starving to death here. At this moment, a foodie behind him simply could not stand it anymore. Is that really necessary? Boss, take your time, we can wait. The foodies who got their hands on it ate like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, taking huge bites of stinky tofu and shoving them into their mouths. The stinky tofu was charred and crispy without any burnt taste, fried to absolute perfection. Delicious, delicious, it is way too delicious. Of course, the ones who ate with the most terrifying intensity were naturally the few middle-aged and elderly folks among the foodies. Their eating style truly proved that age only makes one stronger. They directly used a single skewer to poke 2 or 3 pieces of stinky tofu and ate them all at once. After finishing the tofu, they could not even bear to waste a single drop of the sauce. Taking the bamboo skewer, they picked up the bright green cilantro, scraping left and right inside the bowl, scraping the walls of the bowl completely clean. Some foodies who bought iced jelly took their squeaky clean bowls to ask for some hot water. They swished it around and drank it before finally being satisfied. This scene did not just make the young people click their tongues in shock. Dogs would shake their heads seeing this. Pigs would drool seeing this. And even rats would be scared into duck necks seeing this. This eating style was simply way too insane. As for those who had not gotten to eat yet, their stomachs were rumbling with earth-shattering growls. As long as you were not deaf, you could hear it. Half an hour later, I opened the box that held the raw stinky tofu, and showed the inside to everyone. Everyone, please do not ask anymore. It is really all gone. The crowd looked utterly helpless. Boss, please make a bit more tomorrow. Whip up a few hundred portions so everyone can eat to their heart's content. The main issue is that tofu is not very filling. I could eat 4 bowls in one breath. I scratched my head. A few hundred more portions. My task quota for the whole week is only 500 portions. I can consider increasing the amount, but I won't increase it by that much. Mine is purely ground by hand, and the fermentation time is quite troublesome. I simply can't make that many in a short time. Hearing this, the crowd had no other choice. Everyone knew the absolute gold tier value of purely handmade products. It is better not to push an old artisan too hard. I quickly pacified the foodies, closed up the stall, and went home. Half an hour later, I arrived home. In the massive living room. Not seeing the little girl's figure made it feel strangely empty. At this moment, Butler Ding's voice came from the kitchen. Mr. Su, you're back. Nuonuo is playing in her room. When I went to pick her up this afternoon, the kindergarten gave a notice to parents. I put it on the coffee table. I responded and walked over to the coffee table. It turned out that summer vacation was starting after this Friday. Before the holiday, the kindergarten was organizing a parent-teacher meeting, and there would even be a parent-child interactive segment. Naturally, I had to attend this kind of event. I did not want all the other kids to have their parents accompanying them. While Nuonuo was left all alone, how wrong she would feel. Anyway, given the current explosive popularity of the stinky tofu, selling for own more day tomorrow should definitely finish the task. Freeing up time exactly on Friday to attend the parent-teacher meeting was simply perfect. I went to the door of the children's room, raised my hand to knock, and then gently opened it. Nuonuo was sitting obediently at her desk. Turning her head and seeing me, she smiled sweetly and adorably at me. Baby, what are you doing? Just as I was about to approach, the little dumpling, like a startled little rabbit, flusteredly shoved the card in her hand into the drawer. She even used her little body to block it tightly. Hey daddy, do not look. My gaze swept across the desktop. Various colored markers were scattered on it. She was clearly coloring and drawing here. Oh my, our Nuonuo has grown up and even has little secrets now. Hearing this, Nuonuo, this soft little dumpling, giggled happily. Hee, this really is a secret, but daddy will know later. Saying this, the little girl's eyes squinted into 2 crescent moons, and she planted a loud smack on my cheek. Daddy love you. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. The story comes to a pause here. The end of an old story is precisely the beginning of a new one.